start your day. Life back to normal, back to work, back to school. Perhaps you're in person, perhaps you're virtual or hybrid. Regardless, these are the top stories that happen either Friday afternoon, evening, over the weekend, and into this morning. We've got all the updates for you as well. So let's get to it, starting off with the morning brief here on News Now from Fox. I'm actually going to take you out next to the White House in Washington, D.C. Believe it or not, yeah, this is a live picture just past 6 o'clock in the morning. It certainly looks bright out there, don't you think? The reason I am taking you out there is because President Biden and his administration are getting close to reaching 100 days in office. A Fox News poll shows Biden's biggest approval numbers come from his handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more.
President Biden will mark his 100 days in office later this week, the first 100 days for any president of the United States, significant as it sets the agenda and sets the tone for the rest of the time in office. According to our new Fox News poll, it shows President Biden's numbers when it comes to handling the pandemic are high. I want to read some of these numbers to you. 58% of the people approve of how President Biden has handled COVID-19. 34% disapprove. The lowest number, 34% approve of immigration, whereas 52% disapprove of immigration. With a 46 to 15% margin, voters say U.S. border security is worse today than it was 2 years ago, according to that latest Fox News survey. As far as the president's handling of COVID when it comes to parties going on party lines, 94% of Democrats approve, 24% of Republicans approve of the president's handling. That is based on party line. Now, some issues that are important to Americans. The economy, 78% tops the list, followed by gun laws at 74%. Then that's followed by healthcare, infrastructure, illegal immigration, racism. But lowest on the list, according to our polling, 57% of people polled believe that climate change is extremely or very concerning to them. But climate change is important for this administration. The president and other top officials just held 2 days of talks with world leaders about the climate. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
Taking a live look now at XRAD radar, everybody. What is the weather like where you are waking up this morning? Kind of literally all over the map. Seeing a time lapse there of the different temperatures from across the country. Very comfortable out here in Central Florida, where the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub is. Just headed on over to fox35orlando.com, and it appears 64 degrees right now. In terms of the high we are expecting today, I believe it's 82 degrees. Same for tomorrow, but woo, we're going to be heating up just a little bit by Thursday. Looking at 90 degrees. Might be a good time for a midweek beach visit, wouldn't you say? All right, let's continue on with our top stories from across the country. Coming up next here. As vaccinations slow down in the U.S., some poorer countries are experiencing deadly surges, most notably India. The devastating wave abroad is putting pressure on the Biden administration to send life-saving resources. Fox News correspondent Laura Ingle has the story.
The effort to get Americans vaccinated seems to be hitting a snag. Daily vaccination rates are falling, even as cases and hospitalizations continue to rise. Experts say the slowdown is likely because most people who wanted a shot have already gotten one. And now the challenge is to reach those who are hesitant to get one or those who can't easily travel to a vaccination site.
Anybody who maybe was frustrated by the online appointment hustle or didn't want to have to wait in really long lines and thought, you know what, I'll just wait until that's not a thing anymore. Now's the time.
Overseas, India is battling a deadly new wave of infections. For the fourth day in a row, on Sunday, the country set a world record for the highest number of daily cases since the pandemic started. Hospitals are turning away patients as they run out of beds, oxygen tanks, and other life-saving supplies.
Because no bed, nothing like that. No gas, no oxygen, no bed. Where we can go.
As the pandemic ravages India, the U.S. is facing increasing pressure to send aid. Dr. Anthony Fauci says the Biden administration is considering ways to help India deal with the devastating surge, including sending oxygen, COVID tests, and PPE, but stopped short of promising vaccines.
It's a terrible situation that's going on in India and other low and middle income countries, and there is more we can do.
President Biden has said he hopes to provide vaccines to struggling countries, but will not do so until the U.S. has an adequate supply for itself. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
You know that you can trust NewsNOW from Fox for all of your coronavirus top stories, not just across the country, but international as well. So we hope to continue to bring you any updates that we have for any and all COVID-19 top stories. All right, continuing on with your morning brief here on NewsNOW from Fox, we are going to stay with the coronavirus top stories, and that's because health officials have long stressed the importance of getting a second vaccine dose and getting it on time. However, new data shows millions of Americans have missed this crucial step, meaning they are not fully protected against the virus. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more.
Millions of Americans are not fully vaccinated. According to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than 5 million Americans have skipped out on their second COVID-19 vaccine dose. That's nearly 8% of those who received an initial Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, and the number is only going up. The trend is troubling health experts who say the second dose dramatically increases your immunity to COVID-19.
If you are fully vaccinated, it is highly unlikely that you're going to be someone who spreads this virus. You're not even likely to be asymptomatically infected. It doesn't mean it's 100%, but it is extremely unlikely.
As more and more Americans get vaccinated, we could be seeing updated advice from the CDC on wearing masks outside. Dr. Anthony Fauci says he expects the agency to change its guidelines soon, as the risk of spreading the virus outdoors is really low.
When you look around at the common sense situation, obviously the risk is really very low, particularly if you're vaccinated.
Meanwhile, the vaccination rate in the U.S. is slowing down. Most Americans who wanted a vaccine have already gotten one, leading some vaccination sites to struggle to fill appointments. As supply begins to outpace demand, there are growing calls for the U.S. to share vaccines with other nations.
And if the U.S. has such an increased overabundance of supply, this is where we should be for humanitarian reasons and for the world economic recovery.
And the two-dose Pfizer and Moderna vaccines may not be enough to keep people protected over time. Researchers from both companies say vaccinated people will probably need a booster shot within the next year. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, all the way on the other side of the country. This is just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. It looks like they're having a little bit of a color issue there. Perhaps they're trying to get the right tone and warmth as the sun rises there in New York City. Absolutely positively gorgeous. There's a reason I took you out to the Big Apple, and that's because New York City is opening up all of its city-run vaccination sites to anyone and everyone over the age of 16 who wants a shot with or without an appointment. Health experts say the biggest hurdle now is getting everyone on board with the vaccine. Fox's Lizette Nunez has the story.
As of today, any New Yorker 16 and older can walk into any city-run vaccine site and get vaccinated.
We want to make it simple. You can go to any city-run site, Health and Hospitals, Department of Health, any site. You can go there and get a shot, doesn't matter where you live.
One of the newest vaccine sites, the Museum of Natural History. This evening, dozens of New Yorkers making their way to get vaccinated.
My family has already gotten the vaccine, and I was the only one that hasn't yet, so I wanted to make sure I was also protecting them.
I have a son, so 6 months old, so just want to make sure to take all the precautions needed so that he's okay.
Although more than 6 million doses have been administered in New York City, city leaders and health experts say vaccine hesitancy is still a problem. Dr. Jeff Tausig, a clinical psychologist, says the newness of a vaccine is a contributing factor.
Typically, when we hear about vaccines, they've been years in development. This happened so fast that some people, as wonderful as that is, given the needs that we have for it, some people are a little concerned that it happened so quickly.
Dr. Tausig says one way to combat vaccine hesitancy is through keeping the public informed.
It's communication of research, it's communication of results, it's communication of how well most people are doing post-vaccine.
We are continuing on with your top stories here this morning on News Now from Fox. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Happy to start your morning and your week off with you. I hope you've got your coffee ready to go. I've got mine right here for sure, and I'm waking up alongside with you. So let's continue on with your morning brief. A college in St. Paul, Minnesota is the first in the state to require all students and staff to get the COVID vaccine before the fall semester. Fox's Sarah Danick spoke to students on campus on how they feel about it.
Things are fairly quiet here at McAllister College, like it's been all year.
It's been very isolated.
But students received an email today that could completely change how it looks on campus come fall.
And I was actually kind of like excited that, things are kind of getting back to normal.
A note from McAllister's president that students, staff, and faculty who work and study on campus must be fully vaccinated against COVID by August 2nd.
Overall, you're much safer getting the vaccine than not. So I do think it's a good idea.
Students we caught up with are on board, saying it's not the only vaccine required.
We get vaccinated for other stuff, to go to school, so this one makes sense.
There are limited exemptions to the requirement, including if a person's beliefs prevent them from getting a vaccine. The college says that opt-out process is the same as it would be for other required immunizations. There will also be opportunities on campus to receive a vaccine, including a clinic next week. Students hoping that this vaccine is their ticket to pre-pandemic life.
I think I'm looking forward to being around people. I'm a very social person, and I like to talk to people and make plans and not stay in my room all day.
I think it's just another precaution that a lot of the community is just willing and ready to do.
All right. Taking a live look now, everybody, at Houston, Texas. If any of you are in Southeast Texas, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Not quite sure if that's Interstate 10 or one of the many other freeways in the area. I haven't been to Houston in years. I unfortunately didn't get to drive through when I moved here from Phoenix, Arizona in September, and that's because there was a tropical storm that was moving through the area. So I took the northern route through North Texas and northern Louisiana before coming on south down here to Orlando, Florida. We are going to go from Houston back to our nation's capital. This week, President Biden will be unveiling his latest spending proposal, the American Families Plan. He'll lay out details during his first address to a joint session of Congress on Wednesday. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from the White House.
President Biden has a big week ahead of him. He'll mark 100 days in office. He'll also deliver remarks to a joint session of Congress for the first time. It's there he's going to be unveiling his next economic agenda, the American Families Plan. Now, this proposal is expected to include a number of provisions, but the White House hasn't said yet exactly what will be included. The price tag rumored to be around $1.5 trillion and will call for more spending on education, childcare, and social programs. Now, to pay for all this, the White House wants to raise taxes on wealthier Americans who make their money off the stock market. Republicans are warning, though, that more tax hikes could kill the country's economic recovery and lead to a sell-off impacting investors worldwide.
There's a real risk that you are going to see a significant market reaction to this. The other thing is we're printing up so much money that there's going to be real inflation, and I think there's going to be a day in which people wake up and say, oh my goodness, what have we done to our country?
The White House is pushing back, though. They claim tax increases will only impact 3 out of every 1,000 Americans. We're going to have to wait until Wednesday to get the full breakdown of the president's plan. Some Democrats want the White House to think even bigger, though, when it comes to government expansion plans. 17 senators sending the president a letter today urging the administration to expand Medicare eligibility, lowering the age to qualify down to 60. Separately, the White House continues to pursue a $2 trillion spending bill that would address infrastructure needs. Republicans last week introduced their own counterproposal that would do things like fix roads, bridges, and airports, but still spend significantly less money. We're waiting to see how the White House may respond to that. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Take a live look now, everybody, at the sunrise on Capitol Hill. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at Tampa, Florida. The sun is rising, absolutely positively gorgeous for sure. We're continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about. We're also about 12 minutes away from a live interview this morning here on News Now from Fox. The ongoing violence against Asian Americans is now starting to have an effect on students. Fox News correspondent Ashley Stromier has more on why some parents are keeping their kids out of the classroom.
For many parents, deciding to send their kids back to school during a pandemic can be a tough choice, but a growing number of Asian American parents are worried their children could be exposed to more than just the coronavirus, as the increase in Asian hate crimes is causing major concerns.
Hate crimes against AAPIs in this country, even though they are underreported, rose by 150% in this past year alone.
According to the latest data from the Department of Education, roughly 7 in 10 Asian American students, grades K through 12, are still learning remotely, far more than their white, black, and Hispanic counterparts.
We are fighting COVID-19 and anti-Asian hate virus, and it's not an easy decision to hold my son back.
For some parents sending their kids back, they say it's important to have honest conversations about what's going on in the world.
There might be anti-Asian verbal attacks, and so I think it's important to talk to your kids, get them mentally prepared.
This comes as authorities in New York are hunting for a suspect in the latest attack on an Asian American man. The attacker is seen repeatedly kicking the victim in the head before walking away. And government officials say enough is enough, with the Senate recently passing a bill that could help make it easier to solve and prosecute hate crimes against Asian Americans. Ashley Stromier, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Again, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub. Continuing on this morning with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Nothing was stolen, but a whole lot of damage was done by 2 would-be thieves in Denver, Colorado. Fox's Evan Krugel has the story.
You can see the front of this business remains boarded up tonight after that unbelievable break-in caught on camera. And as police search for those suspects, this business remarkably back open, thanks to incredible community support. At 3rd and University, the cleanup continues. Shards of glass still covering the parking lot after a bold break-in early Thursday morning. Surveillance cameras capturing 2 people backing a U-Haul truck through the front windows of eBikes USA.
First, I was in shock, and then I honestly thought we were ruined. I thought this is it.
Owner Hushman Morefi capturing this video minutes later, arriving to find his store in shambles.
It looked like as a bomb had gone off. I mean, the front of the store was gone. You know, glass everywhere.
Morefi says a security guard across the street saw what was happening and scared away the thieves who left empty-handed.
The damages they caused made it very difficult for them to get any bikes. They couldn't even pick up a bike. Everything's locked up. Damages, they ended up abandoning and leaving.
Morefi says they ruined more than a dozen bikes, not to mention the damage to the building.
Even if we can recover some of our investments from insurance, we're not able to sell these bikes. So yeah, there is a financial impact.
Morefi says friends, family, and even nearby businesses have been chipping in to help. Remarkably, the business was able to reopen today.
That means a lot to me. As a small business owner, it really feels good to see that we have that type of support available.
In Denver,
I'm just grateful for the support we've had.
Evan Krugel, Fox 31.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. It appears it's going to be very spring-like out there for the next few days. I'm heading on over to fox5dc.com. Currently 43 degrees right now. They are expected to reach a high of 65 degrees today. But guess what, everybody? Going to be 83 degrees out there tomorrow. By Wednesday, 87 degrees. And then by the end of the week, they're back in the 60s. So a little bit of a temperature swing. And then after that, back to the 70s. So we've got 60 today, 80s tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, back to the 60s. And then over the weekend, there'll be a very nice 72 degrees. All right, everybody, we are continuing to follow the latest that's not just happening here in the U.S. or worldwide, but in space as well. There's some new faces aboard the International Space Station. 4 astronauts representing 3 different countries landed safely this weekend, Saturday to be exact, roughly 1 day after liftoff from Cape Canaveral right here in Florida. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman explains how this flight is marking a few firsts for the NASA and SpaceX collaboration.
Hugs and smiles all around the International Space Station Saturday as a new team of astronauts arrives for a 6-month stay.
We're so excited to be here. We're ready to get to work. There's a lot of great science that I know we're going to be doing, and we're just excited to learn and get started.
The 4 crew members from the U.S., Japan, and France were launched into space early Friday morning from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The roughly 24-hour trip went smoothly for the most part, but there was a brief moment of concern as the astronauts were getting ready for bed. Ground control alerted them to a potential collision with a piece of space debris.
We believe the object is farther away than anticipated, lower risk of possible conjunction, but please ensure visors are closed and zippers are closed prior to TCA in approximately 20 seconds.
The crew was told to put on their pressure suits, lower their protective visors, and brace for impact. Luckily, the debris passed without incident.
At this time, we can go to proceed to deconfigure from suited configuration.
The mission is making history on a number of fronts. It's the first time SpaceX has recycled a capsule and rocket from a previous flight to launch astronauts for NASA.
If you have rapid and complete reusability, then that opens up, that is the gateway to the heavens.
And it's the first time since the space shuttle era. 11 people have been aboard the space station at one time, but it won't be that crowded for too long. The Crew 1 astronauts are expected to return to Earth on Wednesday. Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, everybody, you know me. I always like to end the morning brief on lighter, happier news. And this Monday morning, we get to wrap up the morning brief in my home state and even my hometown. One lucky Arizona boy got an amazing surprise from local police officers. Fox's Irene Snyder has the story.
Cruising around the neighborhood in his Power Wheels Gator, 4-year-old Gerald is living the dream. This is his second mini car. His first was stolen earlier this month.
It was very sad seeing him so hurt. He'd draw pictures and tell stories of when he had his Gator and, why was it gone.
Gerald and his dad found the old Gator propped up on the side of a garbage can, and together, father and son fixed it up.
It wasn't money at all, and just having someone take something that we spent so much time.
Peter posted the story on Facebook, and word quickly spread, catching the attention of Tempe Police Sergeant Andrew Brooks.
So my wife said, hey, you got to do something about this, dude. You got to take care of this.
So enlisting the help of his fellow officers, Brooks went out and bought a brand new Gator, put it together, and surprised Gerald with it this morning.
He thought he was coming out to meet some friends at the park. Little did he know he was meeting some adult friends who were here to make a kid's day.
Sergeant Brooks says just seeing Gerald smile made his day too. And this will always be a very special memory.
We deal with so many negative things in the world, and there's so much negativity going on. Just to be able to just bring some joy is awesome. It's a good feeling.
Yes, joy for sure. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live look at gorgeous downtown Chicago, Illinois. Absolutely positively great way to start your day and start your week if you are waking up in the Windy City. It's currently partly cloudy out there, 41 degrees, but guess what? They're going to reach a high of 71 degrees today. They say the big warm up is today and tomorrow with showers and thunderstorms ahead. So they're saying tomorrow is going to be breezy and summer-like with high temperatures in the 80 to 84 degree range. They say it will be cooler by the lake though today if you would like to head on out there. And then big showers and thunderstorms are expected tomorrow night into Wednesday. They're saying especially south of I-88 in areas like Bolingbrook, Naperville, Aurora, Orland Park, Oakland Lawn, and Tinley Park. Not too far from where one of my best friends lives. I am going to show you now a segment from Fox 32 Chicago. President Biden has pledged to cut U.S. greenhouse gas pollution by half by 2030, that is. He spoke at a virtual climate summit where he outlined the aggressive target that would require major changes to the country's energy and transportation industries. They are bringing us Elizabeth Moyer. She's an associate professor of atmospheric science at the University of Chicago. With more right here on News Now from Fox.
President Biden has pledged, and this is an ambitious pledge, to cut U.S. greenhouse gas pollution in half by 2030.
Yeah, and he talked at a virtual climate summit yesterday where he outlined the aggressive target that would require major changes to the country's energy and transportation industries. Right now, we want to bring in Elizabeth Moyer. She is an associate professor of atmospheric science at the University of Chicago. Thanks for coming on this morning. I want to ask you, is this even realistic? Can we get this done by 2030 to get it done by 2050?
Well, there's a couple of different aspects of that question. The first to remember is that the way they benchmark, they're actually not benchmarking half from today, they're benchmarking half from 2005. So there's a lot of natural trends that are already bringing our emissions down that are not part of this policy, but are already contributing to reduction. So our greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by 16% already over that time period. And that's just because of fracking, because coal is on its way out, because natural gas got cheaper. So they're leveraging on a lot of trends that are ongoing anyway. So it's not impossible to reach 50% by 2030, but it's not because of the policy, it's because of other things that are happening in the economy already.
So on a personal note, I gave up eating red meat about 3 years ago. I got to tell you, I don't miss it. For young people out there who want to do a little thing that can make a difference, how does changing our diets reduce greenhouse gases?
So the diet is a little bit emphasized in the popular literature. One of the single biggest contributors to, if you just care about diet, one of the single biggest contributors to energy use in the agricultural industry is the use of fertilizer. So you could say, I want to go organic and not use artificial fertilizer, and that saves all the natural gas that would have gone to make that fertilizer in the first place. So I would say going organic is more important than eating red meat.
Interesting.
If you just want to focus on diet.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said yesterday that we're at the verge of an abyss. Do you agree with that?
I think people are a little bit over dramatic in saying what's an abyss. You know, like it's progressively worse the warmer you get, and it's not so clear that there are definite tipping points. There are certain things that are, thresholds, like whether or not you lose enough ice to produce sea level rise. But then it's a question of it's an abyss for who? And I would say a city like Miami is already over that abyss, right? Miami will not be a sustainable city in 50 years, and you should not invest in real estate in Miami now.
We hear a lot of goalpost shifting. There's still time. We've got to act now. And then we hear others saying, no, it's too late. Where do you sit on that debate?
I think it's like anything, when is the right time? If you're sedentary and you don't exercise and you're unhealthy, like when is the right time? Do you say it's too late? No, it's never too late, but it's a lot easier if you start earlier. So we are starting this process very late. The infrastructure in the United States for energy was built up over 100 years, so it's going to be slow, and you just have to recognize that it's a slow process. I think, the Biden policy is actually relatively small and modest. They're only spending about $125 billion a year on a total of everything to do with clean energy, which is a substantial fraction of private sector investment, but it's not that big. So this is not a revolutionary thing. It's not going to bankrupt the economy. It's way smaller than the $4 trillion per year we just spent on COVID, right? So this is a modest step toward a long-term goal.
What do you want people to know when it comes to their daily lives, everyday living? You know, some people are doing something, some are doing a lot, some are doing nothing. Where do you start? What can we do in our everyday lives to make a difference?
I think you can de-emphasize the emotionality of the problem. You can write to your senator or congressman and say, like, I understand this is a long-term investment the country has to do. I'm fine with putting a price on CO2 emissions. A lot of the emissions that we're sort of personally responsible for come upstream, so we don't have direct control over what goes into the electric sector, you know, what kind of cars are available on the market. Those are things that aren't really personal decisions as much as they are sort of economy-wide decisions. And so the best thing you can do is write to your senator and say, like, I understand this is a problem we all have to work on together.
Elizabeth Moyer, an associate professor of atmospheric science at the University of Chicago. Great title. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we do have a live event coming up next here on News Now from Fox. This is a live briefing from the Indian Health Ministry for the fourth straight day. India yesterday set a global daily record of new coronavirus infections spurred by an insidious new variant. Here are the live images right now. The surge has undermined the government's premature claims of victory over the pandemic. The 349,691 new infections brought India's total to more than 16.9 million, behind only the United States. We're going to listen in live, raw, unfiltered this morning right here on News Now from Fox.
झारखंड, गुजरात, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, इसी तरह से ये स्टेट्स हैं जो 12 स्टेट्स हैं जिन्होंने 90% से भी ज़्यादा अपने हेल्थ केयर वर्कर को फर्स्ट डोज दे दी है। इसी के साथ जिन स्टेट से हम फॉलो करते हैं, जिनसे हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, वह 10 स्टेट जहां पर कि 75% से भी कम फर्स्ट डोज हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स को दी गई है, जिसमें कि नागालैंड, चंडीगढ़, मणिपुर, मेघालय, पंजाब, तेलंगाना जैसी स्टेट्स आती हैं। हम उस स्टेट के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं। साथ ही अगर हम देखें तो फ्रंट लाइन वर्कर्स, जिनको कि हमने देश में करीब 79.18% के करीब अब तक कवर कर लिया है फर्स्ट डोज के द्वारा, तो 12 स्टेट्स ऐसी हैं जहां पर कि 80% से भी ज़्यादा हमारे फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर को हम फर्स्ट डोज दे चुके हैं, जिसमें मुख्यतः दादरा एंड नागर हवेली, गुजरात, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश जैसी स्टेट्स हैं। साथ ही करीब 7 स्टेट्स ऐसी हैं जहां पर कि 65% से कम फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स को फर्स्ट डोज दी गई है, जिसमें मुख्यतः गोवा, नागालैंड, मणिपुर, मिजोरम, मेघालय और तेलंगाना जैसी स्टेट्स हैं। साथ ही एक हमारा जो प्रायोरिटी एज ग्रुप है पीपल अबव 60 ईयर्स ऑफ एज, तो जिसमें कि हम 50% से अधिक लोगों को जो हमारी प्रायोरिटी पॉपुलेशन है उसको कवर कर चुके हैं। तो जहां एक स्थाई पर हमारा नेशनल एवरेज 36.1% है, उसके अगेंस्ट कई स्टेट्स ऐसी हैं जहां पर परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छी है, जिसमें कि हम मुख्यतः हाईलाइट करना चाहेंगे लद्दाख, सिक्किम, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, छत्तीसगढ़ जैसी स्टेट्स हैं जहां पर कि अधिक परसेंटेज में 60+ लोगों को कवर किया गया है। डियर कुलीग्स, एक मेजर चैलेंज हम लोग के सामने है, वह यह है कि आज हमारे देश में केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, तो इसके लिए हमें जरूरी है कि हम अपना फोकस्ड अटेंशन कोविड मैनेजमेंट पर जिस तरह से कि हम पिछले 1 साल 3 महीने से लगाते आए हैं, उसी को हमें कंटिन्यू रखना है, रिन्यूड विगर के साथ काम करना है, जिसमें कि हमारे मेन 5 अप्रोचेज रही हैं, जो कि अगर हम देखें टेस्ट, ट्रैक, ट्रीट, वैक्सीनेशन एंड कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर। आज जरूरत है कि हम इस अपनी अप्रोच को फील्ड में लागू करते समय 3 मुख्य गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स पर अपना फोकस बनाए रखें, जिसमें हम लोग हाईलाइट करना चाहेंगे मुख्यतः कंटेनमेंट, सेकंड क्लिनिकल मैनेजमेंट, थर्ड कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट। कंटेनमेंट के विषय में हम आप लोगों की दृष्टि में ये लाना चाहेंगे कि अन्य बीमारियों के मुकाबले अगर हम देखें तो कोविड का जो वायरस है वह ह्यूमन होस्ट में ही रहता है, वह किसी इंटरमीडिएट होस्ट में नहीं जाता है। तो जिससे हमें पता लगता है कि अगर हमने उस ह्यूमन होस्ट को आइसोलेट प्रॉपरली किया, तब हम इन्फेक्शन का स्प्रेड रोक पाएंगे। तो आज जरूरी है कि जब देश में कई प्रांतों में, कई स्टेट्स में हायर सर्ज नोटिस किया जा रहा है, तो हम स्प्रेड ऑफ इन्फेक्शन को रोकने के लिए अननेसेसरी मूवमेंट को रेगुलेट करें, कंट्रोल करें, कोऑर्डिनेट करें। साथ ही जरूरी है कि हम स्प्रेड को रोकने के लिए, चेन ऑफ ट्रांसमिशन को तोड़ने के लिए कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर को अपने जीवन में समाहित करते हुए हर समय उसका प्रयास करें, जरूरी है किसी भी इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज के मैनेजमेंट के लिए कि हम उस डिजीज को टाइम पर आइडेंटिफाई करें। कोविड भी ऐसी एक बीमारी है जिसको अगर हमने समय पर आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया तो यह सीरियस बीमारी के रूप में कन्वर्ट नहीं होगी और पेशेंट माइल्ड और मॉडरेट लेवल पर ही हम उसको कंट्रोल कर उसको ढंग से ट्रीटमेंट दे पाते हैं। तो इसके लिए जरूरी है कि आज हम कोशिश करें कि अपने कंटेनमेंट के एफर्ट्स के साथ ही हम जब भी हमारे समाज में किसी भी व्यक्ति को कोई भी सिम्टम अगर नोटिस होता है तो वह तुरंत से तुरंत उसका टेस्ट कराएं। टेस्ट का रिजल्ट आने में अगर 24 घंटे या उससे अधिक समय भी लगता है तो यह मानते हुए कि मुझे कुछ सिम्टम्स हैं, मुझे दूसरे लोगों से, अपने परिवार के लोगों से एक आइसोलेशन रखना है, एक डिस्टेंस बना के रखना है जब तक मेरा टेस्ट रिजल्ट नहीं आता, और साथ ही मैं रिक्वायर्ड प्रिकॉशंस लेता रहूं, उसकी भी आज हमारे लिए जरूरत है कि हम उसको ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट करें। दूसरा मेजर फोकस है क्लिनिकल मैनेजमेंट। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि यथासंभव प्रयत्न करते हुए भी हम पाते हैं कि कुछ प्रांतों में हमारे ऐसी सिचुएशन भी पैदा हो रही है कि जहां पर सदस्यों को इन्फेक्शन ना फैले। होम आइसोलेशन से संबंधित गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा इश्यू की गई गाइडलाइंस का 100% पालन हो, वह हमें इंश्योर करना है। जरूरत है कि जो केसेस जिनको की हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन की जरूरत हो उनको स्टेट्स के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके हम सीमलेस हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन को कोशिश करें ताकि पेशेंट को टाइम पर एडमिशन मिल सके। इसके लिए हमने स्टेट से और डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भी रिक्वेस्ट की है कि हर स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की रिक्वेस्ट के तहत एक डैशबोर्ड प्रोवाइड करे जहां पर की अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ बेड्स उसको डिस्प्ले किया जाए ताकि लोगों में एक अननेसेसरी भय का वातावरण पैदा ना हो और एक ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसेस क्रिएट किया जाए जिससे कि हॉस्पिटल में बेड उनको मिल सके। साथ ही जरूरी है कि स्टेट्स और डिस्ट्रिक्ट मिलकर बेस्ड ऑन द केसेस ट्रेजेक्ट्री, किस टाइप के केसेस आ रहे हैं, कितनी तादाद में केसेस आ रहे हैं, उसको देखते हुए जरूरत पड़े तो एडिशनल गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के हॉस्पिटल्स के बेड्स को कोविड डेडिकेटेड बेड्स में कन्वर्ट करे और अधिक जरूरत हो तो मेकशिफ्ट टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल्स भी बनाकर इंश्योर करे कि जिन लोगों को बेड्स की जरूरत है उनको हम समय पर बेड्स दिला पाएं। जरूरी है कि हम नेशनल क्लिनिकल मैनेजमेंट प्रोटोकॉल को 100% फॉलो करें। आज आप लोगों की नॉलेज में भी है कि कहीं जगह पर ऑक्सीजन और इसी तरह से जो इन्वेस्टिगेशनल थेरेपी वाली हमारी दवाइयां हैं जैसे कि रेमडेसिविर, टोसिलिजुमाब, जो कि लिमिटेड सप्लाई में देश में अवेलेबल है क्योंकि हमने देखा कि एक सडन सर्च केसेस में आया है, तो वाइल एक स्थाई पर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उनकी सप्लाई बढ़ाने का काम कर रही है। दूसरा जरूरत है कि अननेसेसरी ड्रग प्रेस्क्रिप्शन ना हो, तो हम एक आप लोगों के द्वारा सबसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे कि काइंडली इंश्योर करें जिसको ऑक्सीजन सप्लाई की जरूरत हो उसको ऑक्सीजन दी जाए, जितनी क्वांटिटी में ऑक्सीजन सप्लाई की जरूरत हो उतनी ही ऑक्सीजन दी जाए। साथ ही जो इन्वेस्टिगेशनल थेरेपीज हैं उनको उनके नॉर्म्स के हिसाब से, क्लिनिकल प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से ही प्रेस्क्राइब किया जाए। यह भय का वातावरण क्रिएट ना हो कि अगर मुझे रेमडेसिविर या टोसिलिजुमैब नहीं मिलेगी तो मेरे पर्टिकुलर पेशेंट को खतरा ज्यादा है। साथ ही हम इससे संबंधित एक और बात आप लोगों की दृष्टि में लाना चाहेंगे कि जिस तरह से रेमडेसिविर और टोसिलिजुमैब हैं, हमारा क्लिनिकल प्रोटोकॉल क्लियरली आइडेंटिफाई करता है सिमिलरली प्लेस्ड मेडिसिन जो कि इससे चीपर हैं, जो वाइडली अवेलेबल हैं, और उन सबको भी हमारी मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी द्वारा प्रेस्क्राइब करना चाहिए ताकि लोगों में एक जो भय का वातावरण है वह कम हो सके और साथ ही इफेक्टिव एंड रिक्वायर्ड ट्रीटमेंट हम पेशेंट को दे पाएं। इस विषय में डॉक्टर गुलेरिया आपको और डिटेल में भी एक्सप्लेन करेंगे। साथ ही इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट है कि एक तरफ जब हम अपना मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अपग्रेड करने की बात करें, एक तरफ हम क्लिनिकल मैनेजमेंट प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो करने की बात करें, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर। ये कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर इसलिए जरूरी है कि अगर हमने इसको फॉलो नहीं किया तो चाहे हम कितना भी मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर समय समय पर अपग्रेड करते रहें, बट हमारे देश की जनसंख्या इतनी अधिक है कि हम जितना भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाएंगे, जब तक हमने अपने इन्फेक्शन को कंट्रोल नहीं किया तब तक हम उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हमेशा किसी ना किसी लेवल पर स्ट्रेस पर पाएंगे। तो दोस्तों, मैं इससे संबंधित आपको 2 स्टडीज भी हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगा। जैसे कि अगर आप देखें कि बहुत सारे विश्वविद्यालयों में इस पर रिसर्च हुई है, उन्होंने पाया है कि अगर
All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias here. It is time for a live interview. We're going to be talking about coronavirus headlines, not just here in the U.S., but across the country. So currently joining us via Zoom is Dr. Jason Littleton to talk about all of these coronavirus headlines. Good morning, doctor. How are you doing? And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. How are you doing, Pilar?
Good, thank you. So obviously I have seen you on Fox 35 Orlando. You're very knowledgeable with coronavirus headlines. Where would you say we are right now in the pandemic?
Well, this is really a turning point, especially in India, with over 350,000 cases in the last 24 hours, close to 3,000 deaths. Since April 15th, they've had over 200,000 deaths that they've been recording. So this is a very concerning thing. And what they found now is a new Indian variant, which they call the double variant. And that's very concerning. Though it's not the main variant in India right now, it has the potential to take over. And so this is very concerning right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just the number of cases, but essentially India kind of claimed victory over the pandemic, and now they're second only to us here in the U.S. So the U.S. has pledged aid. What should be next? How do they respond to this?
Well, ideally, long term, we're going to have to provide new innovation, particularly with the vaccines as we attack this new Indian variant. This variant is concerning because what the reason they call it the double variant is because it has the ability to change the spike protein shape, and that spike protein has what we think the ability to evade certain immune responses, including antibodies produced by natural immunity and also the vaccine. So as we talk about going forward with vaccines and improving them in terms of designing them to target this variant, we may also need a booster shot in this population and globally, not only there, but also in the United States. So new innovation, also new resources as far as oxygen concentrators, and ICU beds are very important in terms of fighting this in India.
That's a perfect segue. You were talking about the booster shots. I believe Pfizer and Moderna have already said, hey, even those who are fully vaccinated, they've gotten both doses, a booster shot is likely going to be necessary within the year. Well, the J&J vaccine, a lot of people are drawn to it because it's a one and done. Are they next to say that they'll need booster shots?
Well, I think that they could potentially be next, but obviously, here, there's vaccine hesitancy. And though the J&J, I've always thought would be the perfect vaccine for a population like in India with its one dose, and a lot of other countries that may have concerns for supply and demand. Now with what's going on in terms of that pause that we've had in the United States, there could be concern with that in terms of some of the restrictions that we might have to impose for women age 50 and under.
Now that the pause has been lifted, do you think that people are going to race to get a J&J vaccine, or are they like, hey, after the fact that it was paused, I'd rather have one of the other two options available?
I don't think that people are going to race to get the J&J. Obviously, when we have options as far as the Moderna and Pfizer, I think people need to consider that. Right now, the FDA is providing a label on this vaccine, basically providing signs and symptoms about the vaccine that could happen if you have it. But they really need to go further and take that additional step and provide a warning for women 50 and under. The concern here is that, this type of clot that was experienced as far as the central venous sinus thrombosis, along with thrombocytopenia, which means low platelets, that's very concerning. It's a very rare thing. And in the study, when we reviewed everything, we see that it happened in all women that were basically 50 and under. So this is very concerning. And the two people who had predisposing factors were on birth control, but outside of that, there weren't any other predisposing factors. So this is very concerning. It should come with a warning for people, women 50 and under. They should really consider another alternative.
Dr. Littleton, we've already heard of vaccine hesitancy. Those who are not prepared, they don't want to, they want to do more research before getting vaccinated. But now we're also hearing that there's lulls. States are saying those who do want to get vaccinated, they've already been vaccinated. Now we're having a hard time filling appointments. We're opening up our vaccination sites to anybody who wants to walk in. So essentially, how do we reach the rest of those people so that we can reach herd immunity here in the U.S.?
Well, we have to continue providing, education. We have to continually tell people about, of course, the risk and benefits of the vaccine. And, again, this is a choice for people. It's not something that's mandated, but we have to provide information. We have to answer questions. We have to understand where they're coming from. But we also have to make sure that we match the right vaccine with the right demographic. And I think that's also important. So, supply and demand's important, education's important, and availability is important. So we have to attack this really with a multi-modality approach.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell me or our viewers that perhaps I didn't get to ask?
Well, I think that, right now we're really at a pivotal point around the world. We have a lot of new variants. You got the Indian variant, the Brazil variant, the South African variant, the UK variant. And so what we have to keep in mind is that, people in those high risk categories need the option to be able to get vaccinated. We need to be able to educate people as far as reducing vaccine hesitancy. And we also want to make sure that we consider new innovations, whether it's booster shots or other modalities that help fight this global concern.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Dr. Jason Littleton. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. And for you NewsNowers, we're going to head back on out to the Indian Health Ministry, their live news conference.
तथा हमारी इंडस्ट्री ने मिलकर इस राष्ट्रीय आपदा के समय में इस पे बहुत मेहनत करके इसको बढ़ाते बढ़ाते अपनी इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी से भी कहीं ज़्यादा पहले 8,000 पहुंचाया और परसों ये 9,103 मेट्रिक टन था। इसी प्रकार से जो इसकी मेडिकल ऑक्सीजन की सेल है वो भी काफ़ी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ी है और 24 तारीख को 7,017 थी, 7017 मेट्रिक टन्स।
All right, everybody. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. We are approaching the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
इसकी सरकारों को ये निर्देश दिए हैं कि जो लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन है जो इसमें काम आती है वो इंडस्ट्रीज को ना दी जाए सिवाय मेडिकल लाइक फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, एम्प्यूल्स, वियल्स एंड डिफेंस फोर्सेस, और इस मेडिकल ऑक्सीजन की पेशेंट्स के लिए अवेलेबिलिटी को मैक्सिमाइज किया जाए। क्योंकि डिमांड बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रही थी और इसका मैनेजमेंट ज़रूरी है, इसलिए भारत सरकार ने सभी राज्य और तथा केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के साथ विचार विमर्श करते हुए और स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर के नॉर्म्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये ऑक्सीजन का एलोकेशन करती है जो कि डायनामिक इन नेचर है। जैसी स्थिति बदलती रहती है उस हिसाब से इसमें तत्काल आवश्यक परिवर्तन भी किए जाते हैं और इमीडिएटली उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाता है। जहाँ तक ऑक्सीजन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का सवाल है, ये इसके लिए पहले जहाँ उत्पादन होता है इस मेडिकल ऑक्सीजन का, उसका हमें ट्रांसपोर्टेशन करना होता है जो कि सामान्यतः क्रायोजेनिक टैंकर्स में किया जाता है। और जब ये हॉस्पिटल्स पहुँच जाती है तो वहाँ पे या तो क्रायोजेनिक टैंक्स होते हैं या ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर्स जिसमें वो हॉस्पिटल्स को स्टोर करते हैं जिससे कि आवश्यकता अनुसार पेशेंट्स को वो दे सकें। इस संदर्भ में जो ऑक्सीजन की स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी है, चाहे वो क्रायोजेनिक टैंक्स हों चाहे सिलेंडर्स हों, उन दोनों में भी काफ़ी इजाफा किया गया है। और अभी वर्तमान में चूंकि डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है और
We are live, everybody, in Seattle, Washington. Take a look at this gorgeous live picture. You can see the Space Needle there. Like, you see the Ferris wheel go up and to the right. You can see the Space Needle peeking out there, right by the clouds, by the other skyscrapers. Gorgeous live view there. Wow. I've been to Seattle once. It was last year. It was the last major trip I took before the pandemic started, and I loved it. So much good food, seafood, chowder, and the like. Definitely got out on the water there. Beautiful. The reason I took you out to Seattle, Washington is because next we have a segment from Q13 News. They're talking about another wave of coronavirus cases. They did this segment here on NewsNOW from Fox. I'm looking to see if there's any more information that they wanted us to pass along to you before I play this segment right here. But yeah, such a gorgeous Monday morning out there. They are 3 hours behind us on the West Coast, so we're approaching 7 a.m. here on the East Coast. That means 4 a.m. there on the West Coast. But guess what? A lot of people, they are up this time of day. Okay, parts of the state of Washington are seeing COVID cases skyrocket and are in danger of moving back in phases. Q13 News spoke with Washington State Health Department about what can be done.
The one thing that I wanted to start off with was there's rollbacks that have happened. Pierce County being one of the larger ones that has already happened. They're on the precipice of perhaps rolling back to phase 1 from phase 2. Is there any more that you can give us on that?
I mean, at this point, we're looking very closely at the data for all counties, those that are in phase 3, those that have moved to phase 2 already. We don't have any decisions ahead of our May 3 announced date. We are concerned about the direction of disease in our state, both hospitalizations and cases increasing, and really wanting to turn the corner on this 4th wave, hopefully a small 4th wave, as we roll out vaccinations broadly to our 16 and older population into the summer months and hopefully end the pandemic in our state.
And in Snohomish County, we're seeing obviously an uptick. Unfortunately, they weren't one of the counties to roll back from phase 3 to phase 2, but we're seeing a large uptick. In Snohomish County Health Department just tweeted out recently that they're seeing a lot of outbreak come from youth sports. Where do you think that the problem is there?
So we have heard anecdotally from counties in Washington state. We've also heard from other parts of the country that this is happening with youth sports or youth activities. I think in Washington state, we're seeing an increase in a variety of activities, travel, mobility, sports, social gatherings. It's not a single thing that is driving this uptick. It is the constellation of all of those things. And really important for families to understand that every group any person in your family belongs to expands out your social circle and increases the potential for spread of COVID-19 in our communities. So we're really calling on Washingtonians to help us keep their social circle small and keep their gatherings safer, outdoors if possible, and small groups of people.
When it comes to those sports activities, what can people do? Because what I've heard from, your, professionals, their doctors, epidemiologists, is that it tends not to be actually on the field or in the field of play. It actually is right outside of that. So everything feels safe. You're right here. And all of a sudden, what can people do to protect themselves and their loved ones right off the field?
Whether on the field, off the field, en route to or from the field, you have to follow all of the basic guidance. So wearing your masks anytime you're around other people from outside your household, trying to keep 6 feet between your family and other households or families, and limiting the number of activities your children and your family engage in. Pick your one thing. If I have a soccer player, some people have a baseball player. You have to help your kids, help your family pick the thing that will give them that connection, give them activity, keep them hanging with us for a couple more months as we get through this.
Yeah, it's a hard message to deliver to people who are younger,
yes.
A little too young to understand that. Do you have any advice for parents who have to deliver that message?
Yeah, I mean, it really is about making choices that protect our community. And, you know, however many activities you do, really trying to do them as safely and carefully as possible. And make it a message about protecting your own family, the people you care about, and your team, because those teammates are likely close contacts. So by limiting your other social interactions, you're actually protecting your team as well.
I think that's a good message. I like it. So when it comes to, you said that you don't think that there are going to be any rollbacks in between or before the May 3rd, correct?
We are looking at the data regularly. At this point, we're planning for May 3rd, but we have in the past acted early, and that's never off the table.
Well, that's fair. And when it comes to Pierce County, a rollback to phase 1, that would be a big one because they're already struggling when it comes to rolling back to phase 2. Do you think that that is something that could actually happen?
We are really hoping that the residents of Pierce County and their community will come together to curtail the spread of COVID-19. We know that this has been hard for them and for the other counties that moved to phase 2. It is intended to be a dial rather than a closure. So just to dial down the activity enough to slow the spread and get their case rates down and their hospital system hospitalizations down as well.
How about those business owners who are, obviously we know no one wants to shut down the businesses. I know you guys don't want to do that at all. Those that are just defying to stay open, what are your thoughts on that? And is there any retribution to happen?
So if a business is operating outside of the guidance, either they're above their occupancy or not following the safety protocols, there is a process by which a complaint can be filed, and it is looked into either by the state or by local authorities. And you can do that on coronavirus.wa.gov.
So people can make complaints against those businesses there if they are violating?
Yes.
When does DOH step in?
So it's not, when those complaints go to the governor's office, and then depending on what the business is or what the potential violation is, there actually are different state agencies that could step in. So it's not always Department of Health. It could be the Department of Labor and Industries or Liquor Cannabis Board, or others, or local authorities as well.
Have you guys stepped in before?
Our first approach when we get complaints from a sector is to provide them technical assistance or education. However, you know, there have been instances in the past where businesses, I believe, have been fined for operating outside of the guidance.
Okay, but so you're not necessarily the first base to touch when it comes to dealing or fining or, you know, any of the regulations. Who deals with that? Because I was under the impression that it was you guys.
It depends on what the business is. So sometimes it is Labor and Industries, sometimes it's Liquor Cannabis Board, sometimes it's Department of Health, and sometimes it's local authorities.
Okay, so if it was a bar restaurant, it would be the liquor board to deal with that business?
It could potentially, yes. Or it could also be health.
So a lot of layers.
Yes.
Okay. The one thing that I wanted to start off with was there's roll.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you out. Remember, we're live worldwide, international, and also up in space as well. We've got a briefing from the International Space Station. We're going to listen in live on NewsNOW from Fox.
And during the time, although this is the place that I have been here, but there are a lot of changes. So first I have to be accustomed to this environment. And also, Noguchi-san is teaching me about the inside of the Japan experiment module and about life as well. And I have already did some experiments, and those would be done more in large scale. And I'm going to do that would be useful for your life, and also experiment and research that would be useful to go to the moon and Mars. And during the mission, I'm going to serve as commander. That is going to be a very big responsibility. But all the crews are very well experienced. And I believe you have already seen a picture that Noguchi-san took that photo. 11 people all are smiling and working very hard. So I would like to have your support, continued support.
Thank you very much. I would like to start the question and answer session. My name is Kanda from GG Press. So it's the first time in 11 years that two Japanese astronauts stay on the station at the same time. How did you feel when you were reunited with each other? And do you have any plan or event that you like to do together in space? And what do you think is necessary to send Japanese astronauts in a consecutive manner without any interruption? Thank you, Mr. Kanda, for your question. So since 15 years ago, Mr. Kanda has been reporting on our activities. On the orbit, I was reunited with Hoshide-san, who is a Japanese, and it's very glad to meet him. And previously, I stayed with Yamazaki-san together on the station, but we are a team working together with the people in space and on the ground together. And JAXA and space organizations have made a great contribution. That's because of such achievement, and Hoshide-san is going to serve as a commander. So as a Japanese, we like to elevate our presence so that more and more Japanese can play an active role in space. Thank you very much. And just as Noguchi-san said, there are a lot of detailed handover that could be done in Japanese, which was very convenient. And this is the second time for us to have this long duration stay, both of us, and we can focus on a very pinpoint where I have to be careful about, so it's very convenient. And I believe that there would be a lot of Japanese coming to the International Space Station more. In that sense, not only our current astronauts, but also the new recruitment of the new class of astronauts to be done in autumn. So we would need those new people. And so those people who have a willingness to challenge, please come and, yes, try. You have been posting messages on Twitter and YouTube frequently, and what's the motivation behind that? Do you have any advice to Hoshide-san as to how to communicate with the public using social media? Thank you for your question. I have been using YouTube and Twitter as a means of communication. Although this is on the space station, we are all humans, and so we rejoice, and also we have some sorrow feelings, and so we have feelings. We like to share such feelings with the public. And we also often tend to focus on the achievement of scientific achievement, but the Japanese persons are living in space. There's life in space. So I would like to convey how is it like living in space in a straightforward manner, so that the people, the general public, can feel close to space. And I wanted to produce some program with Hoshide-san together in space.
YouTube program so that we can have some funny conversations in space together, and I'd like to broadcast it to the people on the ground. And my advice to Hoshide-san, well, I hope that Hoshide-san can show to the general public what kind of person he is. So this is a question to Mr. Hoshide. What is your impression of going back to ISS? How do you compare to the first and the second time? And you're going to be the commander before long. And are you going to have did you have any special emotion to be commander?
All right, everybody, you've been listening in. This is International Space Station, ISS for short, Expedition 65 in-flight event for the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA for short, with JAXA astronauts Soshi Noguchi and Aki Hoshide and Japanese media there. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next.
Last 6 months, so I was really happy to see them. And what I felt after entering was that there are so many things, and there are a lot of experiments ongoing. And if I just take the case of Chibo Japan Experiment Module, there are so many experiments being done, much more than what I did. So there are a lot of cabling and experiment equipment and computers. There are so many more. So those I first have to learn what's where and what, understand, and then conduct various experiments and operation. And regarding ISS commander, as I said earlier, those are the people who have experience themselves. So I want to help those people to do their good job and have a good team. That's the mindset that I'm going to work as a commander.
Thank you. Next question, please. I'm Kaneki from Tokyo Tobiono Gakkai. I'd like to ask this question to two of you. When Hoshide-san arrived at the station, Noguchi-san tweeted an excerpt from the Analyst of Confucius. Why did you choose that message? And Hoshide-san, how did you feel when you saw this tweets? How did you feel?
Thank you for your question. This analyst of Confucius, and that reveals how old I am. But on this International Space Station, I'm looking at the Earth every day, but it's home away from home. And it's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar, and it's a very joyful time. That's why I chose this excerpt. As I said earlier, for 6 months, only 7 of us were living together, and having new members, welcoming new members is a very exciting event. And Hoshide-san was one of them. It was such a great moment to have him with us. I'm Inoue of Hanabatake. I'm asking this question to both of you. And before, when I interviewed astronaut, they said that it was going to be very far dream to be an astronaut. But now we have 2 people staying in International Space Station as a Japanese. So what do you think is the situation? And those that are trying to apply for astronauts, what kind of ideal astronaut do you want them to?
All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are continuing to listen in to the Expedition 65 in-flight event for JAXA. Meanwhile, we are also taking a live look right now at gorgeous Clearwater Beach right here in Florida. Looking like a gorgeous Monday morning out there for sure. I'm not seeing anybody walking along the shoreline. Not quite sure if they have curfews. Oh, there's a couple of people out there early this morning. If you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, yeah, there's some people setting up, getting ready for the day for sure. Again, everybody, happy Monday. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. We are so happy that you've decided to start your day out with us right here from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, where Fox 11 Los Angeles puts together this segment with Jerry Brown talking about possible California recall on California's only statewide political show. Governor Jerry Brown discusses the recall effort against Gavin Newsom and reports that celebrity Caitlyn Jenner is joining the race. Let's watch.
All right, well, we've got some big issues like climate change, criminal justice reform to tackle. We'll have plenty of time to do that. But before we do, I got to ask you about a story that broke late in the week about your old job. Caitlyn Jenner is running for governor of California. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is whenever you have a recall of a governor, which is really unique in my lifetime, it's only happened once, everybody and their brother is going to jump in. When Greg Davis faced a recall, over 120 candidates jumped in. They all think because this is an exciting moment that they're going to get some exposure. Now, they won't for the most part. I think Caitlyn Jenner will get some. But at the end of the day, it'll come down to how people are feeling about the state and the stewardship of Governor Newsom. So that's the big issue. And there'll be some side dramas, but I don't think that Caitlyn Jenner will substantially. I don't think she'll affect the outcome. The issues are big. We're a Democratic state. Republicans are almost about half the size, and there are a lot of independents. So I think people are going to think about how their lives are going, what they think about the governor. And my hunch at this point is that the governor has a very strong probability of being not recalled and staying around for another election, which won't be too many months later. And we'll go do it again. And I don't know whether Caitlyn Jenner will try to jump on that campaign either.
But just specifically about Caitlyn Jenner's qualifications for this job, you know this job better than anybody else. You've served in this job longer than anybody else. Do you think that Caitlyn Jenner is prepared to be the governor of California?
Look, I only know about Caitlyn Jenner a couple of news articles I read, so I have no idea. I can tell you what it takes to be governor is intelligence, a lot of common sense, and ability to get along with the legislature and the press and all the different constituent groups. And it does take, usually you should spend some time in politics, but Ronald Reagan didn't. George Murphy ran for the Senate, he did. But I don't think the question is really whether Caitlyn Jenner, A, could be elected, or B, could do a decent job. I think the question is, what about the governor? What about the state? I think there, any fair-minded analysis would say Newsom does not deserve to be recalled, and I think he deserves to be reelected. So I don't want to get too far into whether Caitlyn Jenner could do this or not, because I don't think she's going to have the chance.
You know, well, I mean, just to push back on the recall itself, there are some proponents of the recall that say the governor went too far with COVID. They say that the regulations were burdensome, hurt businesses, hurt schools, having kids out for so long, and that he should go. What's your response to that?
Well, my response, having been a governor, is it's a hell of a tough job. It's not only Newsom that makes some people unhappy. Governor of New York, Governor of New Jersey, Governor of Michigan, Merkel, the chancellor in Germany, other leaders, the president of France. Look, the virus is almost, well, it's not impossible, very difficult to manage. We don't know quite where it's going. It's insidious, it's invisible. People are dying, they're getting sick. Although, you know, do we have to shut down our business? How much? It's not easy. Although I think things are on the side of the governor. People are getting vaccinated. California is doing better than almost any other state. So I'd say, well, I think it's going to be good media. At the end of the day, I think there'll be a reaffirmation of the current incumbent.
All right. Well, we've got some big issues.
All right, everybody, we are continuing on this morning here on News Now from Fox. Back out to gorgeous Clearwater Beach right here in Florida. Remember, News Now from Fox would not be possible without the Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. We're going to stay not too far away from where this live picture is coming from this morning, and that is because we have a segment from Fox 13 in Tampa. They're talking about a gambling deal in the legislature. Let's watch.
We're about to see an interesting court battle over casino gambling and sports betting in Florida. Because the new compact with the Seminole Tribe to expand casino games and legalize sports betting is not as clear-cut as Governor DeSantis said.
We're looking at this thing being, hopefully operational by the summer, sometime during the summer. And so I think everyone wants it before football season. So,
First, not everyone in Florida wants an expansion of sports betting in our state before football season or ever. And not everyone wants an expansion of casino games in Florida. And a group called No Casinos bankrolled an amendment that could cause some problems for the governor's compact with the tribe.
But Amendment 3 is simple.
Give the people,
not the politicians,
the final say on casino gambling.
Voters passed this Amendment 3 in 2018 with 71% support. It requires voters to approve any expansion of casino gambling. Well, state leaders note the amendment does not specifically mention sports betting, and they plan to put the hub servers for sports betting on the tribe's sovereign land. So the governor has brushed off Amendment 3 by saying it does not apply to this compact he signed with the tribe.
this is operated by the tribe. It's operated on tribal lands. And I think it satisfies Amendment 3. And if somebody wants to try to contest that, both the tribe and the state will be vigorously defending the agreement that we have made here today.
Well, the No Casinos campaign does want to contest this and will do that in court. Now, keep in mind the compact legalizes sports betting across the state and allows the Seminole tribe to add craps and roulette at its casinos. And John Sowinski, president of the No Casinos campaign, stated the will of 71% of voters will not be ignored. Amendment 3 requires voter approval for any new casino gambling that he says includes sports gambling, craps, and roulette. And with that, he stated any new casino gambling authorization must occur at the ballot box, not closed doors in Tallahassee. And if the courts agree with that argument, this compact may be doomed no matter how much money and business the sports betting industry says it could bring to our state.
You know, we see this catapulting Florida's tourism and convention industry. We think Florida will emerge really as an international gambling mecca.
Well, there's the rub. Disney and many other business interests do not want our state to be known as an international gambling mecca. They profit from Florida's reputation as a family and kid-friendly vacation spot and have fought prior gambling efforts tooth and nail. And it's no coincidence most amendments to expand gambling across Florida have gone down in flames when they're decided at the ballot box. The Florida legislature is all but certain to ratify the governor's compact with the Seminole tribe in special session next month. But the real battle is about to play out in court.
All right, everybody, we are on standby for this live news conference here any moment on News Now from Fox. We are hearing, I think I do have the latest for you right here, everybody, that French President Emmanuel Macron is going to be hosting German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier at the LSE. I believe I'm totally saying that wrong, everybody, with joint statements expected upon arrival. So again, when that starts, if they are speaking English, we will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. We are less than 10 minutes away from our next live interview here on News Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will take a look at just a little bit of the portion of Crew 2 arriving at the International Space Station. Again, more News Now from Fox is next. Taking a live look now, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. this Monday morning. It's April 26, 2021. We are live and worldwide. And guess what? We're going to head back up to space, the International Space Station. Tons of hugs and cheers as the astronauts united. And then they held a news conference. So let's watch this welcoming of the astronauts at the ISS from this weekend.
Anybody's opposed, we're going to progress with ingress.
Endeavor, welcome aboard. You are go to ingress.
Endeavor arriving.
We got some confirmation that the crew is go for ingress, and you can see Aki is the first to ingress onto the International Space Station.
And Gwyn.
And Gwyn.
Followed by Thomas Pesquet from the European Space Agency.
Lots of hugs and smiles right now.
Pilot Megan MacArthur of Crew 2 is next, being welcomed by the Expedition 65 crew members, and Shane Kimbrough bringing up the rear. The 11-person crew of Expedition 65 now together inside Node 2 of the International Space Station.
Though we can't even hear audio in there, you could really feel the excitement just by the looks on their faces, the hugs that they're giving. Now they're getting ready for this official welcome ceremony. You could see them getting into position. With
let the Tetris game of fitting 11 crew members into a single frame begin.
Right. 12. Gwyn.
Oh, that's right.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Station. We are ready for the event.
Mr. Jurczyk, please call station for voice check.
Station, this is Steve Jurczyk. How do you hear me?
Steve, we have you loud and clear. Welcome to the International Space Station.
Hey, man, it is awesome to see the 11 of you on station. It's incredible. Congratulations, Crew 2 on an amazing launch yesterday. Coming to Kennedy Space Center and watching launches never gets old. And seeing the pre-dawn launch yesterday was amazing. So congratulations. I also want to congratulate the NASA and SpaceX team for our third commercial crew mission in less than a year. A lot of firsts on this mission, including the first crew handover of commercial crew vehicle, and it was really cool during docking to see one Dragon docked on the Zenith port and the other Dragon coming in for docking. So it was amazing. April has been an amazing month and a really busy month for ISS, with Mark, Pieter, and Oleg launching to ISS. Kate and her Russian colleagues coming back. Crew 2 there, and now preparing for Crew 1 to come back. And I am really excited for all the research, technology development that is going to be able to be enabled on station with these regular crew rotations and having 4 crew up there consistently.
All right, everybody, we will continue to listen in to this celebration and news conference there when Crew 2 was welcomed at the International Space Station a little bit later this morning right here on NewsNOW from Fox. But why watch this when we can have a live interview with Captain Winston Scott, the former NASA astronaut and now senior advisor to the president at the Florida Institute of Technology. Good morning, Captain Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine, and thanks for having me on this morning.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to talk to you again after the little bit of internet issues we had last week. So Crew 2, as we were just witnessing, they have made it to the ISS. They're probably now hard at work, right?
Well, they are hard at work. You know, when you reach space, you hit the ground running, so to speak. There's so much to do up there. And even though you're excited about being there and you try to make as much fun out of it as possible, you are there with a particular job and a mission in mind. So they've got to get started immediately to go to work. It's not a picnic up there. A lot of important things have to be done.
Yeah, speaking of not a picnic, I mean, you don't just worry about your job. You've got to obviously worry about other things in space, right? It appears that the crew was about to go to sleep and then they had to stay alert due to a close call with space debris. What is space debris, and is it a common thing they have to watch out for?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, space debris is a common thing to look out for, and some of the space debris is natural. Micrometeorites, you can't avoid those, but some of it, unfortunately, is human-made. Some of the debris is left over from old satellites or old rocket parts that sometimes pose a threat to us. So we have to be on the lookout for those things at all times and do what we can to mitigate any potential collisions with space debris.
I believe it is Wednesday that Crew 1 is coming back down to Earth. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Wednesday, unless something unusual happens, Crew 1 will be returning after a successful 6 months on orbit.
And what is that going to be like, the return?
Well, the return is going to be exciting for them. It's a little bit different from a space shuttle return. As you know, the shuttle landed like an airplane, kind of big glider. But these folks will return in a capsule, and they'll have parachutes, and they'll land out in the Atlantic Ocean, be picked up and brought back to land to begin their recuperation. You know, in the shuttle days, we stayed up for a week, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. But they've been there for 6 months. So there's going to have to be a reacclimation period that goes on. You want to be sure that the crew is healthy and that they very gradually begin to reacclimate to Earth's gravity so that they don't injure themselves when they get back. So it's going to be a little bit different process than coming back on shuttle.
Captain Scott, another thing I wanted to ask you. We just saw during the welcome, when they opened the hatch, the crew came on into the ISS. There were cell phones out. We're wondering, are those cell phones working up there? Can they text, can they email, or is there another way that they have communications with loved ones down here on Earth?
It's a little bit different process. What they'll do is upload anything from cell phones into the space station systems, and the space station will relay it to ground, as opposed to how we do things down here. So even though it looks the same up there, it's a little bit different. In my day, there were no cell phones, but we had the equivalent of email. And again, we would upload the email messages to the shuttle and then launch them down to mission control, who would distribute them. So a little bit different process.
That is so cool. Another thing I wanted to ask you, and this came to mind last week when we had all the excitement of the launch on Friday. Are there weight limits at the ISS? Because I know that the astronauts' diet is monitored really closely. Is that for when they complete their mission and they come back down? Or why is it, do they have to stay the same weight while they're up there?
No, not necessarily. In fact, astronauts tend to lose weight in space. No matter how small you are to begin with, you tend to lose weight. The exercise and the diet is primarily to ensure that they're safe and they're healthy. And also you want to minimize any deterioration of the body. You know, in zero gravity, you can lose muscle mass, blood volume, bone marrow density, calcium. All those things can be lost. So the exercise protocol and the diet is mainly to keep them healthy, not so much to limit how much weight they will gain. So.
As somebody who's been to space, obviously a little bit different, the shuttle days versus ISS days, what would you like our viewers to know?
I would like our viewers to know, first of all, that that what we do in space, everything we do in space has implications for a better life here on Earth. We're not going to space just because it's Disneyland. We're going to space because we're making scientific progress. We want to understand our solar system, understand our Earth, how it's evolving so that we can better take care of it. We want to build a better standard of living and quality of life for everybody here on Earth. And there's so many benefits that are gained by everyday people here on Earth. In fact, most people don't even know the extent to which they use space technology in their everyday lives. So that's the one message I'd like to send out.
I think the biggest impact that we probably all know each and every day is in our hands all the time. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But there are also other benefits that we could go into this morning if we had the time to do it, but there are just so many. And another thing about the space program is how it brings people together. In this crazy times with so much divisiveness, look at the international crews that are up there. People from so many different nations are on the space station and they're working together. So as individuals who live here in America, we have more in common with others around the world than we are different. So that's another message I think that can be exemplified by a space program. Really exciting stuff.
That is a great way to wrap up this segment. Captain Winston Scott, former NASA astronaut and now senior advisor to the president at Florida Institute of Technology. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. And for the rest of you NewsNOWers, we're going to go back out to the ISS for that welcome ceremony.
Consistently, it's not only important for advancing research technology development to benefit folks here on Earth, but also to prepare for Artemis and our return to the moon, and eventually preparing for human missions to Mars. So it's just an incredibly exciting time for ISS. Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas, we thank Tomas. We thank you for everything you do for the agency, the country, and the world, and we look forward to an amazing expedition. Crew One, you guys have had an amazing 6 months. Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Suichi, I've followed what you've done to upgrade the station and all the research and technology you've been able to accomplish. And just want to congratulate you on an amazing expedition. And we look forward to your return next week. So again, I'm just really excited for this new era for ISS and all that you all have and will be able to accomplish. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. It is very exciting to have Crew 2 with us today, and so I'm not going to take up any time here. I'm just going to hand it over so we can get their thoughts.
Thanks, Shannon. Thanks, Steve. And on behalf of Crew 2, we are just so excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here. In some ways, it's been a long journey. In other ways, it's been a pretty quick one-year assignment flow. So it's taken a tremendous amount of work from a lot of different teams to get us here. We, of course, have our excellent training team at Johnson Space Center, also an outstanding training team from Hawthorne, and the entire ISS program and commercial crew program working together to get us here, of course, as well as along with our international partners. We're just really excited to be here and be part of this historic mission with the 2 Dragons on board, first reuse of a capsule, first reuse of a booster. It's just a tremendous achievement on behalf of our partner SpaceX, so I want to congratulate and thank them. And we're so excited to be here. We're ready to get to work. There's a lot of great science that I know we're going to be doing, and we're just excited to learn and get started. So thank you.
Hand it off to Kathy Leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Jerzyk. We now welcome Associate Administrator Kathy Leaders to provide remarks. Ms. Leaders, please call station for a voice check.
Station, hi, this is Kathy Leaders. Do you hear me?
Kathy Leaders, can you hear me?
Kathy, we have you loud and clear.
Wow, I just don't. I think I could see Endeavour approaching station maybe one more time. You know, near and dear to my heart to see that going on. And, you know, I think both Steve and Megan mentioned how amazing it was to see resilience there on the station. The folks, Crew 1 folks and the other parts of the ISS team, Mark, and you guys had the best view, but it was really cool seeing it from here on Earth. Like Steve talked about, wow, this is, and Megan too, we talk a lot about this being, and exploration being a team sport, and this mission so far has really exemplified that. You know, with our commercial partner, SpaceX, with our international partners, and with Thomas and Aki, and obviously Megan, you and Shane, you know, holding up on the NASA side here, and then our commercial crew and ISS teams. Congratulations to all of you. It's just been an amazing, amazing mission, and I know you guys are going to be doing some really great things. I've been here watching the folks here on station waiting for you, and I know you guys will be having a lot of fun together over this direct handover period, and with all of you on board, it's going to be a lot of fun for you, and getting ready for Crew 1 to come home. So I just wanted to really, from the bottom of my heart, say thank you. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the whole team, the international, the commercial, you folks there on the space station now today safely, and looking forward to, like Steve said, seeing your accomplishments over the next 6 months. Thanks again.
Thank you, Kathy. Really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Ms. Leaders. We now welcome JAXA President Dr. Yamakawa Hiroshi. Dr. Yamakawa, please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Yamakawa Hiroshi from Tsukuba. How do you hear me?
Dr. Yamakawa, we hear you loud and clear.
Well, thank you, Aki. Well, congratulations to all. I watched yesterday's launch on TV and really feel relieved by your safe arrival to the station now. In this tough situation around the world, I believe you have brought courage and hope for all of us. It is a great pleasure not only for me but also for Japan that 2 Japanese astronauts, Aki and Soichi, have boarded the operational spacecraft of the Crew Dragon twice in a row. This represents the many years of close cooperation on the International Space Station. I'm so happy to see both of you with big smiles today. And I understand that Aki advocates teamwork for this long-term mission, which comes from your experience in rugby football. The ISS is a symbol of international cooperation around the world, and we are looking forward to seeing you work as a team, build a scrum with all of the crew members from NASA, ESA, and Russia on board, and keep scoring tries to maximize outcome during your mission. Soichi, we wish you a safe return to the Earth, and Aki, good luck and enjoy your stay in space. 野口さん、地球で待ってます。星出さん、これから半年間頑張ってください。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of this team. We have a 11-person scrum right here, and with 4 countries representing. It's really an honor and privilege to fly on Crew 2 Dragon and get here. Thank you to all the people that worked very, very hard to prepare us and the vehicle. We got here safely, and now it's time to work here on board the International Space Station. And we look forward to working with everyone around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yamakawa. We now welcome ESA Director General Joseph Ashbacher. Dr. Ashbacher, please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Joseph Aschbacher. How do you hear me?
Hey, Joseph, we hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Thomas. This is really great to see you, that you and your crewmates have arrived safely on the space station. Greetings to all of you, 11 of you at the station, from all of us at ESA. It is really a fantastic effort to see you all so nicely grouped together in the group photo. I think the station needs expansion, seeing what that you're all crowding together so nicely. On ESA, Thomas, we are all very, very proud of you and what you're doing for space, for Europe, for the space agency, also for France. You're extremely popular, as you know. We're all very proud of you, but of course we're also very proud of all the other colleagues which are next to you, because astronauts are so fascinating and they give so much inspiration to all of us. So this was the first launch of an ESA astronaut on a Crew Dragon. It was spectacular, and together with Philippe Baptiste, the newly elected CNES president, we have followed very closely from the suits up all the way to the orbital journey to the station, and now just recently, just a few minutes ago, the hatch opening, and this was really so exciting and really fantastic. It has been, I think, a long day for all of you, but you all look extremely in good shape and in good spirits. You're all smiling. This is really fantastic to see down here from Earth. But ESA is really very happy to see your assignment, Thomas, towards the end of the mission as the ISS commander. And I really would like to take this opportunity to thank the partners of the space station for this honor to give to Thomas, which certainly is a sign and a recognition of his quality and also his personal quality, but of course engineering and technical qualities to be the commander of the station, and also recognition for ESA as being a strong partner and supporter of the space station all the way. So I know that you have a long and very intense training period behind you, and you're all set to go. There's a lot ahead of you. Hundreds of experiments are waiting, and all of you will be kept extremely busy, but we all look forward to see the results of these experiments. So Thomas, really very best wishes from all of us. Good luck and bonne chance.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. It's really unbelievable to be here on Space Station. Space Station has changed quite a bit since last time I was here. I've never seen so many astronauts on board. I've never seen so many different spacecrafts on board, and I think it's a tribute to how strong the program is going. I want to echo what Megan has said. It took a lot of effort from all kinds of people, you know, from the highest manager to all kinds of support persons to bring us here. So we want to thank all of them. And I want to say a few words about international cooperation. You said a lot, but it's been 20 years since it's been 20 years. Actually, Shane's line, I learned it from Shane. It's 20 years since JAXA and ESA and NASA and Russian astronaut have been together in space. So it's actually pretty historic what's happening today. We can't wait to start our work on the space station. We can't wait to see what's ahead on the adventure for us. In those 5 months, we're so happy to see our friends. We're going to have to say goodbye to them soon. We wish we could keep them a little bit longer, but not too long as well, because 11 people is a lot on space station. But yeah, it's good to be here. Really, we're impatient, and it's going to be unbelievable. I want to say a few words in French. Je voudrais surtout remercier tous les gens qui ont travaillé sur cette mission en français, et puis un petit mot pour les familles et les amis qui sont déplacés jusqu'à Cap Canaveral. Ça n'a pas été un voyage facile. En tout cas, ça m'a vraiment fait chaud au cœur de les avoir avec moi. Donc, je voulais les saluer un peu particulièrement. Voilà. Merci à tous.
All right, go ahead and...
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Administrator Jersic, Associate Administrator Leaders, Dr. Yamakawa, and Dr. Aschbacher for your participation in the Crew 2 welcome ceremony. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Wow, what an incredible morning, Gary. It is so cool to see the crew on board with the rest of the astronauts on the International Space Station.
That's right. They were welcomed by leaders from each of the space agencies that represent the cadre that is the Crew 2 astronauts aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour. We first heard from Steve Jerzik, who's the acting administrator of NASA, based at NASA headquarters. We also then heard from Kathy Leaders, who's the associate administrator for Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters. Then we got to hear from the president of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, Hiroshi Yamakawa, and Joseph Aschbacher wrapping up the comments as the Director General from the European Space Agency, each of them chiming in and talking about just what it took to get to this moment with 4 astronauts on board, 4 additional astronauts on board, I should say. An 11-person crew now makes up Expedition 65.
Yeah, it's been an incredible 24-plus hours for this Crew 2 mission. This was NASA's SpaceX Crew 2 mission, and we have been with you all from the beginning, starting up with suit up of the astronauts in the suit up room at the ONC building, following the crew on the NASA Causeway in their Teslas as they made their way to the launch pad, go up the fixed service structure and ingressed on Crew Dragon Endeavour. We had an on-time liftoff yesterday morning at 5:49 a.m. Eastern Time, with the first stage separating and coming back to Earth for...
All right, everybody. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be heading to the White House to hear the latest briefing from Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Our new Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, who made history when she became the first Native American to serve as a cabinet secretary. She is a member of the Pueblo of Laguna and a 35th generation New Mexican. Secretary Haaland has worn many hats throughout her career. She ran a small business, served as a tribal administrator, and became the first woman elected to the Laguna Development Corporation Board of Directors, overseeing the business operations of the second largest tribal gaming enterprise in New Mexico. She also became the first Native American woman to be elected to lead a state party. In 2018, she became one of the first Native American women to serve in Congress. In Congress, she focused on environmental justice, climate change, missing and murdered Indigenous women, and family-friendly policy. She joins us today on the second day of the Climate Summit to underscore our commitment to protecting public lands and strengthening tribal sovereignty. She's happy to take just a couple of questions because she has a hard out, and I will, as always, be the bad cop. And please welcome. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Jen, for inviting me to be here today. I want to start off by wishing everyone a happy National Park Week. I hope you found a chance to get out and experience your public lands this week. The White House is actually a national park, so technically we're all celebrating a bit right now. I had always wanted to be a national park ranger, and while I didn't quite land that job yet, I'm pretty excited that tomorrow night I get the chance to swear in some junior rangers. All of your kids are welcome to join during the U.S. Army Field Band's virtual concert tomorrow night. I think you can find the link on our website. I was happy also to celebrate this morning with the second gentleman. We announced 16 new listings to the Underground Railroad Network to Freedom Program. Our park system is our nation's storyteller, and I'm eager to ensure that these national treasures help tell a more inclusive and accurate story of our nation. This week has brought significant news on climate action and on issues impacting tribal communities. And so I'm honored and grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you and take your questions today. We have no shortage of work ahead. President Biden has set ambitious goals that will ensure America and the world can meet the urgent demands of the climate crisis, while empowering our nation's workers and businesses to lead a clean energy revolution. I believe that a clean energy future is within our grasp in the United States, but it will take all of us and the best available science to make it happen. The Interior Department is in a unique position to be a leader in putting our nation on a path to achieve net zero emissions, create good paying jobs, and benefit underserved communities. We have taken steps in just the past few weeks to advance offshore wind proposals, restore balance to management of our public lands and waters, and create jobs, and revitalize land in coal communities. I'll also touch on Interior's work to honor our nation-to-nation relationship with Indian tribes and uphold our trust and treaty responsibilities. I believe, just as President Biden does, that we must engage tribal nations with an all-of-government approach, and one need look no further than the First Lady's visit to the Navajo Nation to speak and hear from tribal leaders and indigenous people. For too long, Indian issues were relegated to the tribal offices within federal agencies. If we're going to make sure that Native American and Alaska Native communities thrive, that tribal sovereignty is respected and strengthened, and if we are truly to repair our nation-to-nation relationships, then that means every federal agency needs to be thinking boldly about our obligations to Indigenous peoples. The significance of being the first Native American to serve in the cabinet is not lost on me. As I stand here today at this podium, I am moved by how monumental this week alone has been for Indigenous representation. On Monday, I delivered remarks on behalf of the U.S. government at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, where I affirmed our commitment to advancing Indigenous peoples' rights at home and abroad. I talked about how we are putting the full weight of our federal government behind a cross-departmental missing and murdered unit to address the crisis in Indian country. Yesterday, I announced that Interior is moving forward to implement the Not Invisible Act, establishing a joint commission led by Interior and the Department of Justice on reducing violent crime against Indigenous peoples. And later today, Domestic Policy Advisor, Ambassador Susan Rice, and I will convene the first White House Council on Native American Affairs meeting of the Biden-Harris administration. We're wasting no time. We have an ambitious agenda, and so I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work across the cabinet in identifying and supporting tribal equities in the administration's core policy pillars. Last, I come from a family that farms, ranches, and hunts. I've grown up in rural and agricultural communities, and I know what it's like to live in a community that's been left behind. These experiences underscore why I believe so deeply in the work that we do at the Interior Department, and why I know that we can and will make a difference in the everyday lives of families across this country And with that, I'm happy to try and answer your question.
Nancy, go ahead. Thank you, Secretary Haaland. Can you give us an update on the moratorium on fracking on federal lands, new contracts?
Thank you so much. So the pause on new leases is still in effect until we finish a review that is due to the president. That means that the existing leases are still in effect. We are still issuing permits on those lands, and when we finish the review, it's an important review. We're talking to many people. We've had a gas and oil forum. We've talked to many folks across the country. When that review is done, then us and the president will decide next steps.
And can you give us a little more details on how that review worked, what exactly you're doing, and when you think it'll be concluded?
So I can't say exactly when it will be concluded, but as I mentioned, we've had a gas and oil forum already that was virtual. The department folks are talking to governors, to legislators, to folks on the ground. We're talking to it's mostly like getting everyone's input. We want to make sure that every voice has a seat at the table, and it's really that, as well as using the science. And that's how we'll do the review, and it'll go to the president.
Go ahead.
We've heard Republicans in Utah talk about their preference for legislation to expand the size of bears ears instead of executive action. Do you think there's room for bipartisan work there, or are we probably looking at executive action from this administration?
Well, I met with those legislators when I was in Utah, the governor, the lieutenant governor, my former colleagues from the House. Legislators legislate, and I think they should move ahead with legislation if that's what they want to do. We will get the report done for the president and send it to the White House, and it will really be the president's decision. The Antiquities Act is a presidential, it's all him. He can decide. What I did when I went to Utah was make sure that, again, every voice was at the table. We talked to ranchers and farmers. We talked to children who use those lands and outdoor, economy folks. And so we want to make sure that we include every voice, and that's the report that will go to the president, and he'll decide.
Could I ask on a different topic really fast?
Yeah.
We've heard so many tribes this year talk about really struggling with mental health issues for teens. I mean, a lot of communities around the country, but just teens struggling with depression during this pandemic. Is that an issue that you guys are addressing in this domestic council?
I can't. This is our first meeting, so what we're really going to do initially is assign committees to each cabinet secretary. And it will be up to them to look at the topics. Of course, we care deeply about this issue. It's one that I know a lot of people are suffering from. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And once we're able to get a clear path on where we're going with the council, we'll certainly let everyone know.
Mario, you got to be the last one, but we'll invite her back.
Thanks, Jen. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Just piggybacking, a couple of questions, just piggybacking off of your comments at the top about national parks. Any reason why they're still at reduced capacity when we know that social distancing outside is the best possible, case for COVID?
Well, first of all, I'll say we are taking every possible precaution to make sure that we are keeping people safe. I don't ever want to jump the gun on this. We know there's a lot of vaccinations that are happening. Yes, our country is safer since President Biden has been in office. We're just not quite there yet. They'll continually monitor that situation. We want everyone to keep their masks on, the social distance, and I appreciate the question. We can look into it and absolutely get back with you.
And more business related, what's your plan for restarting the sale of oil and gas leases in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico?
So existing leases are already happening. As I mentioned earlier, there's not a moratorium even on new leases. They're just a pause. So when we have the review done, what I'll say is right now permits are still being issued. So and there's still ongoing leases that are happening.
Thank you, Secretary
Thank you.
Hall, and thank you for joining us, and you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all. Happy National Park Week.
National Park Week, a good thing to celebrate. Okay, a couple of other items for all of you at the top. As you know, President Biden just concluded a historic climate summit with 50 world leaders to show that America is back at the table. On the first day, he upped the ante, announcing that the United States will target reducing emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. He underscored America's commitment to leading a clean energy revolution and creating good-paying union jobs. We also want to lead the way here in the federal government toward achieving and act in a way that demonstrates our leadership on these issues. So some examples of our commitments, which some of you may have seen, but include the GSA is committing to power its approximately 186 million square foot federally owned real estate portfolio with 100% renewable electricity by sources by 2025. The Department of Transportation is taking a comprehensive approach to addressing the climate crisis and expanding ways for all modes of transportation to transition to zero emissions. Examples include funding for lower emission buses and expanding access to electric vehicle charging stations. The Department of Defense is announcing a plan to complete climate exposure assessments on all major U.S. installations within 12 months and all major installations outside the continental United States within 24 months using the Defense Climate Assessment Tool. And the EPA will fund $1 million in grants and cooperative agreements through to work with underserved and vulnerable communities, including indigenous communities, to prepare them for climate-related impacts. So it's an across-government approach. Also, I wanted to highlight that today the Department of Education announced plans to distribute $800 million in funding from the American Rescue Plan for states to support students experiencing homelessness. The department also took a series of steps this week to help states and districts access the $122 billion in American Rescue Plan elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds to support the safe reopening of K-12 schools and address equity gaps exacerbated by the pandemic. Also this week, USDA issued a broad range of, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, I should say, issued a broad range of flexibilities that will allow schools and child care institutions to serve healthy meals for free to all kids in the upcoming 2021 through 2022 through school year. Roughly 30 million kids participate in school meals programs, and we know that for lots of kids, school meals are the healthiest meals they consume all day. Due to supply chain issues during the pandemic, USDA is giving schools added resources to maintain the nutrition standards of the school meal programs, including a strong emphasis on providing fruits and vegetables, milk, and whole grains. And because, as many of you know, the pandemic caused steep spikes in hunger and food insecurity, leading to, as we've talked about a bit in here, 1 in 7 families struggling to put food on the table. We are heartened by the sharp decline from the implementation of a lot of these funds, as you can see in this chart, in the number of American households that say they are behind on rent or did not have enough to eat in the past week. Obviously, there's a lot of work to go and a lot more to be done, but we can see a clear positive downward trend on this chart, which is quite encouraging. Finally, a quick preview of the week ahead. On Tuesday, the President will deliver remarks on the COVID-19 pandemic. As you all know, Wednesday, the President will address a joint session of Congress. Among other topics, as we talked about a bit yesterday, he will lay out the American Families Plan, the specific details, and discuss a number of other issues that are important and major priorities to him, including expanding access to health care and addressing, putting in place policing reforms. On Thursday, on the President's 100th day in office, he and the First Lady will travel to Georgia to highlight how he has delivered on his promises to the American people. While he is there, he will participate in a car rally. And on Friday, he will have additional out-of-town travel that we will hopefully have more details for you in the coming days. Finally, I know many of you saw this and reported it and tweeted it, but we announced this morning that the President will travel to the United Kingdom and Belgium in June for his first overseas trip as President. This trip will highlight his commitment to restoring our alliances, to revitalizing the transatlantic relationship and working in close cooperation with our allies and multilateral partners to address global challenges and better secure America's interests. He will attend the G7 in Cornwall, which is happening from June 11th through the 13th. He will then travel to Brussels, Belgium, where he will participate in the NATO summit on June 14th. While in Brussels, the president will also participate in the US-EU summit. With that, kick us off.
All right, thank you. With the climate summit, promised reductions in carbon emissions that the president announced this week, without the investments in the infrastructure proposal, can those be achieved? And with that, is there some red line with Republicans that you have as a result of making those goals happen?
Well, first, yes, absolutely. It can be achieved because we have several paths toward achieving that objective and that goal. Some include legislation, the American Jobs Plan, but there are additional legislative options. There's executive options that are also on the table, and of course, working with the private sector and states and localities to continuing to take additional steps forward. But I'll also say that we have every intention of getting the American Jobs Plan passed and signed into law. As we saw, and we talked about a bit yesterday, there was a Republican counter proposal yesterday. The stage we're in now is we will have discussions. We'll get a full briefing. We expect those to happen through the course of the next several days. We'll review that plan. We'll ask questions at a staff level, and then the president will invite a number of those members down here to the White House.
And if I could ask just one more.
Sure.
Is the president speaking today with President Erdogan? And with that, the Turkish foreign minister said earlier this week that if President Biden goes forward with his campaign pledge on Armenian genocide recognition, that it would harm U.S.-Turkey ties. How much is that idea weighing on the president's mind as he makes this decision whether or not to follow through on the campaign pledge, especially with the need for Turkish cooperation on things like Afghanistan and Iran?
I certainly understand your line of questioning. I know there's a great deal of interest in this particular area. I don't have any calls with foreign leaders to predict for you. As would be the case with any call, we will certainly provide a readout whenever we do a call with a foreign leader and the President of the United States, and actually down the rung below them as well. In terms of delivering on his campaign pledge, I don't have anything to preview for you on that front either. I expect we'll have more in the coming days.
Go ahead. Jen, on the Republican counteroffer, now that you've had a chance to peruse it, does the White House have any public reaction to what they're putting out there?
Only a day.
So there's an initial reaction?
As we said yesterday, Nancy, we are the president's only red line is inaction. We want to have an exchange of ideas on both sides and from both sides of the aisle. In our view, this is an example of that. We're reviewing the details of the proposal. We're starting to have conversations at the staff level today. We expect those to proceed through the course of next week. We'll ask questions. We'll exchange additional ideas. But our view, this is a good start, and we look forward to having the conversation moving forward.
But it sounds like you have a bit of a different posture on this counteroffer than you did to their counteroffer to the American Rescue Plan.
That's true. We do. The American Rescue Plan was a plan and a proposal that was meeting what we felt was a crisis situation, which was getting the pandemic under control, putting millions of Americans back to work. The president felt, as he said many times, as I said many times, there was an urgency in moving that forward, and there was less flexibility because he felt the size of that package needed to meet the moment. We are quite open to the mechanisms of how his ideas can move forward. It can be in a number of different proposals. It can be worked through negotiating between members of Democrats and Republicans. There are a lot of ideas, including the Frontiers bill that Senator Schumer has put forward, where we feel there's an opportunity to move forward in a bipartisan manner, and there's some overlap with what's been proposed in the American Jobs Plan. So we do see it as different. We do think the process will be different. There's more time to move forward. There's more time to discuss and negotiate, and we'll take advantage of that time available.
Got it. It's now been pretty widely reported that you're not going to be including a big health coverage expansion in the Families Plan, and that was going to include reducing prescription drug costs. Why did the White House decide not to include that in this plan?
Well, I will say that the president is still making final decisions, as is his prerogative, over the coming days about what will be included in the speech and the American Families Plan and the final components of that. When those final decisions are made, will be a part of that as well. He will definitely talk in his speech about his commitment to expanding and increasing access to health care, as is evidenced by the fact that we have opened up the enrollment period for the Affordable Care Act, ensuring that more than 500,000 Americans that didn't have health insurance have it now. That's why he included subsidies in the American Rescue Plan to make it even less expensive. But I will also say, even as he's making these final decisions, that the American Families Plan and the speech on Wednesday will not represent the totality of every priority item for him and every item on his agenda that he wants to move forward as president.
And then finally, if you don't mind, India saw the biggest number of new cases in a day ever yesterday. Are there any plans to send any of the U.S. stockpile of AstraZeneca vaccine or any vaccine to India?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox on this Monday, April 26th. Another Monday, another week, and hard to believe, the end of another month. We are slowly approaching the month of May. It's hard to believe that we are basically halfway into 2021. Really crazy stuff. But you are currently listening in to the latest White House press briefing by Press Secretary Jen Psaki. You could hear her say that President Biden's agenda this week is pretty extensive as he is closing in on his first 100 days in office, and he is expected to address Congress on Wednesday. And as you heard her say, on his 100th day, which will be Thursday, he will travel to Georgia with First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and also make remarks on his first 100 days from there. So lots of news out of the White House to keep track of today, and we are just moments away from bringing in political analyst Mike Herodopoulos for our Monday session to catch up on all the political news you may have missed over the last week, over the weekend. So like I said, lots to catch up on here. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, and I do want to introduce myself here real quick. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you live from the East Coast hub for News Now from Fox here in Orlando, Florida. If you are new to our show, we are a nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and stories that happen across the country. We give you a front row seat to everything that you need to know, whether it's live press conferences that we air in their entirety, and we as hosts provide very little commentary and let you make your own decisions about the news happening in the world. Speaking of a live look, I do want to bring you out to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, to let you know that we've got a live picture right now as protesters are planning on holding a rally outside of the courthouse for Andrew Brown Jr. He was killed last week by North Carolina deputies, and body cam footage is actually expected to be released today. So we will be keeping tabs on this story here on News Now from Fox. We are also waiting to hear if we will have a live report from Fox News Channel, because they do have a reporter on the ground. And again, this is Elizabeth City, North Carolina. But I do want to take you back out to the White House, and that is because, as promised, we are talking about all the political headlines that you may have missed over the last couple of days. And to do so, I would like to bring in Mike Herodopoulos. He joins us live on Mondays to join this conversation. Mike, how are you doing? It's so nice for you to be with us again.
Always a pleasure, Regina. I hope you had a great weekend.
We hope you had a great weekend as well. So, okay, a big week for President Biden. He is approaching his 100th day in office. That's going to be this Thursday. And, you know, there's actually a Fox News poll that was taken this week, and it finds that a 54% majority of voters approve of his job performance. So how does this compare to former presidents?
Well, in general, there's usually what we call a honeymoon period. This is the early time in office where a new president, a fresh start, Barack Obama, George W. Bush both share these big numbers coming out, a little bit higher than President Biden at this point. But President Biden's enjoying a much higher rating than, of course, President Trump at this point. And I think it can be attributed to some good news. That one of those being that we're getting closer to herd immunity, let alone the sense that more and more of us are getting the vaccine. And that means that the numbers are starting to tumble, even in the Northeast at this point. And so I think that's good news to report. The government's giving out free money. People are pretty happy about this. And so we're breaking out of this terrible coronavirus. I anticipate by the late summer, early fall, we'll be, quote, getting back to normal in a full sense. And so it's only logical that President Biden's approval ratings are, I think, a little bit higher than President Trump's. And it doesn't hurt that just about every news story in the mainstream media is positive about the president. And so that coupled, I think you're going to see him right around the 50% mark for the most part of the next 2 years.
Yeah, and Mike, Biden has been very well accredited for his handling of the coronavirus pandemic. We recently hit a 200 million vaccine milestone mark, but some are saying that he is taking credit for, the vaccines and efforts that former President Donald Trump initiated. So what is your take on that?
Well, it's only logical. And as you know, now President Biden has a unique history with some of his plagiarism, et cetera. He got in some trouble back in 1988. It actually derailed his presidential race because of taking credit for others' words. But look, I think it's only logical at this point that a sitting president's going to take credit for everything. And just the logical sense, because he's going to say back, if something goes wrong, they're going to blame me too. So I think we're going to see some balance there. I think President Biden's doing a smart thing politically. He's saying, look, the coronavirus numbers, I said there'll only be 100 million. And as you just mentioned, Regina, 200 million. So let's look at this as a positive. I think too often in politics, people try to play, I get the credit or you get the credit. I think this case where if the economy starts to move forward, as we've seen recently, I think it's only a good news. I think where he's getting hampered, of course, is some other issues that he's not done such a good job, and that will probably hurt him next fall.
Yeah, and he, again, is expected to address Congress this Wednesday. He's expected to also unveil the American Families Plan, and the cost is reportedly $1.5 trillion. So what do we know about this plan so far?
Well, first of all, they've not seen a spending bill they don't like. I mean, I've never seen spending like this. In my days in the Florida legislature leading the state Senate, we, of course, had to have a balanced budget. They're not restricted in that way in Washington, D.C. at all. And what you're seeing is dramatic spending. And let me just give you a couple of examples. One is the infrastructure bill that's going to be, of course, discussed throughout the spring and summer of this year. That's almost $3 trillion. And when you talk about infrastructure, you usually talk about bridges and roads. Only about 6% of that is bridges and roads. And so that means 90% of it plus is what we would call more likely the Green New Deal. And that's going to be discussed in time. But it looks like that's going to be some type of bipartisan compromise, because you're going to see people like Joe Manchin and the two senators from Arizona, both Democrats, are not so big on this huge price tag. And as you brought up, Regina, the second new one just came out, $1.5 trillion. And this would be the family plan, as he calls it. And this would be a free community college. This would also mean free childcare. This would mean what they call universal pre-K, meaning before you go to kindergarten, you'd have school paid for also by the government. And finally, 12 weeks of family leave time paid for by your employer. And so those are very big price tags. And like anything else, everybody loves free stuff, but we all know that taxes will have to be increased to pay for such dramatic increases in spending.
Yeah, Mike, that was literally my next question. Obviously, will this be funded by taxes, and who necessarily, as far as Americans, will see a higher increase?
Well, President Biden on the campaign trail said one thing, and he's done some different things in office. But that said, let's take it for the word on this one. He said that no American will see a tax increase as long as you don't make over $400,000 per year. And so that's going to be kind of his baseline. But what we've seen already are two things. One, of course, is increasing the corporate tax rate. This is where he would increase the corporate tax rate. Roughly, he'll be doubling that corporate tax rate. And you might say, well, that's great. The businesses get taxed instead of me. But we also know that when a business gets taxed, they pass along those taxes to you and I, the consumer. Then the latest issue that he's brought out to pay for this next round of funding would be to increase what we call the capital gains tax. For those who don't know what a capital gains tax is, that when you invest money in stocks, IRAs, bonds, etc., this is your after-tax money. I mean, you've already paid taxes on this money. You go out and make those investments. Right now, the capital gains tax is at 20%. Under the latest proposal, believe it or not, he would increase that to 43%, more than double your capital gains tax. So if you invest, you're going to see big taxes if you should make money on your investment. So I'm not sure if this is going to go through, but this is the trend that he's saying. He's saying we're going to tax businesses and we're going to tax investments. And of course, he has already called for increasing the taxes on the wealthiest Americans from 36%, I think, up to 39.6%. So he's not lacking in taxes at this point, but that's how he would plan to, quote, pay for the roughly $4 trillion in spending we just talked about.
All right, that is the latest on the American Families Plan. Thank you so much, Mike. I do want to bring in some video and switch the graphic here because we are still continuing to talk about the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. And, you know, while most Americans approve of Biden's handling of the pandemic, they're disapproving of the situation at the border. So what are they saying? Voters are saying border security is worse today than it was 2 years ago. Is that true?
Well, by the numbers, it says it's true. You've never seen such a radical increase of people storming literally the border of the United States. In Arizona, just a couple days ago, they called out the National Guard because it's become such a crisis. And as you know, in Arizona also right now, both United States senators are Democrats. And Democrats are saying there's a border crisis. They supported the Arizona National Guard going out to the border because of the chaos on the border. You're seeing unaccompanied minors. You've seen, of course, in our show from last week, these horrible images of these young people who were put into what would have, in the previous administration, been called cages, and the numbers are growing by the day. You've seen also that, of course, that President Biden has named Vice President Harris to be in charge of this. But the ironic part, after naming her the boss of the border, she's never shown up at the border to see problems firsthand. And as any person in leadership knows, the way you lead is by example, and the way you lead and the way you learn is to talk to the people who are going through a crisis. And so I can see why these numbers are very bad for the Biden administration. And it's just a really humanitarian crisis on the border and something we need to solve right away, because you're really not only disrupting lives of the people trying to get into the United States, but you've had some adverse effects for those already in the United States, American citizens who are being, as I said, at the very least, being asked to pay for it, at the very most, disrupting their everyday lives because of the chaos on the border.
Yeah, Mike, my last question to you is, you know, we saw Biden have a climate summit last week. Obviously, he's very focused on vaccine distribution. I know that, you know, Vice President Kamala Harris is now the point person for this situation, but do you think that this was kind of pushed back on Biden's agenda, and do you think that he will address it to Congress this week?
Well, I think it's essential that he addresses this. This is a real issue. And you also want to send the right message to people where if you play by the rules, you can become a citizen of the United States, not jumping in front of the line and all the chaotic situation. I mean, as we've already seen with some of the numbers, you know, the cartels are making big money. These people who shepherd these people across the border are making big money. This is just a terrible situation. The president needs to lead on this and get a plan that works for everyone, especially those who play by the rules. I think it's going to undercut whatever goals he has for the administration, whether it be on climate change or other issues. But this is another area where we need to be very careful. The numbers just came out. In order to meet the climate change goals that the president and other world leaders talked about by 2050, you'd have to spend $115 trillion. That's a T, not a B, $115 trillion to pay for all the things they talked about in their climate change summit. That's an astronomical sum, and it's something where you'd have to take from other programs that currently exist, whether it be healthcare, education, or, as we've already talked about today, radically increased taxes to pay for something like that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mike Herodopoulos, for joining us every Monday here on NewsNOW from Fox to give your insight and this informative information. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Great to see you, Regina. Have a good week, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon, Mike. And a huge thank you to Mike Herodopoulos. He joins us every week here. There's a lot of things happening in the White House, a big agenda for the Biden administration. So we like to bring you segments like this to kind of break down all of the news surrounding the presidency and everything happening in Washington, D.C., where you are currently taking a live lookout right now over the White House. Looks like a beautiful day up north there. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will begin another morning brief when you guys return. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a live look over the White House on this Monday, April 26. We are wrapping up another month of 2021, and I am actually going to head to Fox 5 DC's website to see what the weather is there. It looks like it's 47 degrees out there in Washington, but again, looking like a nice sunny day out there, so hopefully makes it feel a little bit warmer. We've seen some interesting weather across the nation over the last couple of weeks. Some people seeing snow last week. I can actually bring you a live look of our X-Rad radar. And again, temperatures across the board all over the place. We are about 75 and sunny here in the state of Florida, and you can see some lower temperatures up north and in the Midwest, looking like 48 degrees in Charlotte, 52 degrees in Memphis, 52 in Omaha, and 54 in Los Angeles. So that's a look at our X-Rad radar, just bringing you an update on the weather conditions in our nation. So I want to bring you back out to the White House, because if you were just tuning into our coverage, we were joined by political analyst Mike Haradopoulos, who we were discussing Biden's agenda for this week as he closes in on his first 100 days. Now, he's preparing to deliver his first speech to a joint session of Congress this week, and new polling data shows his relative strengths and challenges as he outlines his agenda for the month and years ahead. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more this morning from Washington.
President Biden is waiting relatively late to deliver his first address to a joint session of Congress compared to his recent predecessors, but he'll be marking his first 100 days in office and what lies ahead. President Biden returned to the White House last night, looking ahead to a big week. On Wednesday, he delivers his first address to a joint session of Congress.
This is a president who has an extraordinary amount of courage.
Vice President Kamala Harris spoke yesterday about a president whose approval number is now at 54% of registered voters. Compared to President Trump at the same stage in his presidency, that's a good number. But it falls well below Presidents Obama and Bush after their first 100 days. Look for Biden to make a big push on Wednesday for his $2 trillion spending plan that includes infrastructure. Our same poll shows that a plurality of voters, 49%, support it. Republicans are betting that will change.
I think when America found out just 6% is going to the roads, that they're not going to be built for more than a decade, that we spend more on subsidizing electric car than we do on roads, bridges, and airports in this bill, I don't think that will be popular.
And the president is in something of a hurry to make his case.
He knows very well that as a president, your runway is pretty short in terms of getting big legislation done. And so while we're seeing big, grand ambitions right now, he knows that when he looks 6-8 months down the road, when he looks into his second year of his presidency, all of those get a lot harder.
A lot harder because Congress could look much different after the midterm elections. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazader for that report. Again, we are eager to see exactly what President Biden will say in his speech to Congress. Again, that is this Wednesday, and you bet that you'll be able to watch it live, raw, and unfiltered here on NewsNOW from Fox. Meanwhile, this week as well, President Biden will be unveiling his latest spending proposal, the American Families Plan. He'll lay out details during that first address to the joint session of Congress on Wednesday, and Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from the White House.
President Biden has a big week ahead of him. He'll mark 100 days in office. He'll also deliver remarks to a joint session of Congress for the first time. It's there he's going to be unveiling his next economic agenda, the American Families Plan. Now, this proposal is expected to include a number of provisions, but the White House hasn't said yet exactly what will be included. The price tag rumored to be around $1.5 trillion and will call for more spending on education, childcare, and social programs. Now, to pay for all this, the White House wants to raise taxes on wealthier Americans who make their money off the stock market. Republicans are warning, though, that more tax hikes could kill the country's economic recovery and lead to a sell-off impacting investors worldwide.
There's a real risk that you are going to see a significant market reaction to this. The other thing is we're printing up so much money that there's going to be real inflation, and I think there's going to be a day in which people wake up and say, oh my goodness, what have we done to our country?
The White House is pushing back, though. They claim tax increases will only impact 3 out of every 1,000 Americans. We're going to have to wait until Wednesday to get the full breakdown of the president's plan. Some Democrats want the White House to think even bigger, though, when it comes to government expansion plans. 17 senators sending the president a letter today urging the administration to expand Medicare eligibility, lowering the age to qualify down to 60. Separately, the White House continues to pursue a $2 trillion spending bill that would address infrastructure needs. Republicans last week introduced their own counterproposal that would do things like fix roads, bridges, and airports, but still spend significantly less money. We're waiting to see how the White House may respond to that. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mark Meredith for that report. 8:41 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking another live look outside the White House. And that is because as the crisis on the border grows, so does the work of law enforcement as they try to stop the flow of illegal immigrants and drugs into the U.S. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hainsey gives a first-hand look at the efforts of Texas public safety officers to stop the unlawful activity. This, again, is an issue that some are calling a crisis and pushing the Biden administration to address more, especially as the president has appointed Vice President Kamala Harris as the key point person on this issue.
Speeding down the Rio Grande River, we're with Texas Department of Public Safety officers as they look out for people crossing over. Under Governor Greg Abbott's directive, DPS is lending a hand to Border Patrol agents and the National Guard using air, ground, and marine assets to stop Mexican cartels from smuggling people and drugs into the country. We went up in the air with state troopers as they patrol the Rio Grande Valley.
State troopers are the eyes in the skies. When they see migrants down below, they'll alert Border Patrol agents to pursue. But because there's been so much recent activity, it is taking longer than usual for those agents to respond.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Only 10 minutes into our flight, we spot a woman with a backpack on the Mexican side. Troopers think she's a scout for the cartel. She's looking right at us as she talks on a cell phone.
How do you know it's cartel? And she's on a cell phone. How many people walk around on 2 cell phones?
There is a constant aerial presence. There's about 2 to 3 choppers in the air throughout the day, but they tell us they could honestly use 3 more.
Just in the last 5 weeks of this operation, DPS arrested 631 people, seized marijuana, cocaine, guns, money, and detained 24,000 smuggled migrants, 7,000 of them minors.
We're always stretched thin, but we're trying to always find that balance, and we're making it work.
The first-hand experience shows us how porous and open the border really is, and how difficult a job these men and women have as they chase down the cartels with seemingly no end in sight.
The violence and corruption is there at a different level.
In the Rio Grande Valley, Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And again, we will continue to keep you posted with any news or updates we receive from the U.S.-Mexico border on this situation growing as migrants continue to try to make their way into the U.S. Taking a live look over El Paso, Texas, right there on the U.S.-Mexico border. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will most likely be in Minneapolis, where the city is returning to somewhat normal following the trial of Derek Chauvin and the guilty verdict that we heard last week. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. For those of you who were not on commercial break, we are popping back in to a live look over the Twin City, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, all eyes have been on Minneapolis for the last several months as we continued to bring you the Derek Chauvin trial gavel to gavel. It's already been 1 week since we heard closing arguments from the defense and prosecution, and then the next day we found out that Derek Chauvin was found guilty on all 3 charges, and he is expected to be sentenced in a couple of weeks. But the city had been bracing for protests. They had the National Guard in Minneapolis, and there was lots of safety precautions, Operation Safety Net specifically, in place. But now we may see the city of Minneapolis returning to somewhat normal. So here to tell us all about it is Fox 9 Minneapolis's Bill Keller. Bill, good morning to you. Can you tell us what changes and, what things are being taken down in Minneapolis starting today or this week?
Yeah, well, just a couple of days after the verdict came down, Operation Safety Net announced that it would begin demobilizing a lot of the resources that were put in place, as you mentioned, for this trial. Now, things are not going to go back to the way they were overnight, but we are starting to see some changes. In fact, officials say that they're going to start resuming business at the Hennepin County Government Center, that building that houses the courts as well as other things. Administration have been pretty much off limits to the public for more than a month. We've got a lot of skyways here in the Twin Cities, tunnels as well. Makes it a little bit more bearable traveling between buildings in some of the coldest winter months. Well, some of those are starting to open, but as for the barricades and the fences around some of the county buildings, they're going to start disappearing, but they say they have to wait for contractors to come in to begin dismantling them. But really the biggest change has been the disappearance of the National Guard. In fact, I was on another detail on Friday, and just as we were wrapping up for the morning, I got caught at a traffic light and saw just a convoy of some of those National Guard vehicles, the Humvees, and some of the heavy equipment pulling out of town.
Yeah, Bill, we're actually playing some video right now of all of the fencing, the barricades, the boards. So those are coming down. But, what can we say as far as this affecting business owners? I know a lot of businesses were impacted by the protests, a lot of them deciding to close down. So do you think that business owners can see their lives get back to a little bit of normalcy, if you would say?
Yeah, in fact, some of the business owners have already started taking down the boards. A lot of businesses were boarded up just in the days before the trial started. Some of them were actually, they've remained boarded up since some of the rioting that we saw a year ago. So a lot of folks are looking forward to things bouncing back and really trying to repair the image of downtown. We actually talked with one restaurant owner called FEMA's, which is kind of halfway between the entertainment district and the courthouse behind me. They did not board up. They wanted to sort of show that they trust their customers. They wanted to have remain optimistic that things were going to be okay. So they kind of took that gamble, but really took the lead by not boarding up. But again, now it's just a matter of getting the resources to start dismantling some of these things.
All right, Bill Keller with Fox 9 Minneapolis. Anything else you should touch on before we send you away?
I'll just say it was a week of highs and lows. I mean, a lot of anxiety over the verdict. It came much quicker than a lot of folks expected. A lot of joyous celebration in the days after that. But then, of course, the week ended with the funeral for Dante Wright, which is the other young man who was killed by police in the neighboring town of Brooklyn Center. So again, kind of a little bittersweet there. They didn't have much time to sort of celebrate that verdict that many people wanted.
All right, Fox 9's Bill Keller, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox, and thank you for all of your updates that you provided throughout the course of the trial and the protests. We know you guys are working really hard out there.
You bet. My pleasure.
All right, and a huge thank you to our Fox 9 Minneapolis team. Like we said, they were providing us updates from outside the courtroom of the Derek Chauvin trial, the entire length of the trial. They've done interviews with us in the morning. They've done interviews with our NewsNOW from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So we do want to thank them so much for their efforts. I'm going to send some of you on one more quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to get into some coronavirus headlines, as this morning we are learning that India is reporting record numbers of cases and deaths. So stay with us. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. For those of you waking up with us on the West Coast as it nears the 6 a.m. hour out there, we want to say good morning and thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over the absolutely gorgeous sunrise over Phoenix, Arizona. Now, this is where our News Now from Fox headquarters is located. We have the show here in Orlando till about 11 a.m. Eastern time, and then we pass things off to them. It's there that you have Christy Larson, Mike Page, Daytona Everett, and Andrew Kraft. And believe it or not, because we are a national operation and because of COVID-19, we here in Orlando have never met our co-workers out there in person. Besides Pilar Arias, this is where Pilar Arias is from. She got to spend a couple of weeks with them before coming out here to Orlando, Florida. But myself and Rain Augustine are really hoping that we can get out there soon and meet everybody and see the desert. I have lived by the ocean my entire life, so I'm not too familiar with the desert, and I'm hoping that I could take some of the great hikes that Pilar Arias is always posting pictures of. Meanwhile, we want to continue on with some COVID-19 news here. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you live from the East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are just minutes away from speaking with Dr. Peter Chin Hong about the coronavirus pandemic. And, you know, we are learning of a surge of cases out there in India. And as vaccinations slow down in the U.S., some poorer countries are experiencing this deadly surge, most notably India. That was some breaking news we learned of this morning. The devastating wave abroad is putting pressure on the Biden administration to send life-saving resources. Fox News correspondent Laura Ingle has this next story.
The effort to get Americans vaccinated seems to be hitting a snag. Daily vaccination rates are falling, even as cases and hospitalizations continue to rise. Experts say the slowdown is likely because most people who wanted a shot have already gotten one. And now the challenge is to reach those who are hesitant to get one or those who can't easily travel to a vaccination site.
Anybody who maybe was frustrated by the online appointment hustle or didn't want to have to wait in really long lines and thought, you know what, I'll just wait until that's not a thing anymore. Now's the time.
Overseas, India is battling a deadly new wave of infections. For the fourth day in a row, on Sunday, the country set a world record for the highest number of daily cases since the pandemic started. Hospitals are turning away patients as they run out of beds, oxygen tanks, and other life-saving supplies.
Because no bed, nothing like that. No gas, no oxygen, no bed. Where we can go.
As the pandemic ravages India, the U.S. is facing increasing pressure to send aid. Dr. Anthony Fauci says the Biden administration is considering ways to help India deal with the devastating surge, including sending oxygen, COVID tests, and PPE, but stopped short of promising vaccines.
It's a terrible situation that's going on in India and other low and middle income countries, and there is more we can do.
President Biden has said he hopes to provide vaccines to struggling countries, but will not do so until the U.S. has an adequate supply for itself. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Laura Ingle for that report, taking a live look over our headquarters in Manhattan. Again, looking like a pretty nice day out there in the Big Apple. Now, health officials have long stressed the importance of getting a second vaccine dose and getting it on time. However, new data shows millions of Americans have missed this crucial step, meaning they are not fully protected against the virus. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more.
Millions of Americans are not fully vaccinated. According to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than 5 million Americans have skipped out on their second COVID-19 vaccine dose. That's nearly 8% of those who received an initial Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, and the number is only going up. The trend is troubling health experts who say the second dose dramatically increases your immunity to COVID-19.
If you're fully vaccinated, it is highly unlikely that you're going to be someone who spreads this virus. You're not even likely to be asymptomatically infected. It doesn't mean it's 100%, but it is extremely unlikely.
As more and more Americans get vaccinated, we could be seeing updated advice from the CDC on wearing masks outside. Dr. Anthony Fauci says he expects the agency to change its guidelines soon, as the risk of spreading the virus outdoors is really low.
When you look around at the common sense situation, obviously the risk is really very low, particularly if you're vaccinated.
Meanwhile, the vaccination rate in the U.S. is slowing down. Most Americans who wanted a vaccine have already gotten one, leading some vaccination sites to struggle to fill appointments. As supply begins to outpace demand, there are growing calls for the U.S. to share vaccines with other nations.
And if the U.S. has such an increased overabundance of supply, this is where we should be for humanitarian reasons and for the world economic recovery.
And the 2-dose Pfizer and Moderna vaccines may not be enough to keep people protected over time. Researchers from both companies say vaccinated people will probably need a booster shot within the next year. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, from Christina Coleman in Los Angeles, back out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that is because we are taking you back out to Minnesota for this next story. A college in St. Paul, Minnesota is the first in the state to require all students and staff to get the COVID vaccine before the fall semester. Fox's Sarah Danik spoke to students on campus on how they feel about it.
Things are fairly quiet here at McAllister College, like it's been all year.
It's been very isolated.
But students received an email today that could completely change how it looks on campus come fall.
And I was actually kind of like excited that, things are kind of getting back to normal.
A note from McAllister's president that students, staff, and faculty who work and study on campus must be fully vaccinated against COVID by August 2nd.
Overall, you're much safer getting the vaccine than not. So I do think it's a good idea.
Students we caught up with are on board, saying it's not the only vaccine required.
We get vaccinated for other stuff, to go to school. So this one makes sense.
There are limited exemptions to the requirement, including if a person's beliefs prevent them from getting a vaccine. The college says that opt-out process is the same as it would be for other required immunizations. There will also be opportunities on campus to receive a vaccine, including a clinic next week. Students hoping that this vaccine is their ticket to pre-pandemic life.
I think I'm looking forward to being around people. I'm a very social person, and I like to talk to people and make plans and not stay in my room all day.
I think it's just another precaution that a lot of the community is just willing and ready to do.
All right, everybody, and taking another live look over Phoenix, Arizona, as the sun begins to rise on over the mountains, really, and over the city. Now, for all of you waking up with us here on the West Coast, we are actually being joined by a guest who is on the West Coast as well. Dr. Peter Chin Hong is a reoccurring guest here on NewsNOW from Fox, a doctor with the University of California, San Francisco. And we wanted to bring him on here to talk about the latest coronavirus headlines that are coming about within the last couple of days, really, and this morning. So I want to bring him on here live now. Dr. Chin Hong, how are you doing? It's so nice to be with you again.
So great to be on, Regina. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Well, so I had planned on talking to you about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and we will get to that in just a minute. But as a medical professional, I really want to know your take on the fact that really this morning we are learning that India is seeing a record number of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and even deaths. So what do you feel is the issue out there as far as medical help?
Yes, so Regina, it's a very complex situation in India. In the beginning of the pandemic, we expected India to really explode, and that didn't happen for much of 2020. Sure, they had surges, but not to the level that we expected. So it was only a matter of time, given a population with not a very brisk vaccination rollout, and before they started exploding cases. The other difference between 2020 and currently is the presence of variants. So a week or two ago, there was this double mutant variant described from India that was first described in the state of Maharashtra. And, you know, it was responsible, people thought, for more than 100% increase in the last week or so. And that's, together with the UK B117 variant, I think, making things very, very different in India than a year ago.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Chin Hong, we've heard that a lot of the hospitals are running out of oxygen. The U.S. and other surrounding countries are actually expected to be sending resources. So I know that obviously it was a problem here in America when we saw a lot of surges. So what can you say about how the hospitals are handling the situation?
Well, Regina, it's just like what happened in the U.S. What this kind of pandemic shows or exposes is the fractures in the healthcare system. And I think what it really illustrates is that India is really not equipped to deal with this kind of pandemic. It's already bursting at the seams. So I'm really, really worried. I mean, when you think about basic supplies like oxygen, but also PPE, diagnostic tests, all of these kinds of basic supplies are really in short supply.
Dr. Chin Hong, what do you think needs to be done for India to see a light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, if we learn from our experience here in the US, you know, having strict lockdowns is probably the only first approach, unfortunately. And that's really, really difficult in a large country like India, where people move back and forth. There's a lot of traveling migrant workers from the north who come originally from the south. There's a vast transportation network, but more than ever, there's a lot of economic disparities in India, similar to here, but even on a much grander level, so that you have overcrowding, low socioeconomic status, and structural problems that prevent people to access healthcare. So it's really, really difficult to solve this problem overnight, except that, of course, countries have to rally to you know, donate supplies, manpower, person power, very similar to what we've seen in other parts of the pandemic, like when people moved to New York. But this is on a much, much, much grander scale than I think the world has seen before.
And, you know, when it comes to vaccines, we have been seeing our own situation here in the United States. I actually do want to change the graphic and bring up some video of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. There was a meeting on Friday where the FDA and the CDC voted that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is okay to resume distribution in the United States, but now they must issue a warning. So what was really talked about in that meeting?
So, as folks know, about a week or so ago, the J&J vaccine was paused in the U.S. based on reports of 6 cases of brain clots in women between the ages of 18 and 48. It was kind of a very rare brain clot, but very, very rare. So of the almost 8 million vaccines administered of J&J so far, there were about 6 cases. There were an additional 9 cases unearthed, bringing up the numbers a little bit, but still about the same odds as being struck by lightning. Nevertheless, this was unpaused, given Americans the option of getting this vaccine and speaking about the risk-benefit issue with their own clinicians. However, the CDC thinks that the risk of getting bad outcomes from COVID outweighs the risk of getting these rare clots.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of hesitancy now when it was first announced about this risk of blood clots. A lot of people canceled their Johnson & Johnson vaccine and opted to get Moderna and Pfizer. So as a doctor, would you still recommend the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to your patients?
Well, I would say that I definitely hear what people are saying. And if people are nervous about getting the J&J vaccine, because we have so many alternatives here in the US, I'd be supportive of them getting any vaccine for COVID, because any vaccine, all three currently under emergency use authorization, are excellent vaccines. So I would support that. For people who are still on the fence and may want to take J&J because it's one-stop shopping, you just need one dose. It's really good for mobile vans. So if the only van coming around is a J&J van, the risk of getting one of these clots is really, really low. And another fact that people may not know about is that as medical professionals, we understood a lot about these clots. Again, they're very rare. So we know how to treat them better than in the early days.
Dr. Peter Chin Hong, is there anything else related to the vaccine, India, anything with the coronavirus pandemic that we may have missed before we send you off?
Well, I would say that, we're making great progress in the US for vaccinations. I encourage everyone to continue doing that. It means that life is coming back to normal. The more we get vaccinated, Disneyland is opening up, SeaWorld, and I think that return to normalcy is what people are hoping for. And just go out there, get vaccinated. There are other vaccines coming down the pike, but it is something that I've been very happy with our rollout so far.
All right. Well, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, thank you so much for joining us live here on News Now from Fox and waking up early with us there out on the West Coast.
Thanks so much, Regina.
And a huge thank you to Dr. Chin Hong for waking up early there out in California. Again, guys, some of the coronavirus headlines that we are continuing to follow from India all the way back here to the United States, where, again, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is allowed to resume per the CDC and FDA. Taking a live look over New York City from one coast to another. Some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. More coronavirus headlines when we return. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. 9:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. You are currently taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in Manhattan, looking like a pretty nice day out there in the Big Apple. And according to Fox 5 New York's website, it does appear that it's about 43 and cloudy with a high of 60 and a low of 44. So basically some decent springtime weather. For those of you who don't know or haven't heard me say it on our show, I am actually from New York, not specifically New York City, but Long Island, just a train ride away. And April is usually a really nice time depending on how Mother Nature is feeling. We have seen really cold temperatures out there in April, and it has also been a little on the warmer side. So New York can just surprise you when it comes to the weather in months like this. But I wanted to take you out to New York because if you were just tuning into our coverage here on News Now from Fox, we were joined by Dr. Peter Chin Hong, who woke up with us early out there in San Francisco, California, to talk to us about some of the latest coronavirus headlines, including a surge of cases and deaths and hospitalizations in India, as well as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine being given the green light to resume distribution here in the United States. Well, New York City is opening up all of its city-run vaccination sites to anyone and everyone over the age of 16 who wants a shot, with or without an appointment. Health experts say the biggest hurdle now is getting everyone on board with the vaccine. Fox's Lizette Nunez has this story.
As of today, any New Yorker 16 and older can walk into any city-run vaccine site and get vaccinated.
We want to make it simple. You can go to any city-run site, Health and Hospitals, Department of Health, any site. You can go there and get a shot, doesn't matter where you live.
One of the newest vaccine sites, the Museum of Natural History. This evening, dozens of New Yorkers making their way to get vaccinated.
My family has already gotten the vaccine. I was the only one that hasn't yet, so I wanted to make sure I was also protecting them.
I have a son, so 6 months old, so just want to make sure to take all the precautions needed so that he's okay.
Although more than 6 million doses have been administered in New York City, city leaders and health experts say vaccine hesitancy is still a problem. Dr. Jeff Tausig, a clinical psychologist, says the newness of a vaccine is a contributing factor.
Typically, when we hear about vaccines, they've been years in development. This happened so fast that some people, as wonderful as that is, given the needs that we have for it, some people are a little concerned that it happened so quickly.
Dr. Tausig says one way to combat vaccine hesitancy is through keeping the public informed.
It's communication of research, it's communication of results, it's communication of how well most people are doing post-vaccine.
Alrighty, everybody. The beauty of News Now from Fox is we can take you from one city to another with the press of one button. So, taking you out to Minnesota a couple times here this morning, but I do want to bring you back out there because this next story has to do with the pandemic. Specifically, Twin Cities dog owners are having a hard time getting their dogs groomed, and they are not alone. Apparently, the pandemic is causing a shortage of dog groomers. So let's get the latest from our Fox 9 Minneapolis team on this story.
If you're having a hard time getting your dog in to be groomed, you're not alone. Bubbly Paws here in Minneapolis and their other locations across the metro are backed up 8 to 10 weeks, and they can't find enough groomers to fix it.
Hi, Lucy.
It's time to shed that winter coat.
That's a good girl.
And Lucy here is lucky her owners were able to get an appointment.
Backed up almost 2 months right now. Some shops are even further out.
Groomers everywhere saying the demand is more than they can handle.
In 10 years of owning the dog washes, we've never stopped accepting new customers, and we just stopped accepting new customers.
Owner of Bubbly Paws, Keith Miller, is offering a $1,000 sign-on bonus to new groomers, saying they won't make a dent in the wait list without more help.
Normally we have, we'll put a grooming ad up and we'll have, 10, 12 groomers apply for it. We had one,
And our interview is Monday, and I hope this girl is good because she's basically hired.
Miller thinks the increased demand is due to all the people who got dogs during COVID, while professional groomer Isaac Stull thinks it's from all the people who put off grooming during the shutdown. Either way,
Busy is better than no business at all.
they say they'll keep working through their client list, hoping something gives.
Everybody's been so kind and so understanding. I think the fact that we're all in this together is really hitting everybody at home like, okay, like I can wait.
Courtney Godfrey, Fox 9.
All right, thank you to Courtney for that report. Hello, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. Welcome to our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. Now, you may hear the host say and reference the fact that we are a bunch of roles when we are on set for this show. We control your graphics, we control your audio, the video that you see, we type information, and we really control everything. We're the producers, the directors. As you can see, this is our setup here. We've got a couple of audio boards, we've got a couple of monitors, and this is where it all happens. Pilar Arias likes to call it mission control, but it's exciting times here at News Now from Fox. We are able to take live interviews like you see every morning, live talkbacks with reporters, and we are just minutes away from speaking with Fox News' Griff Jenkins, who is in North Carolina following the surveillance and body cam footage that is expected to be released today in the shooting, the officer-involved shooting that we saw last week. But in the meantime, we've been keeping up with your coronavirus headlines, and I do actually want to bring you this story next, courtesy of our station Fox 11 Los Angeles. They speak with an immunologist, about the latest news on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. He is also sharing a personal story on what's happening with his family dealing with a COVID-19 infection. So let's get the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles here on News Now from Fox.
So the CDC is set to discuss how to move forward with the J&J vaccine program today. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine was paused, you'll recall, last week because it was linked to rare but potentially deadly blood clots. Europe just resumed using the J&J vaccine, but with a safety warning. Now the question is, could the U.S. do the same? Joining us to discuss all of this, somebody who's watching it all very closely, board-certified immunologist Dr. Praveen Budiga, who is a familiar face to our viewers here. Dr. Budiga, thank you so much. I know that you, more so perhaps than even we are, have been watching very closely the CDC conversations they're convening today. What are you expecting about what comes out of the meeting and what the outcome and decisions about the J&J vaccine will be?
Well, thank you so much for having me back, Michaela. And yes, I have been following this very carefully. I think the committee, the CDC and the FDA committee is going to come back regarding the J&J with a federal warning, actually, a black box warning about the possible side effects with the, as you all know, there were 6 clots reported after 6 million shots have been given. And this was mostly in the age group of 18 to 48 among women, which caused, especially in the brain. And that is why they held a pause and for further administration. So I think the committee is going to come back with a black box warning, but I think they will go ahead and continue the J&J vaccine. That is my opinion, probably today or early next week.
Do you think they'll also maybe recommend that women in that age group, that particularly vulnerable group, will that they go to Moderna or Pfizer? Because Moderna and Pfizer don't have that same issue, do they?
They don't, and I agree with you totally. 100%, because I believe with the black box warning, there's going to be another legal line saying that women within that age group of 18 to 48 should seek an alternative such as the Moderna or Pfizer per their choice.
One of the boons about J&J is the single dose, right? So many people want, either because they can't get a ride or just are afraid of needles or whatever, it's just more convenient. There have been some discussions about whether you can get enough protection from a single shot of Moderna or Pfizer.
That is so true. And at this point, Michaela, I'm going to put my immunology cap on and say that 2 doses of vaccine a month apart will give you the memory and the long-term immune protection.
Gotcha.
But saying that. However, one dose of the vaccine, it gives you the 6 to 8 months protection, and that's a great place to start. So I would highly recommend everyone get vaccinated, at least with that one dose. And if possible, get that booster dose that will give you the long-term immune protection up to 12 to 18 months.
We're doing pretty well in LA County. I think they say we're about 50% vaccinated, but I know they're talking about herd immunity needing to reach about an 80% or higher threshold. What do you think can be done to get us over that hump?
Well, so from what I know, 6.5 out of the 10 million residents in the LA County have been vaccinated, which is awesome. So that's almost about 60%. And to reach herd immunity, that's about a 70 to 80%. And actually, I would take my hats off, and really, that's a big deal for locally. And LA being almost a leading city now for getting this vaccination. It's a way to go, but I encourage LA to keep going. As you probably know, it's like a marathon, and the last leg is most difficult. So the last, 10, 15%.
Yeah.
And this is where I plead. This is where, as an immunologist and doctor taking care of all these patients, that I plead to my African American brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, please get vaccinated along with everybody else, because really, at the end of the day, I have to share a personal story. If you have a minute. I have to end with a personal story that my in-laws, on my advice earlier, during the rollout earlier a few months ago, did get vaccinated, and they are safe. Although at the same time, when my aunt and uncle were eligible, at the same time they chose not to get vaccinated, and unfortunately they're in the hospital, they're on oxygen, they're fighting for their lives, and they're struggling to make a recovery. And this can have been totally avoided, and this is when even one dose would have helped. And I pray for their early recovery. And we have millions of doses. Yeah, and I request all the LA County residents, regardless of who you are, please get vaccinated as long as you're in the age criteria. And if you are a woman in the 18 to 48 age bracket, please get vaccinated with either the Moderna or
Pfizer. Dr. Bodiga, thank you for sharing from your heart, and we add our prayers for your family as well, that they will make a safe recovery. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I appreciate you being real, because we need that. We have to end this, and we have to do it for one another, right? The vaccination isn't just for you, it's to protect your fellow man.
And it is within our control, and we can all do it. We just have to get that one shot.
Dr. Praveen Bodiga, this is why we like having him on. We appreciate you, and hopefully people will hear your plea. Thanks so much, Dr. Bodiga. You stay safe. So the CDC...
All right, everybody, you are taking a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial as the big board is moving up this morning. We like to bring you that look here on NewsNOW from Fox. I am most definitely not a stock expert. Pilar Arias is way better at this than me, but it does look like we are seeing some good-looking numbers this morning. Now, we're continuing to follow the top stories and headlines that you want and need to know this morning, and we have been continuously following the officer-involved shooting of Andrew Brown Jr. in North Carolina last week. So I do want to bring in Fox's Griff Jenkins, who is joining us live from Elizabeth City, North Carolina, with the latest on this situation. Griff, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Regina. Good morning to you. And I am in Elizabeth City, where just in the last hour, the mayor declared a state of emergency ahead of the possible public release of body cam footage showing the shooting death of Andrew Brown. For our viewers, just to recap, it was this past Wednesday morning that the Pasquotank County Sheriffs were at Mr. Brown's house to carry out a warrant, and the incident resulted in the sheriff sheriff's deputies shooting and killing Andrew Brown. And now there has been protests, peaceful, every night since Wednesday, when the protesters demanding that that body cam footage worn by those deputies be publicly released. However, Regina, it's complicated here in North Carolina because under law, the release of body-worn video to be released to the public or the press is pursuant to a court order. And so the sheriff has to get a judge to sign off on that before it is done, and he has not gone to the court as of yet, although he says he's pushing to do it. Now, under the same law, the sheriff can share privately that video with any individual with a direct connection to what's on that video. In this case, it will be at 11:30 today. The Brown family, along with their attorneys, Ben Crump, Harry Daniels, and Bakari Sellers, will see that footage, and they'll come right where I'm standing and talk about what they saw and speak with the press. Now, we have had, as I mentioned, peaceful protests every night. There have been no arrests, but obviously there is concern once there's a characterization of what's on that tape, things could lead to civil unrest. But right now it is peaceful. Let me just pan back. Regina, my cameraman Dartis, is going to yell about this because it's kind of ugly because you've got a lot of press here in front of the sheriff's office. But if you pan all the way back, you can see that around where we are in the left and right now, over on this side, that's the door where the sheriff comes and goes. And we've seen a few protesters there. They are there with their cell phone cameras. They want to talk to the sheriff. There are also calls, I should point out, for the sheriff to resign. The local NAACP President Keith Rivers calling on Saturday for a resignation. But you see here, the protesters have set up water, coffee, snacks, and they plan to be here all day long, certainly at least until the family is here and views that tape. So tensions are running high indeed as far as a timeline on when the public might ultimately see that tape. It's unclear, although we do know that the sheriff here, Tommy Wooten, is saying he understands the public's frustration and he wants that tape out as well. We'll see. It's only a matter of time. For a little context, there was a shooting in the Charlotte area in 2019 where similar demands were made. It took 22 days for that video to get released. Hopefully it will be sooner this time around, and we can hear in the distance, although you can't see it, some chanting. Really, the protesters have sort of been chanting no justice, no peace, say his name, Andrew Brown, and release the video they've been saying as they kind of march around the sheriff's office here in Elizabeth City. Regina?
Yeah, and Griff, you mentioned that these protests have been peaceful. We have seen and been covering a number of officer-involved shootings within the last couple of weeks. You had the Chauvin verdict. So you're standing in Elizabeth City right now. What are you feeling? What is the sense of the public? Do you feel that these protests will remain peaceful? And I know you said that we have to wait to see when we will see the body cam footage, but what do you feel is happening right now in the city?
That's a great question, Regina, and I appreciate you asking it. Just to give a little bit of observation, I covered for Fox News the Ferguson riots, the Baltimore riots. I was in Milwaukee, Kenosha, and one of the dynamics that's unique here, and maybe it's because Elizabeth City is such a small eastern North Carolina, very close to the Outer Banks area and not near a larger city like Ferguson was next to St. Louis, and of course Baltimore, a big city. It's a dynamic that the 200 or 300 protesters here really have some relationship with the local police. They appreciate the police allowing them to march peacefully, demonstrate, and to block intersections. And so far, I'm not seeing a lot of outsiders coming into this area. It seems to be mostly the local folks. And also, I have not seen really that breach of trust between the protesters and the police. When they go out at night, there is a police escort at the front of their march, and at the back of their march, almost the police wanting to sort of help them express their First Amendment rights. Now, obviously that dynamic could change, certainly as things grow larger, but so far we haven't seen the confrontations between police and protesters who perceive the police as really trying to hinder their First Amendment right, rather than, in this case, what we've seen the last 4 or 5 nights, really supporting it.
All right. Well, Fox's Griff Jenkins joining us from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Thank you so much for this update here on News Now from Fox. You be safe out there.
Thank you, Regina.
All right, now taking you live out to another part of North Carolina. We are all about the live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show, and we have just gotten word that this is the North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper and the Senate President pro tempore Phil Berger, Senator Dan Blue, and a lot of other lawmakers issuing a statement after Apple announced its decision to build a new campus in Wake County, North Carolina, hiring 3,000 employees and investing $1 billion. This will be Apple's first entirely new U.S. campus in more than 20 years and signifies a long-term investment in the state and region. And it does look like we are getting a speaker here right now, so let's listen in.
I want to thank you for the weather today. It's certainly a beautiful day. And I want to thank everybody for being here, particularly those folks who are up here, and of course members of the press. There's no question North Carolina is the best state in the country to live, to work, and to do business. We've worked to move North Carolina from the bottom of the pack in business climate ratings to near the top. That Apple chose North Carolina as the location for its first new American campus in many years is a testament to the success of that work. After all, there's a reason this transformative project isn't happening somewhere else. We've spent 10 years enacting responsible budgets, lowering taxes, and making regulations reasonable, the winning formula for job creation. That formula, combined with education reforms and funding, is attractive to job creators, big and small. Today, that job creator happens to be the biggest company in the world. Importantly, the footprint of this very large investment will be felt across the state of North Carolina. Rural counties that surround Wake will benefit from the massive economic effects Apple's new campus will generate. And by the rules of our state's economic incentive program, more than $100 million will be directed to the state's utility account, which funds improvements to infrastructure in Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties. New tax revenue generated by Apple's new campus and the high-paying jobs that come with it will help fund schools, colleges, roads, and bridges from the mountains to the coast. And it must be said that this project would not have happened without key people who spent a lot of time 3 years ago updating our state's JDIG program. Those people include Jim Blaine, Bart Goodson, Ken Udy, Barry Boardman, Jonathan Tart, Cindy Averett, Tony Copeland, and Dan Edifaw. There are other people that deserve credit, but they're the ones that worked tirelessly on updating the JDIG legislation. They deserve as much credit as anybody up here for this transformative investment. I want to thank you for being here today and thank Apple for its investment in North Carolina.
We'll now recognize State Senate Minority Leader Dan Blue.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Governor. You know, I'm almost giddy up here watching what happens when folk work together for a common good. About 55 years ago, IBM made the decision to come to Research Triangle Park. I was a college student here at the time. And the amazing thing about that is a transformational effect that company, then the principal technology company in the country and in the world. The same thing is happening now with Apple. It's not just Apple that we celebrate coming here today, but it is the ecosystem that it brings with it. And I will suggest to you that just as we saw IBM transform a region, just as we saw biotechnology being in a position to get a foot with pharmaceutical companies and all of those coming into this area all over the state, we will see the same kind of impact from this decision by Apple. You know, IBM is still here in various forms through Red Hat and in its other capacities, and going strong. And we're going to see that same kind of thing happening with this. Artificial intelligence, this is going to be the hub for it to a great degree. And the industries that will populate the next half a century. So I'm glad that Apple is coming to Wake County. Of course I am. I represent Wake County. But I'm also glad that Apple is coming to North Carolina. Anybody who studied how these super international companies do know that the ripple goes far and wide. And we just got to commit ourselves to invest in those things that will service not only the Apples, but other great companies that will be coming. The governor alluded to it: education, 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 and infrastructure. And if we can work together to bring us to this point, as Democrats and Republicans running this state, representing all of the people in this state, we can work together to make an environment so that North Carolina is second to none in the country, but more importantly, second to none in the world as we provide for our people. Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Thank all of you for being here.
We'll now hear from the Speaker of the State House, Tim Moore.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. I can think of no better weather and no better news to announce today in North Carolina. This is something that we should all be proud of. And just as the previous speakers have said, this is an example of what happens when everybody works together. You know, when the transformative project legislation was introduced, we had one project in mind, but isn't it great when it's a different project that comes around? I think the governor, before we came out, said it well. When a window closed, we had a big door open all of a sudden. And this is an absolutely huge opportunity, not just for our state, but frankly for so many generations yet to come. Folks who live here, folks who will move here. The catalyst that this will serve when it comes to the development of technology, research and development, and the multiple spin-off companies that will happen can't be fully stated. Look at the history of the great work that's happened here at the RTP, the reason that so many companies invest here. And one of the common things that we hear a lot is the investment in higher education, the fact that higher education partners so much with private industry. So it's no accident that Apple decided to locate this major expansion in North Carolina. 3,000 jobs, roughly $1 billion investment, all that's going to benefit this state, as I say, for generations yet to come. An opportunity for growth here like we haven't seen in many decades at this extent. You know, this has been a challenging last 12 months. North Carolinians are hungry for good news. Well, today they received great news. And I'm proud to be here standing with these other leaders today to say welcome to Apple.
We'll now hear from the House Minority Leader, Robert Reeves.
And I would also say good morning and thanks to everybody for being here. I especially want to thank our governor. I want to thank Secretary Sanders. Pretty good first month on the job, I'd say. I want to thank our legislative leaders here and reiterate what you've heard. This is what happens when we work together. This is what happened when different viewpoints, different thought processes come together, figure out compromise, and figure out ways to move forward. And just as the speaker said, when we came up with the transformative legislation, you know, we had one idea in mind. We now have another company to be happy about. And getting a company like Apple is so important because of what they are committed to. They're committed to diversity. They're committed to inclusion. They're committed to making things better. And how exciting is it to be in North Carolina? If you've been a North Carolinian all your life, I, just like Senator Blue, wasn't alive when IBM got here. Wasn't quite in college, but but with that being said, I remember what it meant to my family. I had an aunt and uncle who were just getting out of school. They had a chance to locate somewhere, and they decided to stay, with opportunities all over the country, to stay in North Carolina because IBM was here. And so my aunt's retiring from IBM after all these years, and to think about those opportunities being here for our kids. Think about governors like Hodges, Hunt, who understood, just as Governor Cooper does, that the work we're doing today, we might not see all the benefits in our lifetime, but thank God we've got a chance to see those for our kids and for our grandkids. And what we've done for North Carolina, getting Apple here, means the world. So I hope we continue to have announcements like this, continue to be able to work together, and continue to be able to show the rest of the country how you work together with differences of opinion, differences in politics, differences within parties about the way things ought to move forward, and seeing that ultimately it's about our citizens, because that's who won today. The citizens of North Carolina, the people who live here, the people who call it home. We've got a big win for you, and I could not be happier to have that. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the chairman of the Wake County Commissioners, Matt Calabria. Matt.
Thank you very much, Governor. Good morning, everyone. This is a truly landmark day for Wake County, as it is for our region and for our state. Again, I'm Matt Calabria, chair of the Wake County Board of Commissioners, and on behalf of the county and the county commission, I want to welcome Apple into our community. I want to start by thanking Governor Cooper, Secretary Sanders, for their leadership on this project and so many other things. I also want to thank our legislative leaders, many of whom you've heard from today, for the work of their respective houses in making this project a reality. Lastly, I want to thank many of our Wake County team members, some of whom are here today, the County Manager David Ellis, Adrian Cole, Michael Haley, Ashley Cagle, Chris Dillon, and so many others who worked incredibly hard to put this project together. We are delighted that out of all the places Apple could have gone, Apple chose Wake County. But we believe that that was no accident. Apple surely does its homework when making decisions like this, and Wake County has the skill set and the mindset to attract cutting-edge companies such as Apple. Wake County is a great place to live and work and play because our people are great. We invest in our people. We invest in our quality of life. That's one of the reasons that we invest in our world-class education system, while we have great colleges and universities, a phenomenal healthcare system, and fantastic and vibrant parks and greenways. It's also why we're excited that Apple has committed to investing $100 million in our local schools and community initiatives. And just like Apple, we are always looking to what comes next. Apple's announcement highlights what we already knew about Wake County, that our county is a hub for the best companies and the brightest minds. Fully 4,000 tech companies call Wake County home, and after this announcement, you can bet that there are going to be a whole lot of others looking to sign up as well. As I said, our state and our region have invested in our people. We have invested in our infrastructure, as so many others this morning have talked about, and we continue to invest in our future. And it's days like today that we get to see the dividends paid on those investments. So thank you again to Apple for seeing in us what we have worked so hard to create. We are looking forward to working with you to creating a better community for the years to come. Thank you.
Again, we are excited and proud that Apple has chosen North Carolina as the location for its first completely new campus and engineering hub in more than 20 years. A lot of people worked hard on this. Matt, thank you for recognizing the local folks. Adrian Cole, appreciate it. Former Commerce Secretary Tony Copeland worked very hard on this, as did Chris Chung and the Economic Development Partnership. And also from my staff, my Chief of Staff, Christy Jones, and Senior Advisor, Ken Udy. A lot of people had a role in this, and it's been going on for well over 2.5 years, but we're excited to be here today to talk about this. So we will take questions from the media. Yes.
Hey, this is Jason DeBoer, North Carolina Public Radio. So you mentioned about the incentive package, obviously, and the tax regulations that are in place. The question isn't so much about, how much you're getting in incentives, it's how much they're investing. The question is, would they have done this if you would have given them less in incentives? The question is, how are you so confident that they would not have invested here, that these jobs would not have been created, had you given even $1 less in incentives?
I believe these companies look at the whole landscape when making decisions on whether to come somewhere. Incentives are part of it, and most states, when they would attract a company like this, would have incentives. So other states were offering incentives too. But this company looks at everything, and with our workforce, our university system, the fact that we are a center for innovation, I believe that they picked us for a lot of those reasons, our commitment to diversity and inclusion. I do think it was important to have these transformational incentives. I think in the past, North Carolina may have missed out on some of these because we didn't have one, and it's why the legislature and we work together to put together these transformational incentives. And remember, they are accountable incentives. They don't get anything until they create these jobs and make sure that people are employed. So we're excited about it, and we think we did the right thing with that. Yes. That's a good question. There's no question that the synergy that this project is creating will have a ripple effect across the economy. There'll be a lot of businesses that spring up because of Apple. They'll be able to hire a lot more employees as well. So I think we will see prosperity resulting from this. Now, with that in mind, we know that particularly during this pandemic, that's shining a bright light on people who are really on the edge, people who are sometimes having to work 2 jobs, people who don't have health insurance. I think we need to provide some direct help, and I'll be talking about that a little bit in the State of the State tonight, about getting people the funding they need to get these post-high school degrees and credentials that they would need for these good paying jobs. In addition to, I think we should invest some of our American Rescue Plan money for affordable housing here and throughout North Carolina. So yes, with growth comes challenges with traffic and housing and everything else, but we know that this growth is going to be good for our state overall. Well, first, they've told us that this is going to be a volunteer fund, that they're going to put $100 million in a fund for North Carolina schools and community associations. They are going to make those decisions. Obviously, they will take our input, but they want to give back to the community and be a part of what we're doing going forward. They have emphasized to us that it is critical that our community colleges and universities be ready to train these people, because, we were first talking about this project back in 2018. There's so many more different kinds of jobs now, and this hub will require jobs that need much more training and education. So we've got to invest to make sure we can do that. Travis? So we have been talking with Apple about this project since 2018. And toward the end of 2018, there was an announcement of an expansion in Texas. We were initially disappointed, but Apple had purchased property here and continued to tell us that North Carolina was on the radar for something else. So we continued talking to them. There's no question that Apple believes strongly in diversity and inclusion and doesn't want to see those kinds of bills that you mentioned get passed. And I think we won't do those kinds of things in North Carolina. But I will say this. I mentioned to Speaker Moore coming in, that window closed, but a door opened. I believe that this project is much more transformational than the expansion we would have gotten in 2018. There is not a particular reason that I know of why Apple did not choose North Carolina in 2018. People surmise that maybe it was because of diversity and inclusion issues and HB2 hangover. I don't know for sure. but I had a conversation with Tim Cook on Saturday. He feels good about our diversity, inclusion, and anti-discrimination landscape. He feels good about this project, and they are just as excited as we are to build it. Yes, sir.
Governor, a few questions since I don't have to press 5 on the phone today. First thing is, what kind of timeline do we know about groundbreaking, about when these jobs are going to appear? And is there any guarantee about them actually hiring in North Carolina, or are they bringing in people from the outside to fill these jobs?
I'm going to let Secretary Sanders talk about that in a little bit. My understanding is they want to start as quickly as possible. And yes, they will bring some people in, but they're going to be relying on North Carolina's workforce. It's one of the reasons why they came here, because we have such a strong workforce, strong communities and strong universities and community colleges. Would you want to add anything to that, Secretary Sanders?
I don't have a definitive date on groundbreaking, but as the governor said, we have been told that they would like to start as soon as possible. So we will partner and continue to collaborate with them on that. I'd also mention that there are 1,100 employees currently that they are going to retain here in North Carolina, and we do expect that because of our talent, which is a part of their decision, that they will hire residents of our state as well.
So 1,100 of the 3,000 are going to be in North Carolina?
No, 1,100 are here. They will retain those, and that we will have an additional 3,000.
All right, everybody, good morning. You are watching News Now from Fox this Monday, April 26, 2021. You are listening in to North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper and other officials there talking about Apple's decision to build a new campus in Wake County, North Carolina. We'll continue to listen in for just a little bit.
What projects are going to be funded? And give it more specifics also to that education fund. Who's in charge of that? When will that money be doled out?
There's a Rural Infrastructure Authority utility fund that this legislation that we all worked on together that is required. This money that Apple will pay into that fund, decisions by the board upon applications that areas have, money will go out. I don't know how many millions, but a lot of money has gone out in this fund. It's been very positive for our rural and undeveloped areas that need infrastructure help. So we expect that the board will consider this money as it comes in, as we get applications from county across North Carolina. The $100 million on the school fund is something Apple is doing on its own. The money that goes to the utility fund is required under the legislation for the job incentives. Well, first, it will create jobs that a lot of North Carolinians will get. Second, there will be economic spinoff with suppliers and other companies working with Apple that a lot of people may end up working for. And in addition, it will create more tax revenue for Wake County and North Carolina in order to invest back into education and infrastructure. The synergy that is created by a company like this, and the fact that people all over the world, companies all over the world look at North Carolina, they already know about the reputation of the Research Triangle Park, built upon decades of foresight and hard work. They'll see an Apple has moved here. That's going to pique their interest about wanting to come here too, because the more technology companies you have, the more infrastructure and workforce that you create, and the more synergy is started to create even better paying jobs for people across the state. It's worth it. Anybody else? Sure.
All right, everybody. So that's the latest there from North Carolina officials right here, live, raw, unfiltered on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, here's a live look at the stock market. Dow Jones Industrial Big Board currently up about 70 points right now. Nothing but green on the big board today, and that is great news. Might be a good day to check that 401k. Happy Monday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. So thank you so much for starting your day and your week with us right here. We've had your top stories and headlines, not just from across the country, but worldwide as well. All eyes are on India right now as they are seeing record numbers of COVID-19 cases and unfortunately deaths as well. Second behind us here in the U.S. in terms of the extreme numbers that they are experiencing right now, the surge or the outbreak, and we will continue to follow any headlines out of there. We've also been, we've been national, we've been international, and we've been universal because we've been up in space at the International Space Station this morning as well. We've been covering everything that you want and need to know about before you start your day, whether it's work, it's school, it's both. We will continue to follow it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. So I did just get a new story in here on News Now from Fox, an update to a story that we've been following a lot this morning. A new study finds that roughly 5 million people have skipped their second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Fox's Lizette Nunez spoke with a medical professional to find out why. We're talking about 5 million Americans.
A new report from the CDC says about 8% of patients, which is roughly 5 million people, have missed their second COVID-19 shot. Dr. Suraj Sugar, an infectious disease doctor at Holy Name Medical Center, says he believes some people are skipping their second dose because they feel like they don't need it.
False sense of security. I took the first shot. I probably am good enough. Why do I need a second shot? I'm healthy. I have a healthy immune system. What's the big deal? I tell my patients, a week after the first dose, you're 50% protected. But that 95%, approximately 95% efficacy is 2 weeks after the second dose. So that's a big difference.
Dr. Sugar adds some people also fear the potential side effects. Today, Austin Celestin returned to the Javits Center for his second dose.
It's a relief that I'm finally fully inoculated.
Kate Keffelman also returned for her second round. She believes a little discomfort is worth it in order to be one step closer towards ending the pandemic.
Don't skip out on your second dose. Getting your second dose, you might have more side effects of feeling sick, but it just means your body's working on fighting the virus.
All right, everybody, we do have some breaking news happening right now. This is in Compton, California, Southern California. That is a 2-alarm house fire. Usually Stu Mundell is in Sky Fox speaking, and we can take the audio. So I'm going to bring up the audio really quickly to see what it sounds like, hopefully get some more information. We're also going to reach out to Fox 11 Los Angeles and so they can coordinate and let them know that we are taking their Sky Fox. So I'm going to turn up the audio here really quickly.
Fox News Now. Well, this is happening out here in the Compton area. This is going to be the 1600 block of Pine. You can see Compton firefighters out here battling these flames. Single-family dwelling. Now, when the firefighters first arrived here, the first engines first arrived, they had a little bit of fire in the attic, then it quickly spread. You can see those firefighters on that roof, and we also know firefighters inside that building. As far as for the people inside that home, everybody is out safely, along with pets. Compton Fire bumping this up to a second alarm, so they're going to double that firefighting force out here very shortly. Again, the flames are happening at the 1600 block of Pine. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, everybody. Again, that was Fox 11 Los Angeles. This is Stu Mundell. He is an aerial photojournalist in Sky Fox there for Fox 11 Los Angeles. Very, very well known, not just in Southern California, but the entire West Coast state. If you'd like to follow him, he is on Twitter. The handle at Stu_Mundell. That's STU_MUNDEL. And he is always flying around, not just Southern California, but the entire Southwest region. We're going to continue to watch these images for just a little bit. Most of you, though, are going to go on a 2-minute commercial break. That smoke has turned to white here at the fire scene. That is usually a good sign that firefighters are getting control of the flames. Again, for those of you not in a break, we'll continue to watch. Those of you going to a break, we will see you in 2 minutes. Very extensive damage to this home, again in Compton, California. Fox 11 Sky Fox flying from up above. We just got a live update from Stu Mundell, who is in Sky Fox right now. I'll continue to keep a close eye on it for you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, happy Monday, everybody. It is April 26, 2021. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to head out to our Fox-owned and operated station in Detroit, Fox 2, to get an update on some COVID-19 vaccine incentives. They just sent us this report.
This is serious. I had COVID-19 last March. I've had another member of my church die in the last week. I have buried more people I've ever buried in my ministry.
Too many lives are being lost to the virus around the nation, the state, and right here in Detroit. That's one of the reasons Reverend Horace Sheffield started offering the vaccine at the Sheffield Center on Grand River every Thursday. Among the 400-some people who showed up on this day, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan, who wanted to see the commitment to combat COVID close up.
What Reverend Sheffield has done here is take a trusted institution in this community and reach out to people in a way that government couldn't do. And it's just very impressive.
The city of Detroit has seen lower vaccination numbers than some of its surrounding communities. In recent weeks, to make getting the shots more equitable and accessible, they've added a walk-up option at the TCF Center, opened up neighborhood vaccine clinics at schools and churches, and will soon go door to door to inoculate those who are homebound. The Mass Clinic at Ford Field has also experienced 2,000 fewer appointments in the last week.
We are hitting that shift in demand earlier than I would have expected. We thought that this point would be later in May, but unfortunately it's here now.
Right now, they're about halfway through the federally run vaccination effort at the home of the Lions, with roughly 150,000 shots administered. On Thursday, the Protect Michigan Commission announced an additional 7,500 doses would be available there. Doses the Detroit Public School Community District is hoping its eligible staff will take advantage of. In fact, the district is offering $500 bonuses and 2 more sick days for those who roll up their sleeves. In a statement, Superintendent Dr. Nikolai Vitti said, quote, "This incentive is a way to promote the greatest protections to all employees as we work to minimize the threat of COVID-19 while respecting an individual's choice not to vaccinate." End quote.
I was nervous as well, but now that I got it, I feel fine and I feel good that I got it.
Yeah, I heard about it this morning and I was like, boop.
Wayne State students are smart, and when money is involved, they become smarter.
Lab coats are $27 a semester, so I could, use that as part of the money there.
So here's the deal. In order to get students COVID vaccinated, Wayne State University is giving them $10.
I've already gotten both my first and second shot.
Did you miss out on the $10?
No, yes, technically.
Well, not really. Wayne State says just upload proof of your vaccination by May 7th, and then you get $10 added to your student accounts, like Grubhub, or you can save it to be used on campus in the fall. Exciting, right?
I think it's definitely a good incentive.
And especially since WSU President M. Roy Wilson expects the majority of fall classes to be in person, and the best way to ensure a return to campus in September is to get vaccinated. So you would think that students will be running to get the shot now.
I plan on getting a shot, but not right now.
Seems the pause with the Johnson & Johnson shot have caused some hesitation in some. And then there are other rumors.
The whole thing about pregnancy, like
Pregnancy?
Yeah, apparently there's...
You could get pregnant getting the shot?
No.
Somehow the shot does something with fertility? What are you studying at Wayne State?
Chemistry.
Maybe you know about this stuff then.
Yeah, it's not true.
Well, that's good. But nevertheless... So the $10 is not going to get you to just go in there and get that shot?
No.
But for those who do want the vaccine, shots are given at the university's campus health center, or you can get the shot anywhere to get the $10 incentive. Would you get the shot for $5?
I mean, $5 is $5.
In Detroit, Charlie Langton, Fox 2 News.
Bosses across the metro area have a big decision to make. That is, how many employees should they bring back when things are safe again? And what about mandating vaccines? Joining us now is Carrie Chauchet with Purple Squirrel Advisors. She deals with employers and employee relations all the time. And Carrie, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. What exactly are employers saying right now?
What I'm hearing from a lot of employers, too, is they can't fill open jobs. They can't get people even to apply, so they've got openings that they can't fill. And then they've got their employees that are maybe they're viewing it as being less productive in a remote environment. They want to get them back into the office. And it's very difficult to manage all of those workforce issues with COVID and fear and all these other things as an overlay.
Yeah, Carrie, that's a lot of factors all piled into one decision there. When you take a look at the vaccine issue, this can be a sensitive and a touchy one. What exactly should they be thinking about, and how do they frame that?
First of all, employees have gotten really comfortable working from home. And in many cases, if they feel that they've been very productive, why do I need to come back to work? And then the employer is potentially saying, well, we're requiring vaccination to come back to work. And they may not want either of those things. And so meanwhile, the employer may have open positions, and now they might be scaring off their existing employees, who either A, don't want to get vaccinated, or B, don't want to come back into the office. And so it's a real conundrum for the employers.
Well, Carrie, I know you don't have a crystal ball, nor do I, but if you take a look at what's going to happen in the next 6 months here, in the next year here, when things do get better, where do you see this going? How do you see employers framing this for their employees?
Maybe they stage it. Maybe there's a slow, gradual, where they say, okay, we're going to bring the vaccinated employees, back into the office if they would like to come back, and have that be a stage one. And, I'm just not sure what the answer is, but I think all of a sudden going from 100% remote to you must be vaccinated and you must come into the office, that is going to potentially create an issue.
All right, Carrie, thanks for your time today. We appreciate it. And by the way, coming up on Fox 2 News at 5 and 6 on Friday, we're actually doing a segment we call Your Take, where we're taking your questions right to an employment attorney and an HR expert. What are your concerns? What are you worried about when it comes to your rights? You can actually email me and we can anonymously ask your question. Just email me right away at roop.raj@fox.com.
This is serious. I had COVID-19.
All right, everybody, again, those were some of the headlines from Fox 2 Detroit in terms of coronavirus. Here's a live look now at Clearwater Beach right here in Florida. It appears, yes, the sunrise is gorgeous out there, but once the sun is all the way up in the sky, the reflection of the colors off the water and the sand of this beach, absolutely positively gorgeous this Monday morning, April 26, 2021. We're going to head on out to Chicago next, but first, let's take a live look at XRAD radar, how the weather conditions and temperatures are wherever you are across the country if you're watching here from the U.S., because there are NewsNOWers who are in other countries across the globe as well. So you can see parts of the southeast, parts of the southwest, much of the south, Texas, San Antonio coming in at 70 degrees, the Brownsville, Harlingen area, far south Texas there at about 77 right now. You can see where the warm spots are across the country. Chicago checking in mid-40s to low 50s right now. All right, well, the reason I mentioned Chicago, Illinois is because Joni Lum is coming up next here this morning on News Now from Fox. She's going to tell us about how it's going to be easier than ever to get vaccinated in the suburbs. Again, Joni Lum has more on the big change coming today.
I'm Joni Lum in Forest Park, Illinois. Starting today, Cook County residents don't need an appointment to get a COVID vaccine. The 6 mass vaccination sites in Cook County are open for walk-ins. This one in Forest Park is on Roosevelt Road, and they have the Pfizer vaccine here, which means that 16 and 17-year-olds can get it. The Cook County Health Department tried doing walk-ins in South Suburban Madison and Tinley Park last week and said if it went well and people didn't have to wait in long lines, they would be offering it at more clinics. For 16 and 17-year-olds, a parent or guardian must come with them. That option was a convenient one for parents who are hoping to get their teens protected as they participate in in-person learning, sports, clubs, and socializing. Now health officials are concerned that people are losing interest in the vaccine. 50% of people in Cook County have received at least one dose of the vaccine, but doctors say that we need 70% to produce herd immunity. They say better education will convince the public to get shots. One campaign points out that vaccines are effective for polio and smallpox. These clinics are open from 8:30 to 5. The governor of Illinois is going to be talking later about COVID vaccines and COVID-19 resources. In Forest Park, Illinois, I'm Joni Lum reporting.
All right, Joni, thank you so much for that. Here is a vantage point, everybody, of Chicago, Illinois that we do not get to see each and every day. I was just saying this actually looks like Boston or another city across the country, but no, this is Chicago, Illinois. Absolutely positively gorgeous out there right now. At least that's how it appears. All right, everyone, we are going to continue on with top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about. This next headline: as the world recognizes Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month, doctors in Colorado are trying to help spread the word on technology that is helping in the fight against Parkinson's disease. Fox's Michael Kona-Pasek has more.
There are a lot of new and exciting things happening right here in Colorado when it comes to the treatment of Parkinson's. At Health One Swedish Medical Center, neurosurgeon Dr. Matthew Meon is on a mission to spread the word about the exciting benefits of deep brain stimulation, or DBS.
Essentially a pacemaker for the brain.
And for many people suffering from Parkinson's, it is a game changer. It allows for more quality movement, fewer tremors, for example, as the symptoms of medicated patients fluctuate throughout the day.
We insert a tiny wire into a deep part of the brain, and it delivers painless pulses of electricity.
And while DBS is not new, the way the wire and device are implanted is much more streamlined now through more precise robotic surgery. And doctors can now take advantage of remote programming.
And I think it's really changing the way that we deliver care to patients with Parkinson's disease.
The new platform, just introduced in the last few months, allows doctors to tweak the stimulator through virtual visits. A patient can now do those follow-ups from their living room. And while the device will not cure Parkinson's or delay the progression, it helps alleviate symptoms. But unfortunately, the doctor says far too many patients are not enjoying this benefit.
Very few patients who would be eligible for therapy like this ever learn about it.
So now, especially during Parkinson's Awareness Month, interviews like this and various webinars are helping to spread the word to help as many people as possible lead more enjoyable lives. In Denver, Michael Kona-Pasek, Fox 31.
All right, everybody, we are continuing on. I'm going to bring you some lighter, different news here on News Now from Fox this morning. Take you out to Wisconsin, where they're taking aim at another business adventure. An entrepreneur known for his escape rooms has opened up an axe-throwing bar. It opened this past fall, and now Fox's Evan Peterson stopped by to see it, if it hits the mark, that is.
There's something almost cathartic about just throwing your axe down the lane.
A new hobby for many that quickly becomes a personal favorite.
This is so much more fun than just going to a bar and having a beer. I mean, this is an activity. It's a destination.
A good drink and a sharp axe. What more can a Wisconsinite need?
It's a unique experience. It's perfectly Sheboygan.
The Longhouse Axe Bar, as it has come to be known, is the brainchild of this man, Jeremiah Reynolds.
We set out to build something different. And we didn't know what it was going to be until we finally were ready to open it.
A man who doesn't just know how to run a business, but also how to build one. Crafting most of what you see by hand, buying local timber to make the bar, and stocking the shelves with local beer from Three Sheeps Brewing.
Our whole business isn't centered around axe throwing. It's not centered around escape rooms. It's centered around something to do that's fun, that's a little different, that might get you out of your comfort zone a little bit, but also you're happy that you did.
A bit of safe pandemic fun that's worth leaving the house for.
I like watching people figure it out and then get excited to throw their next axe.
In Sheboygan, Evan Peterson, Fox 6 News.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania from the other side of the bay, from New Jersey. Pretty cool, am I right? Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are about 10:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. Well, those of you who are sticking around, you're going to continue to take a live look here at Philadelphia. More news than that is just moments away. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. Man, this live picture sure was a beauty. Early this morning before the sun rose on the West Coast, you could see all of the different lights there along the Seattle waterfront. But now it's quite possibly even more beautiful during the day when you can see all the different colors of the buildings there. Absolutely, positively cool. Am I right? If you've never been to Seattle, Pike Place Market, right nearby there on the waterfront, a great place to check out. And the original Starbucks is in the area as well. Hey, now that we are getting past the 10:30 hour, some live events from across the country are starting to pop up. When and if they begin, we'll bring them to you right here on News Now from Fox. But meanwhile, the reason we took you out to Washington is because the state has already seen nearly 100 wildfires, and it's only April. Steve Kiggins spoke to the state commissioner of public lands to talk about what that means and how they can prevent it from being a catastrophic wildfire year. It's essentially a look ahead, thanks to Q13 News.
What do you think about where this legislation stands in terms of it kind of is bouncing back and forth, but what do you expect legislature to do with 1168?
Yeah, so I think first you're standing at a fire. Fires have already started. Fire season is here. We responded 91 fires last week alone, and April isn't even over yet. We're seeing on both sides of the cascade. So fire season is here, and we are predicting that we are going to have another potentially devastating fire season, just like last year. The good news is that 1168 has made huge progress. We know that both the House and the Senate unanimously have passed it off the floor. There's clearly now a commitment by the legislature to fund wildfire response, forest restoration, and community resilience. So we are poised to be in a very transformative moment of investing in what we have been calling for, what our firefighters have been calling for a very long time. So we're hoping this week's the last week of session. We're going to have this monumental moment. I think it's important for people, though, to realize that we're not going to get the resources immediately. So it's not coming necessarily for this fire season. We are needing more air resources. We are needing 100 new firefighters we plan on hiring. But given that we will not see this money until the end of July, and then it takes an enormous amount of time to hire and train those firefighters and to get the air resources by under contract, we are basically going to have exactly the resources we had last year. And we know that we had skeleton crews on the ground and limited air resources on top of in the air. So
that doesn't necessarily paint a positive picture, does it?
It doesn't. But let me say this. I will say this. I think it's important for people that, one, there is good news that resources are going to be coming. We also know that we're doing more significant things right now to get ready, knowing that we already have had 91 fires and it's April. Last year, we found ourselves desperately searching for air resources when California and Oregon were already on fire and there was nothing to be had. So we have already secured via contracts access to additional planes and helicopters so that we can call them as needed. So we are not going to be in as bad a situation as we were last year. We have also made sure that all of our national and regional agreements are up to date, and we are ready to access federal resources even more efficiently and effectively. And hopefully with COVID, right, we weren't able to get more resources and firefighters at the national and international level. As more and more people are getting vaccinated, we're hoping, obviously these are our first responders, we're going to have those resources more in number from neighboring states and neighboring nations. In addition to that, the work that we are doing in forest restoration has been ongoing. The money, as it comes forward, we can do that work so that we can make these forests more resilient as fast and furious as we can. And the last piece is oftentimes homeowners, neighborhoods, communities feel there's nothing we can do when the fire's right at their doorstep. The fact is, right now, people can be taking steps to make their homes and their neighborhoods and their communities more resilient to these fires, creating that defensible space around their home, removing the wood and the debris, cleaning out the gutters. Get your home and your neighborhoods ready. So when fire is here, you have a fighting chance, and we're also helping our firefighters be able to protect you and themselves more.
That sounds like the cherry on top in terms of community resilience. I'm wondering if you might be able to specify a little further about what forest restoration looks like, what that means, I guess, in short and longer term.
Yeah, so we've already been making huge progress in restoring the health of our forests. We've restored 250,000 acres, but we are still just at the beginning of this. We've needed more resources from our state and our federal government. Our goal is to restore 1.25 million acres of forest just in central and eastern Washington. That means going in and removing the dead and dying trees, the ones that are literally kindling on our forest floor, removing the woody debris, removing the dead branches that create sort of these crown fires where the fuels the fires to go straight up and take out really healthy trees. Bring in prescribed fire into that landscape when we've removed that understory and the woody debris. So we're able to do a lot of that work as soon as that money is coming forward, and we don't necessarily have to wait until fire season is over to do it.
Fire season looks like it starts early, and then likely on the back end extended. What do you anticipate this rest of this year?
So I think, as we've seen, just 91 fires in 1 week, unprecedented. It's unprecedented, and it's in both sides of the state. I think we're likely to see where we're going to start our season like we have in April, and it will go well into October, just like it did last year and the years before that. Obviously, we're hoping we don't have the catastrophic Labor Day firestorms. You know, all that took was hot, dry conditions and hurricane force winds. What we're telling people is we're going to do everything we can to make sure we're ready to fight these fires with the limited resources we have. But we're urging people to take steps to make their homes more resilient. But also remember, 90% of our fires are caused by humans. So every one of us has ability to prevent a spark even starting. So we urge people to take every step possible. We've started the burn ban. This is unprecedented. I've been the Commissioner of Public Lands going on 5 years. It's unprecedented for us to be doing a burn ban of that size this early. But that's where we're at, unfortunately.
It really is astounding. Thanks so much for taking some time out of your afternoon to share with our viewers. I appreciate that. Anything else you want to talk about?
I think I got it all. Be safe, everyone. That's what we need. Take care of yourselves and your neighbors. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, that was a segment produced by Q13 News. Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, we do have a live event. This is the governor of Massachusetts providing a coronavirus update. Let's listen in live.
Some of the most pressing issues that are facing commuters, and we are confident passing this bill will help reduce roadway deaths and injuries and improve our transportation system safety overall. And we look forward to working with our colleagues in the legislature to get this done. And with that, I want to turn it over to Lieutenant Governor to discuss some additional details.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor. I'm proud to be here today to continue building on the progress we began during the last legislative session in 2019, when our administration proposed several new bills to help save lives and prevent deaths on our roads. We are grateful to the legislature for working with us to enact these important provisions into law. And we thank you, John Galvin from AAA, and your team for your great work and your continued advocacy for the safety of the people in our Commonwealth and those who come through our Commonwealth. I just also want to say how honored I am to be here with Mark Creamer. I just want to say thank you for your continued advocacy, your hardship, turning it into action to make it better for other people in our Commonwealth. Your daughter, Haley, would be so proud of you, and we thank you. As the governor said, this new safety legislation proposals would impact drivers, update some of our existing laws, keep up with the times to regulate things like electric scooters and electric bicycles, and give cities and towns an extra tool to stop drivers running red lights. I'd like to highlight a few of these details and just expand on some of the points the Governor made, in particular the ones that will assist municipalities in this effort. First, the traffic camera enforcement local option will allow municipalities to place red light cameras at intersections to enforce red lights. This will allow communities to fine the registered owner of a car that runs a red light. The cameras would be restricted to collecting photographs only upon a violation and only of the vehicle license plate. The violations would include running a red light and making an illegal turn on a red light. It's been shown in studies that red light cameras, which are used in over 300 communities across our country today, have been instrumental in reducing dangerous accidents and roadway deaths. That data is very important to inform.
All right, everybody, we got word that they're going to be discussing COVID-19 in Massachusetts, but it appears they're talking about other, what they call life-saving legislation. So this is currently the Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts, Karen Polito, speaking. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break when you return. If they are not on coronavirus-related news, we will head on out to Pennsylvania because they are supposed to, for sure, be discussing coronavirus news out there. Matter of fact, they're going to be talking about state agencies and community groups to vaccinate Pennsylvanians who are not able to leave home. So I think I'm going to shift gears there. We'll be in Pennsylvania when you return.
Please know that we are grateful that this event and this press conference is being held in the 5th most populous city in the Commonwealth, being Reading. God knows that many in our community have been skeptical about getting the vaccination. So this is very important to me and to our community. The fact that we have created these partners, which I'd like to thank the Department of Aging, Secretary Torres, Secretary Bean from the Department of Health, of course, the Governor's Office, and institutions that are going to be administering the thousands of vaccinations that have been available to us, made available, such as Penn State, St. Joseph, and Tower Health. I said recently that I would not stop, I would not rest, making sure that as many individuals as would like to get vaccinated could have that opportunity. And we have seen that come to fruition as of recently. And it's all because of our great governor and the Department of Health willingness to make sure that we are not forgotten. So I am truly grateful to be given the opportunity to introduce our great governor, Governor Tom Wolf, to the stage. Thank you, Governor.
So thank you very much, Mayor, and it's great to be in Reading, and thank you for welcoming us all here, and thank you to all these great public servants surrounding me here. It's great to have you here. And I want to thank everybody for joining me today, joining all of us today. This is an important thing that we're doing, trying to get vaccines out, making sure that we're doing this. And I just want to brag a little bit about Pennsylvania. As of this morning, we are number 10 in the country in terms of first doses in arms at 47.3%. The national average is only 42%. Again, Pennsylvania is way above average on second doses. The national average is 29%. We're at 30%, so we're above average there. And in total doses, 79% is the national average. We're at 81%. And Becker has us at 23rd. So we are way ahead of the national average. And again, in every part of the Commonwealth, our goal is to get as many people vaccinated as we possibly can. By the way, I waited in line. We opened up Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago, and so I made my appointment, and I got my first dose vaccine last week in York, Pennsylvania. So thank you. Yes, I'm on my way. My second dose will be on May 17th. It was Moderna, but we need to get everybody vaccinated. And that is important because as we get more people vaccinated, obviously that helps the person who's getting vaccinated, but it helps everybody else too. It helps get us closer to that herd immunity when we can all get back to life as normally as we possibly can. So the problem is that you know, when we first started this, the problem was supply. There just wasn't enough. Now we're at the point where supply is coming close. We're not quite there yet, but it's close to demand, and we actually are starting to see some openings and vacancies when we and open appointments. So we need to go out affirmatively, reach out to people, and make sure that people who are having a tough time getting to a place where they can get the vaccine, that we do what we need to do to get that vaccine into that arm. So we are really working hard and partnering with community partners, the Departments of Aging, the Departments of Health, Human Services, their community partners. This is just one example of collaboration after another to ensure that Pennsylvanians who cannot get to a vaccination site easily, that we get the vaccine to them. There are Pennsylvanians who can't leave their homes. They face unique challenges when it comes to vaccine access. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to reach out to them. It's very important to me and to everyone here that we do this, and we make this concerted effort to reach the group of Pennsylvanians who have a hard time getting to places where the vaccines are. These are people who have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic, because they've suffered the same isolation that we have, and even more so than we all have as a result of this pandemic. So we are committed to finding every way we can to reach Pennsylvanians who cannot leave their homes and give them equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccine. We're working across agencies again, and we're working across community organizations. For example, we've had great success, and you'll hear a little bit more on the agencies on aging. We've had some great success working with them to make sure that we get out to all kinds of people who have a tough time getting to vaccines. The Secretary of Health recently amended her order to vaccine providers to ensure that providers are working with groups like this, doing outreach to Pennsylvanians who cannot leave their homes. The Department of Aging and the area agencies on aging again are reaching out. And the Department of Human Services providing assistance to Pennsylvanians with disabilities and who can't leave their homes. We're also working with housing associations. We're working with nursing care organizations and our federally qualified health organizations and centers and other community partners to make sure that we are doing every possible thing we can to reach out to Pennsylvanians, to identify them, figure out where they live, and how we can get the vaccine to where they are. So if you or someone you care about can't leave home and they want to get a vaccine, please reach out to the Department of Health or the local area agency on aging or the Department of Human Services for help. All of us can help in trying to make sure that these folks get the vaccine that we need them to get. Again, I want to thank everybody who is working hard to connect Pennsylvanians in need with this vaccine. This is really important work. It protects the folks who are getting the vaccine, but it protects all of us. The dedication of these organizations saves lives throughout Pennsylvania, and that is important. We need to ensure that no Pennsylvanians are left behind in this effort to get vaccines. So thank you, and now I'm going to turn this over to the Secretary of Aging, Secretary Robert Torres. Secretary Torres.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. It's a pleasure to join the Governor, my colleagues, our hosts, and local leaders here in Berks County to talk about the ongoing work to help older adults receive their COVID-19 vaccination. The Department of Aging is committed to helping all segments of Pennsylvania's older adult population obtain a COVID-19 vaccine. This includes older adults who are unable to leave their home, such as those that need help of another person or would need to rely on medical equipment to leave their homes, or whose health could get worse, making a trip for the vaccine either impossible or impractical. Vaccinating seniors unable to leave their home is an issue that we have focused on within a subcommittee on aging, which I have been leading for the past 2 months. And it is an issue that requires us to mobilize and collaborate to fit the needs and the resources of each community. The area agencies on aging have been doing an excellent job collaborating with community partners to help older adults obtain their vaccine appointments. Now we're seeing these agencies and counties build upon successful models to find creative ways to reach seniors who are unable to leave their homes, such as partnering with emergency medical technicians and visiting nurses. We appreciate the ongoing support of the Governor and the Department of Health to help us further advance these efforts. On March 25th, when the Department of Health issued an amended order indicating that vaccine providers must work with local area agencies on aging to schedule appointments for older adults, we started seeing positive results right away. Area agencies on aging were able to work with dedicated vaccine providers to offer direct appointment assistance to callers and clear their waiting lists. Today's newly amended order further supports area agencies on aging to serve older adults who are at home or who may feel discouraged or hesitant about getting a vaccine. Area agencies on aging have been working hard to reach seniors unable to leave their homes in a variety of ways. For example, Butler County and Indiana County are working with their local health systems and Visiting Nurses Association to offer the vaccine. Delaware County has been working with their county vaccine operations and using 3 teams of EMTs to provide vaccinations. Pike County has implemented a strategy with the county's emergency management agency and volunteer drivers who deliver meals. They have compiled the names of seniors most in need, and EMTs are going door to door to vaccinate them. And last Friday, the Philadelphia Corporation for Aging, which is the area agency on aging in Philadelphia, together with our PACE Pharmaceutical Benefit Program, announced the launch of a hotline to serve the city's older adults who still need help getting their vaccine. We're committed to reaching each and every senior who wants a vaccine. We encourage all seniors and their caregivers who want vaccine but have had difficulty or are unable to leave their home to please contact their local area agency on aging directly. Please do not give up and let us help you, as getting older adults vaccinated is still much a priority focus for us. I want to thank Berks County for hosting us and for the excellent collaborative work you have been doing to reach the most vulnerable members of your community. I was especially impressed with the vaccine clinic supported by the Danielle Torres Hispanic Center, Tower Health, the Berks County Area Agency on Aging, and the Reading Housing Authority. This clinic targeted 400 appointments and ended up providing just shy of 1,200 doses, which was the most successful clinic up to that point in early March. I also want to thank all the area agencies on aging, vaccine providers, and county governments for their continued hard work and support to get this job done. It is sincerely appreciated. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the Acting Secretary of Human Services, Meg Sneed.
Good morning, and thank you all for having me today. My name is Meg Sneed, and I'm honored to serve as the Acting Secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. I'm especially pleased to be here today as we discuss the efforts the Commonwealth is taking to ensure that some of our most vulnerable residents, seniors and people with disabilities who cannot leave their homes, have the opportunity to get a COVID-19 vaccine. The Department of Human Services administers Pennsylvania's Medical Assistance Program, which helps more than 3 million Pennsylvanians access health care, many of whom are at a greater risk in this pandemic because of their age or other co-occurring conditions. Vaccinating Pennsylvania's seniors and people with pre-existing health conditions is the best way to protect people who are at the highest risk for severe illness from COVID-19. But we know that some individuals may need extra help finding a vaccine provider or need extra assistance in order to safely access their vaccine. In our medical assistance program, managed care organizations, or MCOs, coordinate delivery of care and other supportive services for people covered by Medicaid. In Pennsylvania, we have MCOs that cover physical health care, behavioral health care, and long-term services and supports for seniors and adults with physical disabilities, or what we call our Community Health Choices program. We know that there are about 3,300 people statewide enrolled in Community Health Choices who essentially cannot leave their homes, according to assessment information provided by the CHC MCOs. This means that these individuals have no ability to walk using an assistive device, a wheelchair or scooter, or they may require a ventilator or have other serious medical limitations that make them higher risk if they're exposed to COVID-19. Last month, Acting Secretary Beam issued an order directing our Physical Health and Community Health Choices MCOs to connect our high-risk MA population to vaccine providers to assist with appointment scheduling. Today's amendment to this order directs vaccine providers to work with MCOs and the area agencies on aging to facilitate scheduling for individuals who cannot leave their homes. We cannot leave anyone behind in this vaccination process, especially those who aren't able to leave their homes, even with assistance. So we're working hard to address these barriers in this process. In order to help with the cost barriers providers face in vaccinating this population, DHS is working with the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, to increase the Medicaid reimbursement rate for vaccine providers that administer vaccine in-home. Our vaccine providers and MCOs have been great partners in DHS's vaccination efforts, and together we're helping get these life-saving vaccines out where they're needed most. We also know that medical assistance primarily covers people in lower income communities, as well as many of Pennsylvania's seniors, and disproportionately covers communities of color who we know have been particularly challenged by this pandemic. Our MCOs are working with their enrollees now to ensure that all Pennsylvanians who want a vaccine are able to find a provider and get an appointment. As we strive for an equitable vaccination process, this collaborative work and these partnerships are essential. This work will save lives. I want to thank everyone who's here with me today for the work you've done to help these communities through this tumultuous last year. I look forward to working with each and every one of you in the coming months to ensure that we're doing all we can to get the COVID-19 vaccine to the people who need it most and are helping Pennsylvania overcome this pandemic. And it is my pleasure to introduce Senator Judy Schwenk.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see all of you here. You know, so often when we think of homebound people as being shut-ins, we think of senior citizens, but it's just not that, right? There are many individuals, as Secretary Snead told us about, that literally cannot get out of their homes no matter what their age is, or they're not even able to get outside to visit with other members of their community. I've met many homebound folks throughout my tenure as a state senator. They're wonderful people. They're people just like us that want to get out and socialize. Think about what they have gone through during this pandemic. It's made a lot of things difficult for us, but think about how it's been for them. For our homebound population, it was already an effort to get food, household necessities, and access medical care. And add on top of that social isolation, and think about how they have suffered, and the fear of catching what could be a deadly virus, and you can only imagine what the last year has been like for them. We need to include this population in our vaccination plans, and I'm glad to see our governor, Governor Wolf, and Acting Secretary of Health Beam, our Secretary of Aging, as well as our new Secretary of Human Services, all taking this issue so seriously. I'm also grateful for the providers who are doing the legwork, and I'm going to give a shout out to the people on my left. They're the boots on the ground who have literally been making the phone calls and making sure that they are getting to the people that need this vaccination. I can look at you and say, thank you. Thank you so much. You're a beacon of light for many of our homebound individuals, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot of thank yous over the next few weeks. So I wanted to be sure to add mine. You know, every day we're making progress against this deadly virus, whether it was reaching our seniors first, then reaching our homebound individuals and so many others, our frontline workers. Every day, thanks to the efforts of a lot of the people behind me, we're making progress in getting through this situation. And so now, I guess I would add that for those of you who haven't yet had your vaccination, and now you have the opportunity, what are you waiting for? Let's get this done. Let's see this not necessarily just because it's something that we should do, but something that we want to do for all of us. And that's providing the gift of good health to the entire population. So if you haven't had it done, let's get it done. Thank you. And I am happy to introduce our new state representative for this district right here, Representative Manny Guzman.
Hey y'all, good morning. Welcome to the city of Reading. Thank you very much, Governor, for showing up. Thank you to Secretary Torres and to Acting Secretary Sneed. As I said to you, Governor, when you first walked in, the doors are always open here for you in the city of Reading. This is such an important topic, and I can't tell you the countless times, the countless phone calls that I've received in my office in the very short time that I've been the state representative here in the city of Reading. I can probably say on a very good day, we've probably gotten anywhere between 10 to 20 calls daily from individuals within our community asking about access to the COVID-19 vaccine. For those individuals who are homebound, there wasn't much I can give them because at the time, it wasn't an at-risk population that the state was focused on. Even though it was on their radar, it wasn't on their focus just yet. Today, I'm proud to say that those homebound individuals now have an option, now have the ability to get that COVID-19 vaccine. And I want to do whatever I can. My office will be that resource. So if there's any individuals watching at home right now who are homebound, who want access to the COVID-19 vaccine, who don't want to figure out how to who their acting aging department is here in the city of Reading, you can call my office. You can call my office at 610-376-1529, and I'll be more than happy to connect you with those individual organizations who are administering these vaccines to you, your friends, and your family. As Senator Schwenk said, we still have a lot of work to do, but now, finally, the city of Reading has had his fair share of vaccines. And so now I'm calling on you, the community of the city of Reading. Mi gente latina, necesitamos que tú vayas a buscar tu vacuna de COVID-19. Now is your time to get your COVID-19 vaccine. There's no more time to wait. Now is the time to do it. I just got my second shot on Saturday, Governor. I can tell you that my arm's feeling a little weak today. But that's okay. I'm alive. And that's one of the things that I want all of my community to be, alive and well. We can get through this, and we will get through this together. But all of us, todos nosotros necesitamos hacer nuestra parte. We all need to do our part. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I want to be a resource. I want to continue to be that bridge between you and state government. And if there's anything that my office can do to be that help, please feel free to reach out. Next, I'd like to introduce our commissioner, Kevin Barnhart.
Good morning, and I too would like to welcome the governor's cabinet to Reading and Berks County, and a special compliment to our area agency on aging, led by Jessica Jones, have taken well over 1,000 calls from people who needed the vaccine and found the right place. This is still a very powerful force. The variants out there, we're still losing 700 people a day in the United States. Very serious. We still need to do our part to stop the spread and get our vaccine. This has really impacted the aging community, those who are shut in and others. Mental health and developmental disabilities has struggled. And the Council on Chemical Abuse has seen an uptick in overdose deaths. This is not just about COVID-19, it's about its impact on our community. So let's all pull together and get through this. I am pleased to announce on behalf of my colleagues, Commissioner Christian Leinbach and Commissioner Michael Rivera,
Okay, folks, we are going out to Virginia right now. This is coming after this weekend where authorities in Virginia just releasing a disturbing body camera video of a deputy shooting a black man who was holding a cordless phone and who had just received a ride home by the same law enforcement officer. Isaiah Brown survived more than 6 rounds fired at him, and now his family is speaking out ahead of this body camera video that will be shown to them. So let's listen right here on News Now from Fox.
They want me to label this. I'm not going to label this. You know, as a whole right now, this country is divided. It's not one race. It's a lot of minorities that walk in daily fear. It's a fear that nobody should have to feel. We don't have any hate in our heart or prejudice towards anyone. Neither does my brother. The hearts that we have is for everyone. Our hearts go out to the families that understand exactly how we feel, you know, and we've always cared for them, but it ain't like this when it hit home. Again, we just say thank you at this time.
Isaiah Brown's mother, Jennifer Brown.
My concern at this point is just for my son to hopefully come home alive. That's all I have to say right now.
This time we'll take any questions.
Did anyone from the family actually witness this all happen? I mean, the video is so unclear what happens. Did anybody witness who could say exactly what they saw?
His brother was at home but did not witness the actual shooting. He has cooperated with the investigating authorities. We're very pleased, of course, that the Virginia State Police has taken over the investigation and the Sheriff's Office is not investigating themselves, which has happened too many times. We're also pleased that a special prosecutor, Ms. Richardson, has been appointed. He has given a full statement and will cooperate. As you can imagine, because he's a material witness, he'll not be making a statement today, but he's fully cooperating with the investigating authorities.
So did anyone from the Brown family meet this officer when they brought Isaiah home? Was there any interaction?
Yeah, there is some additional information that's come out that we're just learning about earlier interactions earlier in the evening. Information is preliminary at this time, and that's part of the reason we are asking and will be filing Freedom of Information requests to get that audio, as we believe there was even an earlier interaction previously to what was known prior to the breakdown of the vehicle. So we anticipate additional information that will be forthcoming.
Any sense that there was friction there of some sort?
No, not at all. Not friction. Some information that Isaiah was, a bit depressed. The family had lost a grandmother figure. He was having a difficult situation, a bit of mental stress, and he just needed some assistance. It was not a violent situation. It was not a situation involving friction. This was a situation where the deputies, in fact, did a good deed by giving him a ride to his home because his vehicle was broken down, and it was, just another call for help because they had assisted him the first time, and he didn't know where else to turn. And because of misinformation and failure of communication between dispatch and the road deputies, as we unfortunately have seen several times before in this country, that's a key piece of communication for the deputies as well. We understand the job that they're doing, and we want them to be safe. And as Yolanda said, we have no hate in our hearts, and the family does not either. But it's very important that when we're dispatching law enforcement out to a scene like this, that they have the full information. It was a full 90 seconds before that he said he had no gun and he was unarmed. And so clearly the cordless phone should have been identified as just that, the cordless phone. He was on the line with the 911 on the phone. Yes.
What's your understanding about whether there was a second deputy there? I mean, predominantly you're the one deputy, but there seems to be another voice. So what can you tell me?
Absolutely, and that's a good point. Thank you for the question. Of course, deputies are riding in their squad car in pairs of twos, and we wish to point out that to our knowledge, only one deputy discharged his firearm. The other deputy clearly did not perceive, nor should he have perceived, any threat of imminent bodily injury, and therefore he did not discharge his service weapon to the best of our knowledge, which was appropriate. Further indication that the deputy that did shoot Isaiah Brown 10 times acted totally negligently and irresponsibly and overreacted to the scene. As a result of those failures, Isaiah Brown is in intensive care.
You heard the sheriff say on Friday
I think the family's response was incredulous. I believe that the sheriff was reporting to the fact that he performed CPR, as of course he's required and trained to do. But it is incredible that he would make that statement that he saved his life by rendering CPR after he's the one that shot him 10 times.
I understood you to say Isaiah has a breathing apparatus on. I assume he has not been able to make any comments or share any information about this so far?
That's correct.
So was the deputy specifically told that he was unarmed from the dispatcher when he arrived on scene?
He certainly should have been. We're asking for the audio and any transcripts to be released. It was a full 90 seconds before that Isaiah Brown communicated very clearly to dispatch that he had no weapon and he had no gun. And so there's no reason that the deputy should not have been informed of that. Of course, the dispatch unit is an arm of the sheriff and law enforcement, and they must work in tandem. And so we view those entities collectively as defendants in this case.
What would you say, too? You commented on it a little bit, but I mean, it was 30 seconds from the time this deputy exited his vehicle to the time he fired?
And possibly less, but as soon as he got out of the squad car, he was yelling, "Drop the gun, drop the gun." And so it's clearly that was a failure of communication as he arrived on scene, and he should have been informed. The 911 dispatch would know that this is a landline. Of course, they can tell that in the dispatch center. Is it a cell? Is it a landline? What number? You can hear from the audio very clearly. Raise your hands up. He did exactly as he was told. We can hear Isaiah talking and breathing, and as soon as he's instructed to raise his hands up, we don't hear that anymore. So it's very clear that he was obeying commands. I agree with you that the video is not clear. It's very curious, the position of the body camera. It's basically showing down on the road. We're not alleging that that's intentional, but it certainly is very unfortunate that we do not have better video.
Can we hear more about Isaiah, the man, who he is, what his passions are, what he did every day? So the community isn't just seeing him as a victim here. He's a person, and I would love to hear from the family.
Of course, yeah. Yolanda?
Like I've said before, we come from a family where we believe in doing whatever we can for anybody. So he was the life of the party. He's known for his smile. He's always there to try to help. He loves children. Anybody knows that if you called on Isaiah, he would be there. He would be there. He is a home health aide, so he's working out in the community, taking care of people. So I mean, like I said, with all that being said, you know, he has a good heart. He's a good person, and if anybody ever had the opportunity to meet him, they will tell you the same.
Can you tell us how your family is doing and how you're feeling seeing something like this?
It's a lot to process. I'm numb. I think we all kind of numb because, like I said, this is my brother. This is a uncle. This is a son. This is a fiance. You know what I'm saying? He's got nieces. He's a great uncle. I mean, it's just a lot. It's just a lot.
Thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch as more information develops.
All right, so this was the update there from the family and attorney there for Isaiah Brown. Earlier in the day, Brown was given a ride home from a gas station after his car broke down earlier that day from the same deputy who would then later shoot him later in that day. Brown then called 911 later in the evening saying that he heard on the call regarding the dispute, saying his brother won't let him into his mother's room in the house and that he couldn't get into his car. The dispatcher tells Brown that his car is broken down and has been towed. Brown then says, "All right, give me the gun," to which his brother is heard in the background saying no. The dispatcher asks what's going on, and Brown replied, "I'm about to kill my brother." The dispatcher says, "Don't kill your brother," and asks Brown multiple times if he's been armed, to which he says no. Brown then tells the dispatcher he was walking down the road where the deputy met him, and that's where that incident occurred there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this story here for you. A lot of moving parts there, and we just heard from the attorney and the family there. So we'll keep an eye definitely on this story. A lot, still a fluid situation there as the investigation is still ongoing. We'll see if the police have any more updates throughout the day as well here on News Now from Fox. What we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back out, we will take you out to Massachusetts, getting a live update there on the COVID-19 front, and that is just about 45 minutes away from the White House COVID-19 White House daily briefing that they will be giving us as well. So we'll have all that for you and much, much more coming up here on News Now from Fox on the other side of this break.
Which then led to working with them on the development along with the folks in public safety to stop motorists for not wearing a seatbelt, putting us in line with the 34 other states that already have this law in the books. We're also refiling language around commercial driver's licenses, updating laws to make sure that only safe and qualified drivers are able to operate some of the largest vehicles on the road. We originally filed this language in July of 2019 after our review of Massachusetts regulation of commercial driver's licenses following the tragic death of 7 individuals in New Hampshire, and we determined a broader need to strengthen the laws that we had on the books regulating commercial driver's licenses. Other provisions we're filing and refiling include establishing an advisory working group to review the use of electric scooters and other devices, mandating that drivers use a safe passing distance of 3 feet when traveling around bicyclists and pedestrians, expanding crash reporting requirements to include more information so we can better understand what types of accidents are occurring and why, and requiring all Commonwealth-owned and operated vehicles over 10,000 pounds to have side guards, convex mirrors, and crossover mirrors, mirroring the requirements that are already in place in Boston and Cambridge. Our roadways are a fundamental part of the Commonwealth's infrastructure. They serve as the main artery for our daily travels and commerce, and it's critically important that we keep them as safe as we possibly can. This requires constant adjustments based on factors like new technology and changes in travel modes and behavior. It also requires us to evaluate public safety data and collaborate with our colleagues in local government to understand the biggest challenges that law enforcement and safety officials are observing each and every year. We believe this road safety package we're filing today addresses some of the most pressing issues that are facing commuters, and we are confident passing this bill will help reduce roadway deaths and injuries and improve our transportation system safety overall. And we look forward to working with our colleagues in the legislature to get this done. And with that, I want to turn it over to Lieutenant Governor to discuss some additional details.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor. I'm proud to be here today to continue building on the progress we began during the last legislative session in 2019 when our administration proposed several new bills to help save lives and prevent deaths on our roads. We are grateful to the legislature for working with us to enact these important provisions into law. And we thank you, John Galvin from AAA, and your team for your great work and your continued advocacy for the safety of the people in our Commonwealth and those who come through our Commonwealth. I just also want to say how honored I am to be here with Mark Groomer. I just want to say thank you for your continued advocacy, your hardship turning it into action to make it better for other people in our Commonwealth. Your daughter, Haley, would be so proud of you, and we thank you. As the Governor said, this new safety legislation proposals would impact drivers, update some of our existing laws, keep up with the times to regulate things like electric scooters and electric bicycles, and give cities and towns an extra tool to stop drivers running red lights. I'd like to highlight a few of these details and just expand on some of the points the Governor made, in particular the ones that will assist municipalities in this effort. First, the traffic camera enforcement local option will allow municipalities to place red light cameras at intersections to enforce red lights. This will allow communities to fine the registered owner of a car that runs a red light. The cameras would be restricted to collecting photographs only upon a violation and only of the vehicle license plate. The violations would include running a red light and making an illegal turn on a red light. It's been shown in studies that red light cameras, which are used in over 300 communities across our country today, have been instrumental in reducing dangerous accidents and roadway deaths. That data is very important to inform these provisions. Relative to CDLs, during the last legislative session, time ran out for the Transportation Committee to fully process the proposal relative to CDLs that the governor mentioned. So we're including them again in this filing, and it would make sure that we are updating our laws and putting them in line with federal law to address statutory deficiencies we found during our review process. I'd like to talk a little about some of these new methods of mobility as we continue to move towards the reopening of the state post-COVID. We expect to see more micro-mobility devices like scooters. So far, cities and towns have been unable to move forward with these new modes of transportation. But with the growth in use and acceptance of things like scooters and bicycles, there's a lack of local regulation. This bill will call for Mass DOT to convene an advisory group to recommend a new statutory framework to ensure safe use while encouraging these low-carbon transportation alternatives. That'll be a good effort led by Mass DOT and some key experts in this area to help us and to work, obviously, in conjunction with our municipalities to approach this in a thoughtful manner and to ensure at the same time the safety of our roadways for all. This package of proposals will save lives, and we look forward to working with our elected leaders, both in the State House and in the state legislature, as well as with our municipal officials, to get these proposals vetted and reviewed and finally enacted into law. We couldn't do this without our external partners, and I want to name a number of groups that have worked really hard to get us to this point, but obviously recognize there's more work to do. The Vision Zero Coalition, Mass Bike, the Boston Bicyclists Union, Livable Streets, Walk Boston, AAA Northeast, Safe Roads Alliance, Students Against Drunk Driving, and Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We thank you all for your advocacy and turning your own personal stories into action to help others. And with that, I'd now like to turn it over to Secretary Tesler.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for your leadership on this important issue. I look forward to working to get these important provisions adopted and implemented. Becoming registrar after the tragic New Hampshire crash in 2019 that cost 7 lives was a moment of truth for me as to the importance of both strong laws and the effective implementation of those laws, but also the tragic impact one driver's decisions can have on so many other lives. As has been mentioned, it is a sad fact that the death toll due to tragic and avoidable crashes has continued nearly unabated throughout the pandemic, even with the reduced driving during the past year. The twin factors of speed and distracted driving continue to be contributing factors. This legislation will provide us with the additional tools to make our streets safer for all participants. Seatbelt use is a proven lifesaver. Massachusetts lags the nation in this most simple action. We need to be better, and primary enforcement is an effective tool in that effort. Haley's Law will ensure that those who act with such indifference to their fellow citizens that they would still drive after losing their license and then cause harm will result in an enhanced punishment appropriate to their carelessness. In addition, red light camera enforcement has been proven again and again to reduce fatal crashes.
Okay, folks, we are going on to breaking news here in Plymouth, Minnesota. There was reports of shots fired in a middle school there. We are being told right now that a lockdown is in place here, but all students are safe here. So there is an active investigation going on right now. This is at the Plymouth Middle School in Plymouth, Minnesota, currently in this lockdown due to a serious incident, according to the school district. Robbinsdale Area School says all students are safe right now. So what we will do is continue to follow this here for you on News Now from Fox. When we do get some more updates, we'll bring it to you right here. The school district is allowing parents to pick up their students if they wish. Parents are asked not to call the school, but are being instructed to go to the east parking lot of Armstrong High School to pick up their students here. And you could see that they do have the first responders there at the scene as well. And you see maybe some family members looking as well at the middle school, seeing what is going on and hoping for the very best. But like we just reported here, all students are safe here, and this critical incident does continue. And once we get some more updates, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here.
Saving on average 15 lives a year. In Massachusetts, about a quarter of our road fatalities are made up of vulnerable road users, bicyclists and pedestrians. From 2016 to 2020, there were 41 bicyclist fatalities, and during that same time, 359 pedestrians were killed on our roads. The 3-foot requirement in this bill will keep safe not only bicyclists, but pedestrians as well. By the way, includes police and fire personnel working on the side of the road, as well as workers for the DOT and local municipalities who are on the side of the road as well. The 3-foot requirement provides a clearly stated distance for safe passing means, and it will help drivers to reconsider and better understand the distance they need to keep from pedestrians and bicyclists and others. Regarding truck side guards and the convex mirrors and backup cameras, we know that this requirement will save lives. People have been and continue to be killed due to the inability of large truck drivers to see everything around them. These measures will prevent crashes. And then concerning the standardized crash reporting section in the bill, we in the Highway Safety Division, folks who are working on the state side, we need better data, so complete data for road incidents, so that we can understand what's happening on the road, where it's happening, and we can make better decisions about how to use our funds and to support highway road safety in the Commonwealth. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak here. I would now like to introduce Mark Kramer, who is an advocate for Haley's Law.
Good morning. Thank you for the kind words, Joe. Along with being the husband to my wife, Ivy, nothing provides me more pride and joy than being the father of my 2 daughters, Haley and Morgan. Nearly 7 years ago, on June 15th, 2014, on Father's Day, we suffered the unimaginable tragedy of losing Haley. Haley was killed while standing on the side of the road by a reckless driver. She was 20 and just entering the prime of her life. This was no random accident. This was preventable. The driver knowingly operated the vehicle on a non-administrative suspended license. Had this law we're discussing today been in effect on that day, Haley may very well be here with us today. She would have graduated from college, earned her doctorate in physical therapy, commenced her career dedicated to helping others, and perhaps even started her own family. This is why Ivy, Morgan, and I have worked tirelessly, along with the support of so many others, including Secretary Tessler, State Representative Ted Phillips, Majority Leader Claire Cronin, Brian Keyes, and the Massachusetts Major City Police Chiefs to pass this bill into law and prevent other families from suffering such a devastating tragedy. I'd also like to take this opportunity to personally thank Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for filing this important piece of legislation and supporting our efforts to get this into law. The bill is simple, fundamentally fair, and absolutely necessary to help protect the safety of the public. Operators under our proposed bill who have had their license suspended or revoked for serious non-administrative driving offenses or who are unlicensed and knowingly climb behind the wheel are exhibiting a complete and blatant disregard for the laws of the Commonwealth and the safety of the community. These offenders need to know the consequences of their actions are going to be severe when they cause bodily injury, serious bodily injury, or death. There needs to be significantly stronger statutes with appropriately tiered penalties for those who knowingly and repeatedly flout the law and endanger others when they get behind the wheel. The promise of formidable penalties shapes behavior. If enacting penalties commensurate with the recklessness and negligence of this behavior prevents one crash, and it will, we will save another family, more likely many families, from the horror my wife, daughter, and I live with every day, and this reform will be a success. Driving a vehicle in Massachusetts is not a right, it's a privilege. The driver of the vehicle that killed Haley lost that privilege, yet continued to repeatedly get behind the wheel. There's urgent need for reform like this, targeting multiple and habitual offensive driving offenders. Let's do all we can to prevent another horrible loss by passing this crucial legislation. I'd like to introduce John Galvin from AAA.
Governor and Lieutenant Governor, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Mark, thank you for your incredible courage and for your advocacy. You make a difference with what you do, so thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, and we really applaud the Baker administration for filing this bill and for making traffic safety in the Commonwealth a priority. We're especially happy to see the bill proposes passage of a primary seatbelt in Massachusetts, which has been a top priority for AAA on our legislative agenda for many years. That's because we know primary seatbelts will save lives. In 2020, the preliminary numbers tell us that roughly half of those who died in motor vehicle crashes in Massachusetts were not wearing seatbelts, even though we know that seatbelts cut our risk of dying in a crash almost in half. In addition, you are 30 times more likely to be ejected from a vehicle when you don't buckle up. So we know that seatbelts are the most effective tool we have to prevent death and serious injury in a crash. Research shows that in D.C. and 34 other states that have passed primary seatbelt laws, compliance has surged by as much as 10%. According to the National Traffic Safety Administration, as mentioned earlier, if Massachusetts were to pass a primary seatbelt law based on a 10% increase in compliance, we would save 15 lives and prevent more than 500 life-altering injuries in a single year. And the primary seatbelt law not only saves lives and prevents injuries, but the Commonwealth has estimated that it would save over $110 million every year. Passage of a primary seatbelt bill would constitute a triple win, saving lives, preventing injuries, and saving precious dollars that could be allocated to more vital priorities. So thank you, Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito, for your commitment to road safety in the Commonwealth. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. AAA Northeast will do everything in our power to make sure this law is passed.
On-topic stuff for these folks? Do you want to take a crack at that one, Mark?
Following Haley's death, when we filed our original legislation, I was appalled to learn that when your license is suspended, the only people who knew about it were the RMV and you as the suspendee, right? There was no notification anywhere else. And suspensions in Massachusetts are a large bucket. There's administrative suspensions and there's non-administrative suspensions. The non-administrative suspensions are the ones we're targeting. These are drivers that have been deemed to be a danger to the public, and their license has been suspended or revoked because of that, whether they're a multiple offender or other bad driving situations. So we got initial legislation enacted that would do that notification to the local police department, and as I said, with Secretary Tessler's help in the RMV, that's been enhanced to really be more real time and get more information out to the police department. This part of the legislation is now to properly align penalties with the crimes. So in the case of the driver that killed Haley, his license had been suspended for a third time 3 days before he killed her, a non-administrative suspension, had many surchargeable incidences and was still driving. His punishment after being convicted at trial was the maximum under the statute at the time, which was 2.5 years, and it was a misdemeanor. This bill seeks to align the dangerous acts that people are doing to more of a felony type crime, where the punishments then align correctly with other statutes on the books in Massachusetts. We modeled it heavily after the OUI statute. We didn't want to chart new ground from a penalty perspective, so we've created 3 categories of this bill. If you drive OAS and you cause bodily injury, severe bodily injury or death, those are the 3 categories. And in each one, there's escalating penalties that goes from, fines and some jail time to extended jail time. Again, very much in line with similar statutes that are on the books in Massachusetts, in the Commonwealth, with the hope that it will be a deterrent for people to not drive when their licenses are suspended.
Governor, there had been, if you recall, reports around 2 years ago suggesting that the RMV had not been sending in a timely manner reports to police departments about troubled drivers. Does this also give provision to address that?
As Mr. Kramer just outlined, the original work that he and others had done is what you're referencing. And Section 62 notifications is what they're referred to. And last year, after a lot of work with our partners in public safety, those are going out real time right now to all the departments in the Commonwealth, police departments. So that is fully implemented. If someone is suspended.
Okay, folks, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo just came to the podium to give an update. We'll be bringing that to you on the other side of this break.
Bill Magnarelli, who's been a long-term great representative for this area, and I want to thank him. Assemblyman Al Sturpey, I want to thank him very much. They just did a state budget. I think it's probably one of the most formidable budgets that we have done ever. It invests in New York, it rebuilds post-COVID, fixes much of the pain that was done during COVID, and also opens up a new chapter for the future of New York. So I want to thank Assemblyman Magnarelli and Assemblyman Sturpey for that. I want to thank the vendors who are here with us on the State Fair. I'm going to have an announcement on that in a moment. Let me just give you a quick update on the COVID numbers, because this is all interconnected, right? The State Fair, businesses opening, and the COVID positivity, and the vaccination progress for COVID. The statewide average on COVID yesterday was 2.39%. 41 New Yorkers passed away yesterday from COVID. They're in our thoughts and prayers. Those two facts work together. 2.39 is a great progress on reducing the positivity rate of COVID. But the fact that 41 New Yorkers passed away also makes the point that we're not out of the woods and people are still dying, so take it seriously. We had 3,100 New Yorkers hospitalized for COVID yesterday. That is the lowest number since November 26th, okay? Which means we're back to where we were before Thanksgiving, before the holidays, which is good news. 729 COVID patients in intensive care. That's the lowest number since November 30th. 454 intubated. That's the lowest number since.
Okay, folks, we are going out actually right now to Elizabeth City in North Carolina here. This is where you see Attorney Ben Crump and other national civil rights leaders coming together to address the media following the family's viewing of body cam footage of Andrew Brown Jr. case. This is what happened last week in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. So let's bring that to you here on News Now from Fox. This all stems from a police shooting. The police were serving a felony warrant to the house, and things then escalated, and police did shoot Andrew Brown. So let's listen right here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
This is totally disrespectful, not just to the black community, but to the whole citizens of the United States. This behavior right here should not be tolerated.
It's 11:30. We are here to see this video, for the family to see this video. I spoke with the county attorney, Mike Cox, on the 24th, and the only issue we had, who was going to see the video. We cleared that up. Khalil is here to see this video of what happened to his father, and they still keeping this video from us. They say they want to make redactions to it. Redactions should not be made to show it to the son of Mr. Brown. Open the door. It is time for transparency and accountability to take place today. Today. It is time. Ben?
Open the door! Open the door! Look at the body.
Oh, come on.
Open the door. Tell them look at the body too. They got boy behind.
Brothers and sisters.
Video. What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
When I say what do you want? You say justice.
Hold there one second. We're going to use you in a minute, brother. Okay. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Harry Daniels and Attorney Bakari Sellers, we have the honor of representing the family of Andrew Brown. It's so important, y'all, that we not let them sweep this under the rug, because apparently before you all showed up, they just wanted to sweep it under the rug, as they have done other brothers and sisters who have been unjustifiably killed by the people who are supposed to protect and serve us. It's so very important that we have transparency, because if we don't have transparency, we can never get to accountability. And if we never get to accountability, we can never get to healing and trust. And so if we want to heal this community, if we want to heal this family, then Sheriff Wooten, then you need to be transparent. What is it on this video that is so damning that you will risk your career and risk losing your job so the people can't see the video? What is it? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. And when we think about what we just saw happen in Minneapolis, with Derek Chauvin being held criminally liable, guilty for killing George Floyd, is that the reason they're trying to hide the video? Because they don't want accountability?
That's what it is. It has to stay after that verdict.
And it's still shocking to Attorney Sellers and Attorney Daniels and I, and I'm sure y'all, why they keep killing so many unarmed black people who are running away from them, not posing a threat, not posing any violence. Don't we have a right to due process? Yeah. Why do the police get to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner? So what we're here for in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, while all America is watching today and all the world will be watching tomorrow, is to say, Sheriff Wooten, you don't need to say no more. Just show the video. Show the tape. Show the video. Attorney Bakari Sellers.
Hey, how you doing? I wish we were somewhere else. I wish Ben Crump wasn't so famous. I wish we had a week where black folk weren't just dying at the hands of law enforcement.
Amen.
You know, I say often that only in this country can you have the trial of Derek Chauvin be interrupted by the death of Dante Wright, be interrupted by the death of Adam Toledo, be interrupted by the death of Ma'Khia Bryant, and now we find ourselves here in Elizabeth City. And so I'm tired. But not very often in my legal career do I get the eyes of all of you all. And you know what else I'm tired of doing? I'm tired of grieving and crying. I'm tired of seeing the videos. Then we protest. Then we have a funeral. Then we have another shooting. We grieve, we cry, we protest. And so what I want you all to do today is a little bit different. I want us to destroy the system that keeps putting us in situations like this. That means I want us to make sure that in the state of North Carolina, they can no longer hide videos from individuals who need to see it. That means I want each and every one of you all to take out your phones right now, and I want you to Google the number of Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. I want you to call them and ask them why they not signed on to the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
Amen.
I want you to make sure that every United States Senator, Democrat and Republican, passes legislation so we don't have to be in positions like this.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to protest, but I'm tired of that.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it being cyclical because I stand next to a young man who joins another club of black people who will not be able to grow up with their fathers.
My Lord.
And so I'm asking you to do something a little bit different today. They want us to go out in the streets and they want us to get mad and they want us to chant and march because they know in 7-10 days we got to go back home. And it's going to happen all over again. It does not make sense that the North Carolina State Legislature can hide videos like this when all we know is that sunshine is the best disinfectant.
Amen.
And so I just want to see the video this morning. Y'all got me off my schedule. The sheriff told me at 11:30 I could see the video, and it's past that, and I like to stay on a regiment. So I ask you all to just be patient a little bit more because the truth is going to come forth. But while we are out here, I need you to get on the phones. And I want you to go ahead and call Joe and Kirsten. I want you to call every Republican senator or Democratic senator and make sure that they're passing policy so that these families don't have to be here like this.
Yeah.
I'm standing with Gwen Carr behind me. I never thought I'd be doing that. The mother of Eric Gardner is here. Only in black communities do we have mothers of people who lost their children due to gun violence. No other community has a club like that, but we do. And so today I ask you all to think a little bit differently about how we're going to break this cycle. We're going to destroy this system and we're going to reimagine what it should be so we don't have no more deaths like this. And the first step, Mr. Sheriff, is simply do one thing. Show us the video. We don't need you to say anything.
And we won't have the family address you all until after they see the video. And it is troubling. It's very troubling that we have to go through this just to achieve simple justice. I can't imagine how many of these Roland Martin and us have been through the fact that the taxpayers have paid all this money for the police to be retrofitted with body camera video, and then the time when it's most critically needed, they won't show it to the public. Why do the taxpayers pay the money? And so Bakari is saying federally, we also should be acting here in North Carolina to say it shouldn't be a judge that has to sign for us to see a video, that we've already paid our tax dollars to see the video. That's asinine. So what we have to do is continue to be strategic. We have to literally vote the people in office who are going to say, we want our children to be able to live out the fulfillment of their destiny that God has for them, and not to be shot in the back. I mean, the most cowardly thing in the world you can do is shoot somebody in the back. They don't shoot white men in the back, but it's almost like a cliche with people in the black community, whether it's Jacob Blake in Kenosha, whether it's Laquan McDonald in Chicago, whether it's Walter Scott in South Carolina, whether it's Terrence Crutcher in Oklahoma. I mean, they shoot us in the back as if the most dangerous thing in the world to a police officer is a black man running away. They don't shoot these mass murderers, these young white men who are confirmed mass murderers. I mean, when you think about the Parkland school shooting, I mean, they took him alive after he shot up the whole school. You think about the young man who went and shot up the people in the Asian spy in Atlanta. They took him alive, Arthur. And then, my Lord, not too far from here in Bakari's home state, you know, this young white boy named Dylan Roof went and shot up the whole church. And literally, they chased him across state lines into North Carolina, and they not only took him alive, but they took him to Burger King to get a burger and a fry. But Andrew Brown, they shoot him in the back. And we gonna see the video to know what they trying to hide from all of y'all. Because the truth can't hide forever, and a lie cannot live forever.
I gave y'all an assignment, so I wanted to follow through. I need everybody to take their phones out. I know y'all filming, but take it out. We're going to do something good. I got Joe Manchin's number right here. It's 202-224-3954. 202-224-3954. Call his office and tell him we tired of black folk dying. And then Kirsten Sinema's number is 202.
Say the number one more time for Joe Manchin.
202-224-3954. And Kirsten Sinema is 202-224-4521. And just call the office and tell them how you feel. Let me turn it over to Harry. Harry has an update for you.
All right, so let me be clear. We had this thing set up. When I say we, the family, the attorneys, with the county attorney Mike Cox. 11:30 was the time. It was on the 24th. The only issue we had, like I said before, who was going to see the video. We cleared that issue. Cleared it. Per statute, we cleared it. 10:29 this morning, an hour before the viewing, I get an email. Harry, I'm getting ready to do a press release. Y'all see a press? Have y'all seen a press release from me? Harry, ready to do a press release that the video is having some redactions performed. It will not be ready at 11:30. We are working on it hard as we can, but it takes time. This intent to have it done by the day. They had 24 hours, 48 hours, and it still ain't done. They didn't see this video since Wednesday, April the 21st, to make that decision, do the redactions. Show us the tape. The family should see so the family should not be subject to any redactions.
Why do they have to do redactions?
They should see the video raw. Raw. I was told by the district attorney that the family would get to see the raw footage, not the redacted version. These county administrators are walking back the promises they have made. Show the tape. If you ain't got nothing to hide, show the tape.
You all know what's very profound? I bet you if that video showed Andrew doing something wrong, they would have no problem showing that video.
They've been on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
But it only seems to be when the video has the police doing something wrong, then they got to redact it. Then they don't want to show it. We have to always, when we get a chance, speak truth to power. So we can't do it alone. We need all of y'all speaking truth to power for our children. Because the other thing that is profound, this is Khalil. Khalil is the son of Andrew Brown Jr. Now, you all may have noticed that they released a warrant saying all kind of things about Andrew Brown. But they want to redact the face of the police officers that killed Andrew Brown. Now, Andrew Brown didn't kill nobody. The police killed Andrew Brown. But we're going to protect them and not show their face and not say their names so we can see what their rap sheet is. Because all they want to do is assassinate the character of his father. And we want to say, no. We want to know what was the character of the killers.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown. I told you we gonna need you. Andrew Brown.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown.
Say his name.
Andrew Brown.
When I say, what do you want? You say video. What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
What do you want?
Video.
When I say, what do you want? You say justice. What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
What do you want?
Justice.
Greetings. I am Keith Rivers, president of the Pasquotank County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, as well as the third vice president of the North Carolina State Conference of the NAACP. And we will continue to demand justice. We will continue to march. We will continue to have peaceful protests. We will continue to stand for the Brown family and this community. It is almost disgraceful that it has taken the presence of the media to get a notice from the Sheriff's Department to release the video. And now we're understanding that you don't want to release the video in its entirety. You don't want to be transparent, but you want to say that, ask the community to trust you. Well, we can't trust you if you're not transparent. We have to heal, we have to grow. Sheriff Wooten, do the right thing. Wombly, the DA, do the right thing. We will continue, and let it be known that this community has now, the city has declared a state of emergency, and it has been through peaceful protests. Peaceful protests. That is a reflection of this community, the people that are elected to office. We elected the sheriff. We elected the district attorney. We elected you. Do not fail this community. Do not fail this community. To all of the protesters, to all of the community out here, let the entire United States of America hear you. What do we want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
Who do we want it for?
Andrew Brown.
Who do we want it for?
Andrew Brown. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Mr. President. We have the daughter, one of the children of Andrew Brown here. And if you ever want to remember what we're fighting for, you just look at that little angel. Right now, we're going to have somebody address you who is part of that fraternity that nobody wants to be part of, as Bakari and Harry talked about. She was with the family of George Floyd. She was with the family of Michael Brown. She was with the family of Breonna Taylor. She has been a shoulder for them to lean on. She has been a common force for them, and for all of us. She's one of the original mothers of the movement, and she did not think it robbery, Elizabeth City, to come down and be with the family of Andrew Brown. She is the mother of Eric Gardner, the first I Can't Breathe case in Staten Island, New York, before George Floyd said, I can't breathe. Y'all, let's welcome the mother of the movement, the mother of Eric Gardner, Miss Gwen Carr.
Thank you all. I just want to give honor to God, who is first in my life. And I thank you all for standing up for justice. This is what we must do. Everybody has to stand for justice. We have to gather like this. I'm tired. I'm tired of coming to these commemorations for black men being shot.
That's Wavy 10.
But again, I come to stand in solidarity with this family. But too much is too much. We can't even get over the trial of George Floyd before there were several other murders. And then we come down here to Elizabeth City where they shoot a man in the back. They won't show the video. What are they trying to hide? If he had shot one of those police officers, or if he had even had a fight with those police officers, the video would be all over the nation by now.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to hide the police face. Why? They are the criminals.
Yeah.
They say that we are armed and dangerous. No, they are the ones who are armed and dangerous, who are taking our lives. They're coming to our communities, abusing and brutalizing our children. And then they tried to sweep it up under the rug. We must say no more sweeping it under the rug.
No more.
We want justice. We want accountability. We can't have this keep on happening. And we can't treat it like it's the norm. Because there's nothing normal about this. Our children are dying. And we have the media. It's another news story to the media. But this is our lives. We have to live this each and every day. As they say, all police officers isn't bad. All black and browns isn't criminals. So we have to treat the situation as it is. And I am so I give my family my sympathy, my love, and I stand with you, as all of you do. And we have to keep on standing together. We can't go home and just sit on our couch. We have to stay woke, people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, yeah, during George Floyd, people wrote and called us from all over the world saying, until we get justice for George Floyd, none of us can breathe. I think while we got Ms. Carr here, we should remind the powers that be that we can't breathe until we get transparency. We can't breathe. 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 Thank y'all. We want Miss Gwen Carter to know that we still remember her son Eric Gardner never got his day in court. And we still fighting for justice for Eric Gardner as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we got another update from the county. They say they're getting real close, so y'all keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure.
When I say when Black Lives are under attack, what do? You say stand up, fight back. When Black Lives are under attack, what do you do?
Stand up.
What do you do?
Stand up, fight back.
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 Right now, under attack. What do you do?
Stand up.
What do you do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do you do?
Stand up, fight back.
No peace! No peace! No peace! Don't shoot!
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. All right, guys, we're gonna take the family. We're gonna take the family. We will be back. We're getting real close, and we'll reconvene after we see this video. Say his name.
Andrew White.
All right, that was the family and attorneys there. They are awaiting that police recording of the shooting there of Andrew Brown Jr. They were expected to have it about 30 minutes ago. That wasn't the case there, so they continue to try to put some pressure there on the police and the authorities to try to get that video released, not only to the family, but to the public. We'll keep an eye on all of those developments in North Carolina, Elizabeth City, in the coming hours right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, but when we come back, we will be monitoring Plymouth, Minnesota here. A live look right outside of a middle school where there were reports of a shooting nearby, and we will be getting the very latest whenever authorities come to that podium. We'll be bringing it to you right here on News Now from Fox, always worldwide with you. Let's now go out to the World Health Organization as they are holding their regular briefing with the latest COVID-19 pandemic updates.
Of course, you've already heard that due to the pandemic, more children across the world are likely to miss out on basic vaccines, threatening to unravel the 2 decades of progress. So what we need to support the recovery from COVID-19 is, and to fight future pandemic, is to make sure that we prioritize routine immunization. We must specifically focus on improving the situation for children and their families who do not receive any routine vaccines, so-called zero-dose children. These children usually live in communities that suffer not just from high child mortality, but also deep-rooted social issues and gender disparities, including maternal death. Zero-dose children are also less likely to live in a household with access to safe water and sanitation. That is why we need a global movement to reach these missed communities. We need to work together across development, governments, and civil society. If we can reach them with immunization, we can also bring the other services every child needs to live a healthy, successful life, from education to clean water and sanitation. Reaching zero-dose children could also improve global health security. This contact with the health systems allows health professionals to systematically be on the lookout for new outbreaks and new emerging diseases. This early warning system is one of our first lines of defense against the next pandemic as we battle the current crisis. As of today, in collaboration with our partners, WHO, CEPI, and UNICEF through COVAX, a multilateral mechanism which aims to secure equitable vaccines for COVID, we've been able to provide over 45 million doses of the vaccine to 120 economies across the world. These doses are being used to protect healthcare workers, the elderly, and other high-risk groups, and in turn, those who are closest to them. But as you've heard, we're not where we need to be on equity, and this also needs intense focus. COVAX has been a worldwide effort, and the support of governments and partners has been critical. And similarly, with the launch of the Immunization Agenda 2030, we need the support of leaders and others to ensure that no child is left behind. One key target of the IA 2030 strategy is to reduce the number of zero-dose children by 50% by 2030. This will be a core focus for us at Gavi. The cost of inaction is clear. Communities with large numbers of under-immunized children are more vulnerable to disease outbreaks. Outbreaks push the community further into poverty as household health expenditures rise, impact a child's right to survival and development, divert resources from already stretched health systems, and pose significant risks to global health security. Through partnerships and collaboration, we can leverage all of our strengths to reach communities and ensure they have the tools they need to build a successful life, from education to clean water to life-saving vaccines, and also have the systems to deliver epidemic vaccines like yellow fever, cholera, meningitis, measles, even Ebola. As you've also heard, it's critical that we continue on the pathway of making sure that the research and development for new vaccines and new technologies continues to bring us better, easier to use, and heat-stable vaccine. So as we embark on this next phase of routine immunization, we must recommit to fully immunizing every child on Earth and rapidly make up for the ground we've lost to COVID-19 that Tedros has already talked about. This is not only a Gavi priority, it's closely aligned with the core mission of the Sustainable Development Goals to leave no one behind. Let's have vaccines bring us closer together. Let's all do our part to make this a reality. Thank you, Dr. Tedros, for including me.
Thank you, Seth. Now, for a few words about the specifics of the Immunization Agenda 2030, I would like to turn to my colleague, Kate O'Brien, WHO's Director of Immunization, Vaccines and Biologicals. Kate, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. You've heard that Immunization Agenda 2030 is this ambitious global strategy to maximize.
Okay, folks, we are going to jump out of that, take you out to Minnesota here, getting an update of what we first reported to you a little bit ago of reports of a shots fired near a middle school. Let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox.
My last name, I am the Public Safety Director and Chief of Police for the City of Plymouth. With me is
Dr. Stephanie Barrage, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E, B-U-R-R-A-G-E.
Let Lori know. Okay.
Superintendent of Schools of Robbinsdale Area Schools.
I'll begin, and then Dr. Barrage will talk about our efforts right now in taking care of the students here at Plymouth Middle School. At approximately 8:44 a.m. this morning, here at Plymouth Middle School, located at 10111 36th Avenue, our officers heard what they recognize as gunshots within the building. They reported, they responded within the hallway. No injuries were reported. One person was taken into custody inside the building. We are not looking for any additional suspects at this time. Plymouth Middle School is currently in lockdown. Parents are being directed to the reunification point that we've established at neighboring Armstrong High School in the east parking lot. The address at Armstrong High School is 10635 36th Avenue North here in Plymouth. Currently, this incident is under investigations. Robbinsdale Area Schools and our department will we will continue to update you as developments continue throughout the morning.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Dr. Barrage.
Thank you. And I just want to thank our families, our staff. They have been amazing. The police chiefs, they have just been so supportive for all that you have done. As he shared, we did have an unfortunate situation today. Anytime that there is a gun in a school, it puts all of our kids in jeopardy of not feeling safe at schools. And I just want to thank, again, everyone that has assisted in this process. We have made sure that we have tried to give information through our social media channels for our families and our staff. We have sent out information. We just sent out a letter to our parents to let them know everything that is happening. Please make sure you go to our website to get up-to-date information, or look through our social media channels as well to get information. We are trying to make sure we get students to the families that want to pick their kids up. Right now, we are feeding our students. We are spending time with our students to make sure that they are safe. We called our district crisis team in place, and they were Johnny on the spot. I call them our A-team. They started working with our students, and again, Our teachers, our staff here at Plymouth are amazing because they have been helping to keep your children safe during this time. We will do all that we can to over-communicate and give you the information that you need. I did have a parent call in that texted me and said, hey, the information got out first. Yes, with social media channels, kids start texting their parents right away and information moves. But we're trying to make sure that you had up-to-date information and correct information so that you had everything that we had in place to give you. Again, I can't begin to thank you enough for your patience and to help us as we work through this process. It's not a fun day for anyone that has to manage a gun in a school, but we all work together and we will make sure that we have a positive outcome from this incident today. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add real quick that there will be visible police presence here throughout much of the day. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office is graciously assisting with the investigation and the processing of the scene. Sheriff Hutchinson, I don't know if you have any words that you want to say at all.
Sure, I sure will. Thank you, Chief. Again, I just got up here and was briefed from the Chief. He's doing an excellent job. This is the kind of thing we need the community to come out, and thank God there's a school resource officer there to handle and de-escalate the situation so nobody was hurt. These are the days we have to come together as community. We have to make sure that we are protected in our schools, regardless of what some people say, they're important. Again, this is the best resolution that could have happened today. No loss of life. Hopefully we can educate our students that this is not what we do, and we can move forward and be more peaceful. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, Chief, was this someone inside the school, outside the school? Was it a student? Describe who had the weapon.
Yes, it was a single person from within inside the school. And Dr. Barrage, do you want to talk about whether or not it was a student or not?
It was a student who was in our school, and so we will always work through our student handbook as we use our disciplinary process as we manage this situation.
Was he Caucasian or African American?
We do not get to, that is a data privacy, so we can't share that.
Can you say if anything was said while the shooting was happening? A number of kids reported that there was something said that.
And during this, as you know, during this time, we can't share what was said because the student has, all students, it's an ongoing investigation, so we have to make sure that all information is worked on through this investigation.
What did the school resource officer do? Can you explain that interaction?
Sure. So I can say when any incident happens at a school, as we have SROs, school resource officers here on site, they work with our schools immediately. So we had someone here on site that was able to assist us. When I say immediately, because they were here. They were able to then to call for support. We did the same. District office, we could put staff from throughout the district to come assist. Again, our district crisis team was here immediately. So as the SRO was here, they were then able to secure our schools, which is why we did go into a lockdown, and they have secured our schools to make sure that the kids are safe. And once the police come on, get to the site, then we are secured and then we work with them.
Did the school resource officer meet up with the student in the hallway, or what was that connection there?
The first person on site was a staff member, and at that point, then the school resource officer was here to assist.
The sheriff said the word de-escalate.
Mm-hmm.
Does that indicate that this was intentional or was it an accident?
At this point, I can't give you that information. It's an ongoing investigation.
Sheriff, you can give us that information. Would you like to give us it?
Yeah.
What information is that, sir?
Whether it was something going on, was it problem going on, was it intentional?
I can talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know. He knows more.
Steve said that somebody had gone into the hallway and yelled, "Black lives didn't matter," and started shooting. Is that true?
I have no information whether or not that was said at this point. As we have mentioned a couple times, I mean, this really is in the early stages of the investigation. Once our police department and our officers and our sheriff's deputies from Hennepin County and local agencies arrived here and we were able to confirm that the school is safe and that we're not looking for anybody else, our focus as a bigger group is to maintain getting the students safely out of the school as fast as we can and reunited and making sure that we have everybody accounted for. Beyond that point, as the investigation continues to unfold, our detectives are meeting with witnesses within the building to have those conversations and hear about what happened. But at this point, obviously it'd be inappropriate for me to comment on any details that we're finding out, and candidly, I don't have any of those details at this point.
Chief, two questions.
Happened in the hallway,
Two questions.
or if it happened in front of other students, where exactly did this incident happen? And was it while people were in class? Was it
Yeah, if you want to take it,
I can
Dr.
take
Rush,
it.
yeah.
The incident happened in a hallway outside of a bathroom. There were a few kids who did witness the incident. It was literally a few kids who witnessed the incident. I'm going to say few kids witnessed the incident. And so I'm going to say again, any child that has to witness that at school, it's a challenging day.
How many shots were fired?
There were multiple shots that were fired.
Into a ceiling?
We don't know that, but we're still working through that, yes.
Chief, can you tell us, one, if you recovered a weapon, and two, if any officers used any kind of force, lethal or non-lethal, in response to this?
There is a weapon that's been recovered from the scene here, and no, our officers have not had or were not forced to use any sort of force today.
Have you talked to the student with the gun, parent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Talk to the parent of the kid with the gun.
Our officers and school staff are in communication with family members of the person that we're speaking with, yes.
Was there any
If I could just add
social
something.
media indication that this was something was going to happen here?
No, I think it's very, very important, especially for a community who suffered the last year or so, is to make sure the stuff you put out online is fact-checked. We don't know all the facts. As soon as we know, and the chief, one of the best chiefs in the metro, will get you the information as soon as it goes out to him. We cannot speculate like we've been doing on other things. We need to make sure our community is safe, and the chief and the school resource people are going to make that happen. But let's all be responsible for what we put on the internet. Fact check it, and as soon as we get the facts, I guarantee you the chief will get that out to you. Because I just think we need a fact check, sir.
When will the students be allowed to leave the school and go down there? Because I know there's many parents.
Many. Oh, let me say this, and I'm a parent, so I understand. I know parents want to get to their students. We are trying to get to that place right now, and I have to say this, what I do appreciate that took place, as the police were here, they secured the entire building. It takes a while to make sure that every area is safe. We needed to make sure that every student was accounted for so that there weren't kids hiding or that someone was in a place that wasn't safe. So it took us a while. I'm going to say again, thank you to our parents for being so patient, because I know this is a scary time for you, and we want to make sure that all kids are accounted for, again, fed, that they're in a good space as we send them back to their parents.
So quickly, if, and I'm speculating,
sure,
but if it is that someone said Black lives don't matter, that really presents you with a challenge going forward. Can you talk about culture and equality and justice and what kind of messages that your school?
I'm gonna make this statement the best that I can. We are all living in tender times. And in tender times, I believe it does. We need to make sure we're having a lot of conversations. I send a lot of communication out to our families to make sure that we are all talking to our students, that we are talking and having good conversations. And good conversations to me are conversations when kids have questions. And we need to make sure that we keep our doors open for kids to ask us questions and that we provide them the answers as they work through our lives that they're living right now. And I'm going to use that word again. We are living in tender times in our America, and we need to make sure that we are all working together to assist our kids.
How many students? How many staff?
How many what?
How many students? How many staff?
We have there was 725 students that were here in the building today, about 729.
And then some of the parents are, just real quick, were quite angry because they felt that they heard the messages from their children, and they felt it took a long time for the district to come through.
Yeah.
And I would like to have maybe for them that answer.
Yeah, and so I just shared with a group of parents, and I'm thanking parents for being patient. We are trying to make sure that everyone was secure and that your kids are safe. That's first and foremost. And so we are going to work right now to get the students to the parents so that they can, and please be patient with us. I know, we'll get them. We're going to get the kids to the parents as quickly that we can. Yeah.
How much staff?
Oh, the number of staff.
Okay, what's your question?
How many staff?
How many staff?
How many staff? Dr. Raj, how many staff are in the building?
We probably have, I don't have the exact number to that, but we can get that to you.
And learning is continuing to happen.
Let me say this. Learning is happening. We are still in school. I was with a group of kids that were with some teachers, so they were making sure that the kids were very active and that they were engaged. Thank you. It's still in session.
Was that directed at students or was it directed at a wall? What exactly?
And I can't give that because I don't know that at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Are you going to do another update today? Maybe online.
Okay, so police giving that update there in Plymouth, Minnesota, after there was reports of inside of the school that a student fired multiple rounds of a gun there, and that was in fact true there. They do have that student detained. No students or faculty were hit by that gunfire there, but that investigation is continuing to be active here. All right, let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. So when we come back on the other side of that break, we'll take you out to Illinois, where Illinois Public Health Partners are launching a new program to empower communities during this pandemic. We'll bring it to you in just 2 minutes.
Whether they would have a meal to eat. So put yourself in this couple's shoes, that you make it to 89 and 90 years old, and you have to worry about where your next meal will come from or if you have access to food. We're also helping with mobile vaccinations for people who can't get out of their homes. We've made connection with a nursing agency who will vaccinate our in-home elders within certain zip codes who are unable to travel. The first one happened this past Thursday, and it was such a relief to her child as her caretaker. We're hoping for greater expansion of this in our other counties. One of our local grocery stores, Neighborhood Marketplace, was excited to hear of our program. The owner, Sterling Moody, asked for assistance to help those in his store with vaccinations. Many don't realize how this has affected not only people's physical health, but their mental well-being. And when you're dealing with all of this, and then you're scared that you can't even meet your basic needs, it can feel hopeless. They are so grateful for the Pandemic Health Navigator program and these services. We've actually had people to cry on the phone because they saw someone who cared and they knew they weren't alone. This program is already having an impact, and nothing is more gratifying than to be able to touch someone's life like that and let them know that someone cares. We look forward to continuing the work at Fifth Street Renaissance and the Pandemic Navigator Program, Health Navigator Program, supporting any and everyone that needs a helping hand. Thank you all for your support. Sorry.
Thank you, Linda, for sharing your stories and the experiences of working with residents in your community in the Pandemic Health Navigator program. Today, we are pleased to share how the Pandemic Health Navigator program positions more communities for recovery as we overcome this crisis. Now it is my honor to introduce and welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker to share how our program supports the state's response to COVID-19. Governor?
Well, thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you for the amazing work that you and your colleagues do. I especially want to thank the Illinois Public Health Association, who is really helping so many of our residents all across the state to remain healthy. I also want to thank Linnea Wendell, along with our Aurora Mayor, Richard Irvin. Congratulations on your re-election, Mr. Mayor. and especially to them, I want to thank them for hosting us here today. This is an important day for all of us. It's a pleasure to be with you, the Illinois Primary Healthcare Association interim president and CEO Cyrus Winnett, and with the Illinois Migrant Council president and CEO Maggie Rivera, to mark this exciting development in Illinois' public health landscape. I want to give a special thanks to two state representatives who are here with us representing the area. Of course, Stephanie Kifowit, with whom I've worked for a number of years now, and who's a terrific advocate, not just for her constituents, but for veterans all across the state of Illinois. And to Representative Hernandez, thank you very much for your leadership and your partnership in Springfield. It's always a pleasure to be in both of your districts. Throughout our administration of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, my focus has been on making this vaccine as accessible as possible for all of our residents. And thanks to the great work of our Illinois National Guard, our local health departments, our pharmacies, and of course our team at IDPH, Illinois has administered over 9 million doses of this life-saving COVID-19 vaccine, with 56.8% of those 18 and over having received at least a first dose, well above the national average. Illinois has also vaccinated 37% of our residents fully. However, making vaccines available is only half of the battle here. A year into this pandemic, many of our residents might still be unsure about the risks of COVID, or maybe wondering if the vaccine is really worth it, or if it's really available to them, especially if they've been denied easy access to health care in the past. And for others, misinformation, packaged as truth-telling on social media, makes the decision to get vaccinated nerve-wracking. A critical component of getting Illinois out of this pandemic and keeping people safe and healthy is breaking down those barriers. That's why I'm very proud today to announce our Pandemic Health Navigator program, which is already hard at work building confidence among our unvaccinated residents, educating them on what COVID-19 really is, what the vaccine can do for them, and how they can protect themselves and their families. This program is about one-on-one connections involving established, trusted members of the community, whether that's a federally qualified health center or a church or an LGBTQ plus center, a senior center, or a local branch of the NAACP. These are local community organizations who know their peers, their students, their colleagues, people who speak their languages and know their neighborhoods. When someone tests positive for COVID-19 or comes in contact with someone else who has, Pandemic Health Navigators are there, ready to assist with social service reports, personal care education, vaccine access, and even critical logistics like ensuring access to groceries and food when a person has to isolate. In short, our Pandemic Health Navigators are a crucial part of keeping our most vulnerable residents safe, and I'm very, very grateful to all of these navigators. I also want to personally thank Elisa Lara, a bilingual community health worker and a Pandemic Health Navigator here at VNA, who will talk more about her work in just a moment, as well as Linda Lawson, who just told us about her work as a Pandemic Health Navigator at 5th Street Renaissance. And her leadership really there has been vital. We couldn't do this without any of them. And again, I want to express my gratitude and admiration to all of them. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Tracy.
I am not Tracy. We'll switch it up a little bit. My name is Cyrus Winnett. I'm the President and CEO of the Primary Healthcare Association. Thank you, Governor. We're honored to have you join us here today and for your leadership in this critical mission. At the heart of the Pandemic Health Navigator program is a desire to reach our state's most in-need populations. It is imperative that we go above and beyond the support of healthcare needs of our communities to meet the healthcare needs of our communities, especially the Black and Latinx communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. While services offered by local health departments can vary, the PHN program seeks to reach populations that are not currently accessing or seeking quality care, including but certainly not limited to racial and ethnic minorities, rural communities, people experiencing homelessness, members of the LGBTQIA community, and more. By collaborating with community-based organizations and local health departments, we are identifying gaps in services and providing much-needed resources to people who need them the most. We know that there are plenty of misconceptions around the pandemic and the vaccine, as well as a deep history of medical distrust that triggers hesitancy in marginalized communities. What's more, we understand that the acts of quarantine and self-isolation can pose a hardship to members of vulnerable populations. That's where our network of CBO partners and community health workers comes in. Entities who have an ear-to-the-ground assessment of the unique needs of the populations they serve. We are proud to team up with community-based organizations who have been and continue to conduct grassroots outreach and to help train a workforce designed to address unmet needs. From physical needs like finding primary care provider or a testing facility to socioeconomic needs like safe shelter and food security. Our community health workers are trained to connect Illinoisans with resources that ease burdens associated with seeking care, quarantine, and isolation. It's my pleasure to introduce today's host and host organization, Linnea Wendell, CEO of VNA Healthcare, to share more on what this partnership looks like. Thank you for your support and for rallying around us in this endeavor.
Good morning and welcome everyone to VNA Healthcare. We are thrilled to host all of you here today and thank you for joining us in support of this very important program. My name is Linnea Wendell and I'm the President and CEO of VNA Healthcare. VNA is so grateful for the trust that has been placed in our organization for over 100 years. As the largest federally qualified health center in suburban Chicago, we are honored that over 74,000 people turn to VNA for their medical care and other health care services each year. Over 63% of VNA's patient population is Hispanic and 14% is African American.
Okay, folks, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going high above Earth right now. We have a live news conference happening right now with astronauts on the ISS before they depart. And this was the crew that just last week was launched up high in the sky there from SpaceX. We'll be right back.
Down had quite a welcoming committee. What's your take on how the keep out zone will be handled differently for Wednesday? And what's the danger of having pleasure boats so close to a returning capsule? Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously, great question, and I know NASA and the Coast Guard and SpaceX, everybody involved is very aware of the boats that were around when DM2 landed, and so that is certainly getting a lot of emphasis. And so in terms of the details, I'm sure there's going to be more resources and all of that put to it in terms of making sure people the boats stay away from the landing zone. Really, what makes it dangerous? I don't think any of us are too worried in terms of landing on a boat, but I think it's the hypergalls, the fuel that's used for the thrusters that we have. If there's any kind of a leak, we're okay in the capsule typically, but it's the people in the boats that could be really at the most risk. And so really I think it's the danger for them that we really need to be aware of, and so that's why it's very important for them to stay away and a safe distance and allow the recovery teams to do their jobs and make sure that there aren't any of those hypergalls and dangerous materials like that could hurt people.
Good advice. Next, Michael Sheets from CNBC.
Hi, all. Thanks for taking the time, and great to talk to you from here down on Earth. I'm curious from each of your perspectives, what was the most memorable either experience or moment you had on while on the International Space Station? Maybe that was a piece of research, it was your spacewalks. I'd love to hear from each of you on that.
Hey, Michael, thanks for the great question. I was thinking, spacewalk, robotics, and all the experiment, but most memorable is 2 days ago when the door opens and all 4 friends come out into the space station. Yeah, this is our communities looking for, the new members coming, taking over. We have a great camaraderie, and the dinner was great. So the meeting people here is even greater compared to Earth.
And I'll just add to that in terms of it was kind of funny watching them come across the hatch and seeing how tan they were too after spending a week in Florida compared to us. One of the more memorable things, again, there was a lot throughout this whole mission, and as Suichi said, you could talk about EVAs, you could talk about robotics. I would say one of the things that really stood out for me was the port relocation that we did, and again, this is the first time from a U.S. side that we've done something like that, and so it was absolutely fantastic day. Things went really well, and it was great to prove out that capability. And then along with that, I've been sleeping in resilience this entire mission, and the views now from the top of station have just been absolutely stunning.
Yeah, he's going to keep rubbing that awesome view in. None of us have windows in our room, so, this whole mission has been amazing. I would just answer the entire mission. As the only first-time flyer in the group, every single thing we've done up here has been the first time I've been able to do that. But one thing that did really profoundly impact me was the very first time I got out of the seat after Resilience was safely in orbit and I looked out the window and saw the Earth from 250 miles up. I will never forget that moment, and I actually recorded it because I really wanted to remember how I felt. It wasn't about the view, it was how the view made me feel, and that, every time I look out the window in the cupola, I still feel the same way. Earth is amazing, it's beautiful, it protects us, and so we should work hard to protect it.
Wow, going last is really hard because they got everything I was going to say. So really high on my list is the camaraderie amongst the crew, the camaraderie amongst our international partners. When we get to spend time with our cosmonaut colleagues who work in a different part of the station most of the time than we do, it is just really nice to have this international brotherhood, sisterhood up here.
Those are all great answers. Let's take one next from space.com with Megan Vartels.
Hey, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So I'm curious, you four left in the middle of this massive pandemic, and you're coming back still during the middle of this massive pandemic. Could you talk a little bit about what that's like, sort of how you were hoping things would go when you did lift off, anything related to that, what it's going to be like to land and have everyone be wearing masks?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I know all of us were hoping that when we landed, or when we will land, that the pandemic would be at a different stage. That being said, people are being vaccinated in the U.S., and so things are looking better. We will be going back. We'll be actually in a semi-quarantine just like we were when before we launched, because when we return, our immune systems are a little bit depressed, and so we're going to do everything we can do to keep everybody safe. We definitely have enjoyed not wearing masks up here, and having to go back and wear masks is, well, it's what we will do because that is the right thing to do.
Another important question about what happens when you return to Earth from Hector on Twitter, who wants to know what's the first thing you're going to eat.
Of course, I like to eat a lot of stuff, but one thing I like to have is the water with the bubble.
I'm just hoping I'm hungry when I land, because we're landing on water, and I think all of us are a little curious to see what that's going to be like. Coming back from space, the zero-G, micro-G environment is always difficult when you get into the 1G, and then now doing it on water. If I have an appetite, that's going to be a bonus, and so I'm probably not going to have a lot of, I'm really not going to care that much about what it is I eat.
All right, next from Jess on Twitter. She's asking whether weightlessness affects your dreams.
You know, I don't actually remember dreaming. Since I've been up here on orbit, I haven't had many dreams, or at least don't remember them. But I will say this. We talk a lot about how to describe flying and floating to people, and what I've started telling folks is it's like living your dreams about flying. So I guess maybe making a dream reality is the closest thing that I can relate. But I don't know. Maybe it. I can't remember any. So
Yeah, last time I remember that during the stay on the orbit, I dream about the life on the ground. Once I come back, I always dream about the space, life in space. So it's kind of the other way around.
Makes sense. Okay, let's go back to the phone bridge now. We're going to take one from Mark Carreau with Aviation Week.
Thank you. How has having 5 crew in the U.S. segment benefited the productivity for science, maintenance, other activities?
5 crew definitely makes a difference. You can really feel how busy it is up here. Very different from when I was here before and we had 3 USOS. I think one of the biggest examples of how much our productivity increased is during the EVAs, a series of EVAs. We had 4 people involved in EVAs and 1 person that can continue doing science and maintenance on the station. Normally when we have spacewalks, everything else shuts down. And so just having that extra person allows I think it's more than 1 person's worth of work to get done.
Just about out of time, but I think we can fit in one from Robert Perlman with Collect Space next.
Thanks. Your splashdown will almost double the record for the longest spaceflight by a U.S. spacecraft, as previously set by Skylab 4. What does it mean to you to be on a record-breaking mission, and what does the record represent for the future of U.S. capabilities in space?
Yeah, Shannon just said one small step, and I think that's a good way to put it. You know, when we passed the Skylab mission, we actually had an opportunity to talk with one of the astronauts, and it was absolutely fantastic. You know, you talk about setting records, and the record that they set, I think, is really pretty significant, particularly when you think about how long it stood. I don't anticipate that our record is going to stand that long, and that's a good thing as well. And so, yeah, it was great to break that record, but I think for all of us, it was more of just a privilege to get to share that moment with those that had really broken ground, and really we're standing on their shoulders today.
We have a little more time than I was anticipating, so we're actually going to go next to Randy Ginner from Phelan Magazine.
Hello. Just wanted to ask questions about your experiences with the experiments that you've had with the tissue chips, including perhaps the microbes that you were doing. Have you, for example, do you plan to bring home some radishes on the splashdown? Any fascinating advancements that you found with those with the tissue chips, for example, and the microscopic microgravity stuff that you've encountered there?
Yeah, so, great question. I mean, the science, man, we've done a lot of science, and all of us were kind of trying to remember, because I think some of those happened very early in the increment, and so a lot of that science has actually come home on the SpaceX vehicle before us, and so we oftentimes don't get to see the results of what's happened up here until much later, because the investigators on the ground, once they get that back, they need time to analyze it and study it, and then make conclusions about what it means. And sometimes that means getting results back from multiple increments as well. And so some of the crops that we did grow up here through veggie and like the radishes as well, we did get to try some of those out while we were up here, and I think all of us would agree that it is amazing to have fresh food up here, fresh vegetables like that. So that was very exciting. So we can at least give you our conclusions on those. Those are a definite plus. Yeah, thumbs up.
Speaking of your research projects, Ian on Twitter, Laura on Facebook is asking, what was your favorite research project while you were in space?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Well, there's a lot of interesting experiments. The one experiment I did along with the 12 countries and regions in Asia is growing herbs. It's actually basil. Although we did not able to eat it, but we really enjoy watching it grow, and the response from all the students around the Asian and Pacific region is just fantastic, and they are very happy to see it grow, and they are happy to do the same kind of experiment on the ground to compare the results. So that's another great triumph of international cooperation.
I would say one of the experiments that I really enjoyed doing is we had a whole bunch of little bitty worms up here, and we were looking at, under a microscope, how the worms behave, how their muscles work in space. And it was a multi-generational experiment, which was really fascinating just to see over time, long amounts of time, how worms behave. It was pretty neat.
Sounds like it. Okay, next we're going to go to Mara on Twitter, who wants to know what your NASA duties will be once you return to Earth.
So when we first return, it's to get back with our families and see our families, and then to go through the reconditioning process. So about 45 days worth of making sure that we can function safely back on Earth and readapt to living in 1G, and that'll be our primary directive. After that, we'll spend some time traveling around and talking about the mission and visiting our international partner sites as long as it's safe to travel, to debrief and to make sure that all of the NASA and our international space agency partners learn our lessons from this mission, as well as our partner SpaceX, and then also to go out and talk to the public about this amazing mission that we were fortunate to be a part of. And then after that, it'll be up to our boss.
I'm looking forward to the talking to the public part. Let's go back to the phone bridge now with Philyn Barber from Low Profiles Magazine.
Mike, congratulations on being the first Space Force officer aboard the ISS. What's the difference in your missions duties between this branch of service versus being an Air Force officer / NASA astronaut as you were on your previous mission? Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Lynn. Thanks for the question. Actually, my duties really haven't changed. Before I was an Air Force officer that was assigned to NASA, and NASA dictated what my duties were. And now I'm a Space Force officer assigned to NASA, and NASA is dictating what my duties are. And so that will continue up until I leave the astronaut corps, and there's no plans for that happening anytime soon. So, at this point in time, my duties really haven't changed. And so in terms of what I would do, if I did go back to the Space Force, that would be determined at that time.
And next we're going to get one from Nim Shaw with Irish Science Communicator.
Hi there, how are you? Thanks very much. I was watching you all embrace on Saturday when Crew 2 arrived, and for some of us around the world, embracing our loved ones still isn't possible. I was just wondering, on your days when you miss your family, what do you do to get over it?
Yeah, that's a good question because we're always missing our family, but we actually have pretty good communications with our family. We're able to phone them, to make phone calls to them just about any time we want if there's satellite hookups. And then once a week, we'll get a video conference with them, so we get to see them fairly often. It'd be better to be on the ground embracing them, but until then, we have to deal with electronic communications.
Next, we'll go to Russell Pounds with Pacific Rim Media.
Hello, great to be with you. I'm calling from Alaska today, and my question is for Victor. The story I'm working on is about women, girls, and people of color discovering careers in science. Can you talk about the importance of creating those opportunities for a diverse workforce? And along with that, when you talk to young people, what's the thing that causes the light to go on and spark their interest?
Well, that's a little bit of a big question, and I'll start with the end. You know, the thing I think that creates the spark is just aerospace in general. Airplanes, spacecraft, rockets, things that make a lot of noise and go really fast are exciting. And so the shuttle was an amazing vehicle to watch as a kid. The SpaceX boosters going up and coming back and landing on the ships or in the landing zones are amazing, and those things captivate people. That grabs their heart, and then you have the opportunity to then fill their brains. And so I like to share with them to be resilient, to be lifelong learners, and to be good teammates. And I think those things are a recipe for success no matter what you do. And so that's the same message I talk to whatever group I talk to, a professional group or students. I think that's the important thing to focus on, is to be your best and do your best, because you can look at the news or watch the news and see that the world needs the best that we can muster. It needs the best from each and every one of us every single day. And so it's great that it's getting so much attention, that we want the best of everyone, and that we're going to do this and do it in a way that's inclusive.
Great advice. Let's go next to a follow-up from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, hi again. I'm just wondering how long you might have to wait before you get your COVID-19 vaccines upon return. And I got to ask, what foods are you looking forward to for your first meals back on Earth? Thank you.
Yeah, what the flight docs are telling us is that we'll get a COVID vaccine 7 to 10 days after we get back. I don't know which version we'll be getting, but long about that time frame. And as for me, what I'm looking forward to, a nice big crunchy salad.
Talking about the food, I think for me it's just something that's freshly prepared. Everything that we eat up here was cooked or packaged years ago, and so I'm really looking forward to something that just comes right out of the kitchen to my plate, to my mouth.
Okay, we'll wrap up now with one last follow-up question from Megan Bartels at space.com.
Hey, thanks so much for taking a second question. I wanted to ask, if you get another space station mission, would you want to fly Crew Dragon again, or would you want to be giving a different vehicle a try? And either way, why?
3 vehicles?
Well, first of all, the Dragon is a wonderful vehicle, and I'll be happy to fly many times. But the same apply for the space shuttle and the Soyuz. So I'll be happy to fly 3 different space vehicles. But now the race is on to who's going to be the first one to fly the 4 different kinds.
You don't pass up a ride to space.
That is great. That's all we have time for, but thank you so much, Crew One, for talking with us. We really appreciate it. Safe journeys on your way home later this week, and we will be watching. For those at home, keep an eye on nasa.gov and tune in to nasa.gov/live to follow along with these guys as they make their way home later this week. Safe journey, Crew One.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
All right, it's always interesting to get a shot there live from the International Space Station as we continue to roll on right here on News Now. From Fox, I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Here's what we have coming up in just a little bit. Should be happening at any moment right now. A White House news briefing. This coming just really days before President Biden's 100 days in office. So we will be monitoring what the press secretary has to say, and giving you the latest updates, all in the mix right here. He is expected anytime today or tomorrow to announce with the CDC some new guidance for those that have been fully vaccinated. So we will definitely keep an eye on that for you right here on News Now from Fox Everybody. We should also mention that we are monitoring out of New Jersey in a little bit. They'll be giving us a fresh update. Looks like the governor is going to really ease some of those restrictions that have been put in place because of the pandemic. So we'll feature that for you once we get that shot as well. Hey, take a look at this cool shot here for the next 30 seconds while we regroup right here for you on News Now from Fox Everybody. High above from the International Space Station, this is Earth. From Fox, live and worldwide and really even out of this world. Here you go, live look right now from the International Space Station. Take a look at our great Earth here as we kick off everything going on from across the country and around the world. We appreciate our new viewers that are just joining us right now on Fox 10 Extra. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great, dear, to be with you. We have it looks like it's going to be a busy next couple of hours here. Let me just show you what we have here working for you right here on News Now from Fox. Live look at the White House should be happening with this news update any moment right now. So we will look when the White House press secretary comes to the podium. We'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on that for you. We should also let you know that we are monitoring everything that's coming out of New Jersey as well. There should be an update there with the governor, and he will be giving us a fresh update. Looks like they will be easing back on some restrictions there in New Jersey from this COVID-19 pandemic. So we'll keep an eye, all of that in the mix. While we do wait for the White House press secretary, let's take you out to New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo from a little bit ago this morning giving an update as well.
With, but the fair will go on for the full 18 days. That's August 20th to September 6th. We're going to make some modifications in the planning, but we want the vendors, we want the public to know, and we want them to know now that we are going to have our state fair. A lot of planning goes into place to have the state fair. So we want the vendors to know now to plan to be here. We're going to organize it a little differently. We're going to have the fair set up in 4 areas. So we have a better sense of what the capacity is and what the crowd size is. We want to keep the crowd size at about 50%. So we'll have 4 separate areas. Food and beverage, amusement, rides, concerts, and the agricultural exhibit. And that will give us the ability to control the number of people who are coming and going. As I mentioned, it'll be a 50% capacity is the current plan. The concert area will operate pursuant to the concert.
All right, so Governor Andrew Cuomo talking about bringing back some of the festivals, the state fair, as those restrictions continue, not only in New York, but also New Jersey, because we are getting this live update from the governor there, Phil Murphy, on the latest on what we will be seeing with New Jersey easing back some of its restrictions. It looks like every day that states are easing back a little bit by a little bit. So let's listen right here on News Now from Fox, this latest update from New Jersey.
Good afternoon. We got a lot of ground to cover today. With me is the woman to my right who needs no introduction. Welcome back, by the way, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, Judy Persicelli. I thought you may be still testifying, but I see you've come up for air. As well as to Judy's right, another familiar face, the Director of the Department of Health's Communicable Disease Service, Director Dr. Ed Lifshitz. Ed, great to have you back with us. We're going to hear from you in a few minutes as well. Guy to my left who needs no introduction, Superintendent of the State Police, Colonel Pat Callahan. We have Jared Maples, the Director of the Office of Homeland Security Preparedness, Paramount Guard Chief Counsel, and a cast of thousands. Before we jump in, I just got off the phone with the Indian ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Sandhu. The ambassador has been posted in the United States since February 3rd, 2020. So you imagine the 15 months that this guy has had and the tragedy in India right now with COVID-19 and the variants is unspeakable. It's beyond words. I pledged to him whatever we could do in New Jersey with one of the largest Indian diaspora in the United States that we would do on behalf of ourselves and our teams. It's not clear yet what that is, but I wanted to make sure he knew that in their hour of need that we were standing with them in support, including in our prayers. So keep them in your hearts and prayers. I had a conversation or a text exchange with one of our colleagues. I'll leave it unnamed, but she lost a relative over the weekend in India. And again, we've got the top 3 or 4 largest Indian communities in America, but the concentration per capita, we are number 1 off the charts. And given our density...
All right, everybody, we are going out to Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Attorney Ben Crump there is speaking right now. This is another new news conference that we are getting regarding a police shooting that happened last week. The family looking for that police video right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Yourselves accordingly. All right, guys, I've been in communication with the county attorney, Mike Cox, and he have emailed me and let me know that the viewing should be around 1:30. So that's about 30 minutes from here. So let's hang tight. It's about 1:30. The family should be able to view this video, and we'll come out and reconvene after that. So 1:30-ish. I say ish, so okay. And we'll give y'all a few minutes to assemble after we come out, but be ready. We probably 5-10 minutes after we come out, we're gonna make the statement. Anything else from anybody? Nope. Okay. Good. Thank y'all. See y'all there.
Thank y'all. Okay, guys.
All right, so it's Attorney Ben Crump there and other civil rights leaders saying that they are going to be viewing that video of the police shooting that happened last week there in Elizabeth City, North Carolina at 1:30 Eastern. So right here at the bottom of this hour, we'll keep an eye on that for you. And it looks like they'll have another news conference right after that. So we'll bring that to you live and direct right here on NewsNOW from Fox, everybody. Let's now go back out to New Jersey. We were getting that fresh update from the governor. It looks like they will be easing back some of the restrictions there in New Jersey.
All 3 tools back in our toolbox, so our confidence levels were restored by that announcement. And we are seeing as well all the right trends emerging from our hospitals. Last night's reporting period had a total of 1,797 patients in our 71 hospitals, 1,689 of whom, by the way, were confirmed tested COVID positive. The statewide hospital census, by the way, Judy, dropped below 2,000 on Thursday, and it's kept trending downward over the past 5 days. You and I had a good stop together with UFCW employees and the Perlmutter family ShopRite in Toms River on Friday, and that was the second day under 2,000. We've now got 5 in a row, and it's clearly that's a big deal. In fact, hospitalizations are down nearly 25% from April 7th. When they peaked at 2,378, which was the high point of our spring uptick. Additionally, yesterday we saw 209 live COVID patients discharged statewide, 170 new admissions. As you can see, not yet confirmed, but 30 losses of life reported. And again, over the past several days, we've seen these numbers, particularly the discharged and admitted numbers, working in the right direction with more days where discharges have outnumbered admissions, and those are the kind of days we want to see more of. The number of patients in both our ICUs and on ventilators have also begun to decline. 398 folks in ICU and 246 ventilators in use. And certainly we want to see these numbers falling more quickly, but the fact that they're going in the right direction is a positive sign. While we continue to count newly reported cases, a total of 1,558, the statewide rate of transmission is below 1 and is today at 0.90, which notes a decreasing rate of spread, and that is going slowly but surely in the right direction. And the positivity rate from all of Thursday's 38,732 recorded PCR tests was 6.44%. Now, 6.44 is not a number we love, but it is important to know it's the fourth consecutive weekday where the spot positivity was below 7%. And this also signifies an ebbing of the tide in terms of newly reported cases. Ed, after Judy makes her comments, I know you want to have a couple of comments on a data true-up on case numbers. So we'll get back to those numbers, if that's okay with everybody, in a few minutes. So, folks, because of everything you're doing, whether it is continuing to wear your masks and social distancing or getting vaccinated, you are helping us crush these curves yet again. And because of that, we are pleased to be able to take more steps forward in our reopening process. As we have said from day one, we have been eager to relax our restrictions as soon as the numbers gave us confidence that we could do so safely and responsibly, and that time has come. And I would hope that these are the first set of announcements of, I hope, many sets of announcements over the next number of weeks. So the actions we are announcing today will be reflected in an executive order that we will issue next week and will take effect 2 weeks from today on Monday, May 10th. Now, we're doing this both because we are expecting the downward trend to continue over the next 2 weeks and because we want to give businesses the ability to plan ahead, not just businesses, by the way, schools among others, the ability to plan ahead and fully prepare. To be sure, looking at the trend in our numbers over the past couple of weeks, we fully expect to continue our streak of announcing expansions, as I said, and sticking to them. And by the way, if there's one thing you could do out there, other than socially distancing and wearing your face covering, it's to get vaccinated. And if you've been vaccinated and you know somebody who hasn't been vaccinated, that's the other thing you could do. Get them, convince them to go get a vaccine shot. So first up, on May 10th, the room capacities for indoor catered events, and that includes wedding receptions, and yes, it includes school proms, will increase to 50% up to a maximum of 250 individuals. This is an increase from the current 35% 150-person limitation. Additionally, Pat, pay attention, dance floors will be allowed to open at such events. However, a reminder that the requirement for wearing a face mask and keeping a social distance from other groups on a dance floor will be maintained and enforced. And this allowance for dance floors is only applicable to these closed and closely supervised events. Dance floors, for instance, at bars and other businesses such as nightclubs will remain closed at this time, as we know they are less controlled and more hospitable, unfortunately, for this virus. This increase to 50% room capacities and 250 persons will also be effective for all indoor political events, weddings, funerals, memorial services, and indoor performances. And Paramount would want me to remind everyone that indoor religious services have a 50% capacity limit, but no restriction on that number. We know that this move to a 50%, 250-person limit will be especially helpful for schools currently planning student proms. And as we know, graduations will quickly follow those proms, and we are hopeful that schools and colleges and universities will be able to lean on either the outdoor gathering limit or the large venue capacities, which I'll turn to in just a second. Both the Department of Education and the Office of the Secretary of Higher Education are prepared to issue their specific prom and graduation guidance later today. Next, in moving things outdoors now, on May 10th, again 2 weeks from today, the general outdoor gathering limit will increase to 500 from its current 200. And should our public health metrics continue to trend as they have been, we would hope to increase this yet again before Memorial Day, perhaps substantially. So everyone should look at this 500-person limit as a new floor but that requires all of us to continue doing the right thing, including getting vaccinated. Additionally, and I want to say this in memory of Steve Califer, who died at the end of the week, owner of the Somerset Patriots, a car dealer, a successful businessman, philanthropist, and most importantly, husband and dad. And I spoke to his widow, Suzanne, his great sons, John and Josh, and I promised to Suzanne and Steve's memory that we would make this announcement today and attach his name rightfully to it. God bless you, Steve. So for our large outdoor venues, which we are now defining as those with 1,000 or more fixed seats, on Monday, May 10th, they may move to host crowds at 50% capacity, so long as they can maintain 6 feet of social distance between seated groups. So while this may preclude some stadiums, including, like the Patriots, the minor league baseball stadiums, from their ability to get to 50% given the 6 feet requirement, we know that this is a welcome step and an advance from the current 30% capacity limitation, and for venues with less seating that were previously excluded from this category. So we're really doing two things here. We're increasing the outdoor capacity from 30% to 50% for large venues, and we're redefining what a large venue is. We used to say it was 2,500 seats. We're now dropping that to 1,000 seats. Further, when it comes to outdoor, and this is an important point, when it comes to outdoor venues.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. As you are seeing, New Jersey, day by day, looks like they continue to want to ease back on those restrictions. You see 50% capacity in May at some events.
Additionally, outdoor amusement businesses can currently operate at 50% capacity. We are stating today that carnivals and fairs are permitted to operate at that amusement capacity starting May 10th. This means that county and other fairs, including the New Jersey State Fair, can enjoy the same 50% capacity limit that an establishment, say, like Six Flags Great Adventure does. We think this is only fair, no pun intended, and will allow our county organizations to move forward confidently with planning for their summer events. Now, 2 more quick notes. First, also looking forward to Wednesday, we're currently putting the final work on an executive order and follow-up guidance for the safe operations of both day and overnight summer camps, and we'll have those details to you in a couple of days. Judy and your team, thank you for the help there. And a reminder to our restaurants, who we know are anxious to expand dining capacities as the weather continues to get warmer, that outdoor dining is not subject to any numerical capacity limitation, unlike indoor dining, which remains at 50% capacity at the moment. The only limitation for outdoor dining is physical space, is the number of groups that you can place outdoors that can be placed 6 feet apart. We've noted here before how many of our restaurants and their host communities have gotten incredibly creative and flexible in allowing for outdoor dining. And many of the steps we took last summer in support of our restaurants are now a matter of state law. We know increased outdoor dining is here to stay. I certainly look forward to our ability to increase indoor dining capacities in the near future, but until that time, we want to make sure that our dining establishments, though they can go forward to maximize their outdoor footprints. I continue to urge everyone, I know my colleagues join me, to engage in activities outside wherever possible, particularly as the weather warms up. And Pat, thank you for a couple of warm days coming up this week. We know that this virus is much less dangerous outdoors than indoors. Let's utilize this knowledge wherever possible. And even as we relax restrictions for indoor weddings and proms, I applaud all the couples and the school districts who have taken creative steps to plan their events outdoors, which is the safest place we could be right now. And again, the only reason we're able to announce all of these steps today is because of the tremendous work that millions of you are doing to help us crush the curves and end this pandemic. Keep getting vaccinated. That's an incredibly important step we need to pursue. And if you know someone who may be nervous, reach out to them and help them understand that our vaccines are safe and effective. In fact, It's much riskier to not get vaccinated than it is to get vaccinated, and it's not even close. Keep masking up, keep being smart, and using common sense. The more you keep doing all of these above, the sooner we can look forward to reopenings, and I'm optimistic that that time will come very soon. Before I leave this, people ask me this all the time. What is your policy on outdoor masking? So before I get asked the question, it's the same as it's been since I think March of last year. If you're outside and you cannot socially distance, you need to wear a mask. If you're outside and you can socially distance, you don't need to wear a mask. It's that simple. Inside, you got to wear them. I wear 2 of them, but you got to wear them on the inside. Secondly, we may get the following question. So we've increased the outdoor gathering limit from 200 to 500, and we've increased the capacity at a large seating venue from 30% to 50%, but we've also dropped the definition of what a large seat venue is down to 1,000 seats. That's going to include a lot of, for instance, high school football stadiums. So the question is, if you've got a 1,000 seat high school stadium and you can successfully get to 50% capacity and be 6 feet apart by doing so, away, other than your own families, how many people can you have at your graduation? You can have 1,000 people, 500 in the stands and 500 on the field. Everybody got that? So that hopefully is going to allow most places in the state to be able to get to where they want to get to. And again, on behalf of Judy, Ed, Pat, and myself, if the numbers keep going in the right direction and people keep continuing to do the right thing, including especially getting vaccinated, our capacities will continue to open up, sure as we're sitting here. Okay. Speaking of opening up, let's get back to numbers and take a quick look at our schools. And I'm going to let you just look at this for a second and digest. The only thing I want to add to this is the following. I do a little bit of math every time I get the student reports, and I make an assumption about what the last group looks like. I split that group in 2, which is the combination group. We're up now to 82.4% of our kids are either in a hybrid or an all-in-person mode. And we had, as an objective this school year, to get to 85% at least hybrid and all-in-person. I'm now completely convinced, Judy, that we'll exceed that in this school year. Hats off to everybody. I speak to educators all the time, moms and dads, kids, all the educational communities. Everyone is doing an incredible job under extraordinarily stressful circumstances. And so this is good news. I know we've seen this kick into high gear. I won't go through this, but the swings are dramatic into both hybrid and then from hybrid into all in person. It's good news, I know, for many, many parents. Again, I thank all the members of the educational communities, school officials, educators, ESPs, parents, all the stakeholders for their continued partnership throughout the past weeks and months, and our commitment to getting our kids and educators safely and responsibly back into their familiar classrooms is paying off. Now, of course, we have the tough job today, as we do every time we gather, to announce that we've lost another number of blessed souls from our New Jersey family, in this case 19 residents, to COVID-19 complications. They are mothers and fathers, neighbors and friends, and they are our fellow New Jerseyans. Let's take a couple of minutes to honor the lives of 3 of those we have lost recently. I want to begin today by remembering this guy, Thomas Walsh of Howell. Any question which country he loved there, right? I love that shot. He was Brooklyn born, but New Jersey is where he made his lifelong home. He was just my age, 63, when he passed away earlier this month. Thomas was an easily recognizable face across East Brunswick Township for his many years of service as the municipal plumbing inspector, working alongside developers and individual homeowners. And I want to thank my friend, the mayor of East Brunswick, Dr. Brad Cohen, for bringing Thomas's extraordinary life to our attention. He was a proud member of both the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials and the New Jersey Alliance of Master Plumbers, among other professional organizations. A devoted father, when he wasn't on the clock, he would spend his time with his children and other family members. He had a deep love of music and played the drums. He also could be found working on and riding his motorcycle. Thomas was a man of faith who devoted much of his time to the Calvary Chapel Crossfields in Jamesburg, where he served in the music and children's ministries. Thomas leaves behind his two beloved children, his daughter Rachel, with whom I had the great honor of speaking on Wednesday, and his son Christian, who's only 16 years old, as well as his 5 siblings, Diane, Kathy, Kenny, Michael, and Scott. We thank Thomas for his years of service to the East Brunswick community. May God bless and watch over him and his children and his family. Next up, let's honor the life of Carterets Edward Scott Bay, Jr., the salutatorian of Newark Central High School's class of 1968. Eddie would go on to attend Rensselaer Polytechnic University in upstate New York. He made his way back to his home state and began what will be a 35-year career at the New Jersey Department of Labor and Workforce Development. He started as a security official, but by the time he retired, he had worked his way up to the position of appeals examiner. His time at the department was not all work, as it was there that he met his wife, Darlene. A proud and giving member of the New Zion Baptist Church of Elizabeth, Eddie served as a church ambassador and was a member of the Mighty Warriors of Zion male chorus. Whether at church, at work, or on the street, he was known for offering, and I spoke to his wife about this, a cheerful Merry Christmas to everyone he met, regardless of the time of year. That's how deep the spirit was within him. Eddie now leaves behind his wife, Darlene, herself a minister, by the way, and I had the great honor of speaking with her on Wednesday, and she said, sure enough, it was Merry Christmas year-round, and he would stop people in their tracks when he said so, say, for instance, in the middle of July. They were married for 35 years. He also leaves behind his children, Edward III, Brianna, and Lachelle, as well as his 8 grandchildren, Naomi, Travis Jr., Shayna, Aaliyah, Timea, Hannah, Timothy Jr., and Eli, and great-grandchildren, Bella, DeAndre, and 7. Eddie's also survived by his brothers, John, Kenneth, and Dennis, his sister, Deborah, along with...
Let's head out right now to the White House news briefing underway right now, just days before President Biden's 100 days in office and his address to a joint session of Congress. Let's listen right here on News Now from Fox.
Brian has agreed to come despite having the unenviable task of not being able to roll out many details of our joint session speech or the American Families Plan, but we still wanted to have him here to provide some context on some of the questions you all had raised. And he'll only be able to take a couple questions, but with that, I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you, Jen, and it's good to see you all again. So I wanted to just provide a little bit of context around, in particular, capital gains taxes, and we'll provide just a little bit of context, and then happy to take a couple of questions. So, as you know, and as Jen has spoken about, the President is excited to this week lay out his plan to invest in American families. It will be a plan that will provide critical support for children and families, and by doing so, critical support for our economy by boosting labor force participation and future economic competitiveness, making among the most cost-effective measures to boost our long-term economic strength that we know of. And the President will also outline ways to offset the long-term costs of those investments by making reforms to our tax code that reward work and not just wealth. And one element of this reform will be to change how we tax capital gains. As you all know, that's income from selling stocks and other assets for taxpayers that make more than $1 million per year in income. So I want to start by reinforcing who this change will actually affect. This change will affect taxpayers making more than $1 million a year. In 2018, 0.3% of tax filers made more than $1 million a year. So I want to start by underscoring this in simple terms. This change will only apply to 0.3% of taxpayers, which is not the top 1%. It's not even the top 0.5%. We're talking about 0.3%. That's about 500,000 households in the country that we're talking about. So for the other 997 out of 1,000 households in the country, or the other 150 million households in the country, this is not a change that will be relevant. It won't change the tax treatment of capital gains at all. And this makes sense because for the typical Americans, most of their income comes from wages. So for people making less than $1 million a year, about 70% of their income comes from wages. But for those making more than a million, for the top 0.3%, it's the opposite. About 30% of their wages come from wages. And that's probably actually an understatement, since the wealthiest can often strategically avoid reporting this type of income entirely. And so as a result, this is the provision that since 2000, if you look at the 1,400 tax filers, those are people making over $60 million a year. That's the, for those of you keeping track, that's the top 1,000th of 1%. They have only paid about 20% of their reported income in taxes. So their tax rate, which probably is overstated, again, because this is the category that often doesn't report or underreports income. Their tax rate is lower than many middle-class families' tax rate. This is the dynamic that led Warren Buffett to famously explain that he paid a lower tax rate than his secretary. And it is the dynamic that has led the president and others to argue that we need to do something about equalizing the taxation of work and wealth in this country. And that's why the reforms that the president will lay out are focused on this top sliver of people and treating capital gains the same as wages for that top 0.3%. And we believe that it's not only fair, but it would also help to reduce the kinds of tax avoidance that significantly undermines trust and fairness in the tax.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
From this provision would help invest directly in our kids and our families and our future economic competitiveness, and put us in a position where we can drive greater economic growth. So we'll have more to say on this and how it fits into the overall plan, but I just wanted to underscore at the top that number one, we're talking about a tax change that would affect, again, the 0.3%, the top sliver of households. And number two, the principle here is to equalize the treatment of ordinary income and capital gains. And that is a principle that's neither new nor particularly novel. In fact, the last president to enact a reform to equalize the treatment of ordinary income and capital gains was President Reagan, who did so while raising capital gains taxes as part of the 1986 tax reform. And of course, we will be raising to higher rates than in that reform. But a lot has changed in the economy since then. A lot has changed in the academic and empirical research in this space. But the principle is the same, which is that for the very highest income Americans, we should tax at the same rate ordinary income and capital gains. So with that, when I pause and could take a couple of questions.
Thanks so much for doing this, Brian. Just to make sure I understand this, critics say that you tax capital gains at lower rates to incentivize investments that help the economy grow. Is the administration's perspective that among these high earners, they have not been making the investments to help the economy and that the government programs can do it better?
So across a wide body of academic and empirical evidence, there is no evidence of a significant impact of capital gains rates on the level of long-term investment in the economy. If you look back over the last 30 or 40 years, we've had capital gains rates at various rates. We've seen different levels of investment and overall economic growth. You can't identify a meaningful correlation between the two. There's lots of reasons for that, including that if you look at where a lot of venture capital and early stage investment comes from, it actually comes from pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, entities that actually are not tax sensitive. Also because at the end of the day, a lot of things go into making an investment decision. But certainly our view and reading of the evidence is that there is not a there's not a correlation that would significantly affect investment for these highest income individuals, number one. And number two, we can use those resources to invest in areas